I'm leveling up my stats on a deserted island. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Memory Library Activated. Zhang Ming was dizzy and almost numb from reading all this messy knowledge. Some concepts that have never appeared on Earth, because there is no corresponding cognition. Large areas of blankness appeared in the illusion, like a fragmented dream. Finally, he woke up from Shimama's spiritual language. Zhang Ming sighed in a low voice. Empiricism is the main way for intelligent life to understand nature. The current neural network AI is actually trained based on old data, which is essentially a kind of empiricism, Yanjiao people, but this knowledge may not be completely correct. At most, it is just a glimpse of a small corner of the supernatural hall. He did not think that the Earthlings could not research this knowledge. In other words, as long as enough time and materials are given, under a systematic and complete research system, the Earth will soon surpass Gongzi's research. Of course, the premise is enough time and enough materials. On the current Earth, supernatural materials are very scarce. Earthlings, let alone a big backer like Xuanwu. Forget it, let's record it first and study it later. Zhang Ming closed his eyes and activated the memory library ability he got yesterday. It took a full 90 points of attributes. A mysterious space with milky white light appeared in Zhang Ming's mind. Rows of huge bookcases, each more than 10 meters high. There are tens of thousands of them, enough to store tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of books. Zhang Ming silently said in his heart, "Creation." An ancient book suddenly appeared from the mysterious space. Zhang Ming wrote Gongzi Jinshik Sujiu on the title page, and then recorded all the content he just saw. Soon, a virtual book appeared permanently in this mysterious space. Even though he was not familiar with the writing of the Yanjiao people, this forced memory function was indeed very convenient. As long as Zhang Ming did not have Alzheimer's disease, or had a stroke due to high blood pressure and lost his mind, he would not forget it under normal circumstances. Memory library is a mental auxiliary ability. In addition to assisting memory, learning in the library also has a bonus on learning speed. Of course, it is limited to learning various knowledge, not including cultivation. Zhang Ming is not good at quantifying this bonus, but he estimates it to be around 50% minus 100%, which is quite impressive. But it can't help in combat, or even help break through bottlenecks. It seems strange that this thing can't be combined into an innate ability. And it requires a lot of attention to open the library, which is not suitable for use in dangerous environments. Therefore, when attribute points are scarce, the price of 90 points is indeed quite expensive. But now, Zhang Ming feels that this ability is worth the money. As long as he doesn't die suddenly, his life cycle may be quite long. In the long time, there are always some memories that are not so important, but you don't want to forget them. Now with a memory library, it really helps a lot. Shimama, the Xuanwu beast, has lived for 1,000,000 years. How did it solve this problem? If it doesn't have the corresponding memory ability, it may have lost most of its memory, right? Do you think a creature that has lost 99% of its memory is still itself? Can it really remember all the details of 1,000,000 years? Then, it will be like a computer, with more and more redundant disk fragments. And eventually run slower and slower, right? Faced with the earth-shaking philosophical question of who am I, Shimama was confused and turned around on the ground. It became more and more confused, and the speed of the circle became faster and faster. The old voice repeated, "Do you think a creature that has lost 99% of its memory is still itself?" "Ma," Shimama repeated anxiously, spinning rapidly like a gyroscope. "Stop," Zhang Ming shouted, with a stern face, holding back a smile. "Whether you are busy or not, don't think about philosophy. Whether you are busy or not, don't think about philosophy." Shimama sighed and couldn't figure it out. Looking at the books in this area, in addition to the books of Gongzi, there are various books, most of which are related to the use of strange objects, which are actually quite useful. He came here today to bring an answer to Wang Fumin, so he skipped it for the time being. Go to the next area and pick up the next book, The Sayings of the Sage, which is probably some words said by the last great sage of the Yanjiao people. Shimama read it again. The Sayings of the Sage. The spiritual language illusion sounded again. You must know that the Yanjiao people are not a strong race. If the Yanjiao people want to grow stronger, they must unite, The old voice echoed in his ears, and the figure of the great sage appeared in Zhang Ming's mind. Zhang Ming coughed dryly. Every time this great sage appeared, he warned that the Yanjiao people must unite, and he didn't know how many times he had nagged. But in fact, the more you can't get something, the more you will keep nagging. Old people are like this. The Yanjiao people are a feudal civilization based on clans, and they still have a hint of slavery. The clan itself is exclusive. The Yanjiao breathing technique is said to be everyone can practice it, but there are always differences in talent. Those with lower talent will naturally become inferior and be excluded in various ways. Even within the clan, they have no status. In addition, the Yanjiao civilization has no technology, and the productivity of the entire society is relatively low. Ordinary people cannot contribute their wisdom and can only make a living by agriculture. Or become a soldier at the bottom and die in a war one day. Whether a civilization is united or not is not just a matter of words, nor is it a gift from the upper class. It is a comprehensive combination of system, culture, spirit, etc. When a person is penniless, the land belongs to the officials, and the property belongs to the nobles. How can he stand up and defend his great motherland? Zhang Ming shook his head and sighed. Of course, the great sage did not nag for too long, but the information he said later was quite useful, especially with Lao Wang's doubts about the Star of Fate. Zhang Ming could not help but listen carefully. You should know that becoming a pioneer is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Every step forward of the Yanjiao clan requires the hard work of countless people. Our current achievements are all based on the selfless contributions of the pioneers. What is a pioneer? The great sage looked at the group of noble children sitting below with absent-minded looks, sighed slightly, and said helplessly, a strong innate destiny, a spirit of selfless dedication, and a will to study, all of which are indispensable. The Yanjiao people call superpowers destiny. Chapter 102 The Source of the Remaining World. The innate fate of 95% of people is crushed by the Yanjiao breathing technique and is of little use. The fate of the remaining half of the people can be combined with the breathing technique. When they break through the limit of man, they will get twice the result with half the effort with this fate, but there is often only one innate fate, and the limit of man is the 3 levels of essence, energy and spirit, 3 bottlenecks. One fate is not enough. Why? The ancestors invented the acupuncture guidance technique, which allows us Yanjiao people to learn the other 2 fates. The whole process is very difficult. The great sage is old after all, and he talked about the past over and over again. The noble children below couldn't help dozing off. This scene was very similar to the scene in college, where the teacher read the PPT on the blackboard by himself, and the students slept collectively in their seats. Then after class, everyone swarmed to copy the PPT, pretending to be very serious. The only disciple who listened carefully was Comrade Zhang Ming, and years later. Zhang Ming, the excellent student, listened with great interest and wanted to raise his hand to speak. The Yanjiao people divide their superpowers into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Faced with a statement, Zhang Ming couldn't help scratching his hair. Perhaps because of the translation, the spiritual language was automatically translated into a statement that he could understand. If it is described as S level, A level, B level, and C level, it is also possible. 95% of the Yanjiao people with fate have garbage abilities and no growth potential. They are at their peak as soon as they awaken. They can't even reach the yellow level. Only abilities that can help break through the limit of man can reach the so-called yellow level. And Zhang Ming's current control of power explosion, toxin resistance, etc., are likely to be yellow level. The probability of yellow level abilities is only 5% among the proportion of people with abilities, and the proportion of the total population is about 5/1000. Yanjiao people are also about 1/10 of natural superpowers. The number is not large, but it is not rare. The biggest advantage of yellow level abilities is that they are relatively simple and can be learned from each other through acupuncture guidance. Zhuan level abilities are even rarer, and the upper limit of assisting in breaking through the human limit is higher, and the functionality is relatively more powerful. The proportion of the population with Zhuan level abilities is about 1 in 100,000. However, mutual learning of Zhuan level abilities is very, very difficult, and acupuncture guidance techniques seem to be insufficient. As for Earth level abilities, they began to be outrageous, and there were often only 1 or 2 Earth level ability users in an era. For example, the skilled craftsman Guangzizi has an Earth level ability induction of disaster and blessing. He can use his own abilities to sense the benefits and disadvantages of the combination of certain strange objects, and thus wrote the strange book Gongzi's collection of epigraphy. Of course, the complexity of Earth-level abilities is often related to the soul, and it is almost impossible to learn from each other using acupuncture guidance techniques. Therefore, after Gongzi's death, even if Gongzi's collection of epigraphy was circulated in the world, it would be difficult for future generations to create a magical weapon like the ice spear. I don't have that talent. So that's how it is. It seems that the book is quite important. Find a chance to read it. Zhang Ming's lightning control is likely to belong to the Earth-level ability. So after breaking through the limit of man, the growth limit of the spirit value is much higher than the other two attributes. As for the heaven-level ability, it is even more outrageous, and often has the great power to change the times. The famous Zhuanwu breathing technique is a heaven-level ability. After simplification, only 1/10 of the essence of the flame horn breathing technique can be practiced by everyone. This is the power to change the times. Some geniuses in history also often have a heaven-level fate. For example, the first generation of great sages has the ability of Eye of Truth. He can clearly see the flow of spirits in the body of life, so he spent his whole life learning the Zhuanwu breathing technique and creating the flame horn breathing technique, taking the first step from nothing to something. Zhang Ming was actually a little confused when he heard this. What kind of talent is his? Attribute panel. Being able to clearly see the flow of spirits is a heavenly ability. Although he cannot see the spirits in other people's bodies, he learned the Zhuanwu breathing technique by consuming only 96 attributes and taking a few hours. Excellent student Zhang Ming had many questions in his mind, but he could not raise his hand to ask. This is just a piece of history in the past. Great sage, is there a destiny above the heavenly level? Suddenly, a young voice appeared in the hall. It was a civilian student. The great sage paused. In the hall, the noble children were either dozing off or whispering to each other. There were only 2 or 3 civilian students. It was not bad to have someone who could ask questions. He smiled and said, "Of course there are. The mysterious area is so vast, and there are countless civilizations outside the domain, but my Yanjiao clan does not have such good luck. If there is a powerful destiny that crushes the Yanjiao breathing technique and the Eye of Truth, why would my Yanjiao clan not prosper? What a pity." The great sage shook his head and looked out the distant window, as if he had inadvertently seen the future. The student a long time later. "Old man, you put me under a lot of pressure when you say that. I don't agree with your point of view. The rise and fall of the entire human race has a lot to do with me." Zhang Ming, the founder of human breathing technique, wiped the sweat from his forehead. The development process of a civilization and the power of individuals are actually difficult to change. Just like the various drawbacks of feudalism and the slave era, if an individual is born in that era, he will only integrate into it, his thinking will be assimilated by the times, he will agree with the past. How can he jump out of the times? The great man who can really jump out of the times, even if he does not have the so-called fate or ability, can still jump high in the long river of time and make amazing moves. Zhang Ming is very self-aware of this point. He can't compare with those great men. Doing his own thing well is enough. The spiritual language illusion that Shimama repeated is still continuing. After answering all the questions, the students left one after another, leaving only the old sage, sitting in the hall, looking at the sky with a melancholy face. He is old. He was really too old. He had abdicated for more than 10 years and was an ordinary teacher here. On the surface, he was highly respected, but it was only on the surface. When a tiger loses its claws and is too old to walk, it also makes others lose their awe. Faintly heard the laughter of the noble's children after they left the room, and faintly heard some topics between young people, which were nothing more than eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. They left happily without any worries. The great sage still sat in the hall. He had been strong all his life, and even when he was old, he did not want servants to serve him. At this moment, he did not admit that he was old. But he suddenly found that he had sat for too long and could not stand up. He sighed softly, just sitting there, struggling with himself. Suddenly, he cried. The emotions gushed out like a dam bursting, and he could not restrain himself. The sobbing turned into a sad cry. After a long time, an old white turtle came over from the next room and used telekinesis to help the old man stand up. "Thank you." Zhang Ming's heart was filled with a smile. This should be the descendant of Zhuanwu, the ancestor of Lao Bai and Xiao Bai? The great sage walked slowly until he came near the sickly little tree, muttering in a low voice, "I'm old, and you're old too. At this level, I'm afraid there's not even a 10% chance of survival. We NGO people don't deserve it." I lied to them and said there was a 30% chance, but they still had to run away in the end. The NGO clan has been sheltered for too long and has long lost its past enterprising spirit. They don't deserve it at all. If they run away, don't blame them, okay? A response was faintly heard from a very far distance. "Perhaps this path is wrong. What a pity for those millions of children." The great sage wiped his tears again. When people get old, they can't bear to see the funeral, but it's also helpless. Everything depends on fate. He prayed devoutly in front of the small tree, and a dazzling crystal appeared in front of the great sage. The light emitted by this crystal, compared with the previous world sources, is simply the difference between the bright moon and the firefly. The great sage said, "I will hide this biggest world source first, don't let them steal it. This is the recognition of my achievements by the entire Yanjia world. You can use it if you need it. If they want to take the others, let them take it." The great sage trembled and hid the crystal under a floor tile, and then said to a large group of turtles, "You go too, go quickly, the farther the better. As long as you are alive, there is still a chance to rise. You also have a chance to rise. Go, go." There is actually this. The reappearance of history gave Zhang Ming goosebumps all over his body. He still underestimated the heroes of the world. Do the Yanjiao people understand politics? They do. Their wise men have long seen through the times and predicted the end. They want to meet the rolling tide of history with their flesh and blood. But what can they do? The tide of the times is so strong that if they try to stop a chariot with a mantis arm, they will only be crushed into meat paste. After being stunned in the dilapidated hall for a long time, Zhang Ming came back to his senses from this sighing mood. He suddenly remembered something very important and carefully counted the floor tiles. On the second tile in the 6th row, he stepped lightly and it was solid. It looked no different from the other floor tiles. Is there anything like iron wire to lift it up? Zhang Ming searched nearby for a long time but couldn't find any tools. Finally, he used the ice spear to cut out a piece of iron wire to lift out this tightly stitched floor tile. Under this floor tile, there really is a shiny source of the world. The nature of this thing is very strange. When you pay attention to it, it seems to emit a bright luster. When you don't pay attention to it, its light quickly retreats. Zhang Ming picked up this Longan-sized brilliant crystal stone, and felt quite surprised to have taken over the baton of history. In theory, this crystal stone will be used when Xuanwu achieves the realm of heavenly gods. But it may be because Xuanwu has no hope of breaking through, or because of other reasons, it was not used, and it just happened to be cheap for him. Lao Zhang. The quality of this source of the world is obviously several grades higher than those taken away by the Yanjiao people. It is really beautiful. It is as bright as stars. Under the sunlight, the glass-colored light is overflowing, but it is different from the gorgeousness of jewelry. The beauty of jewelry is only to set off the noble elegance of the owner. It is a delicate and narrow beauty. The brilliance of the source of the world brings people a simple sense of security, just like a wanderer returning to his hometown, making people feel lazy and sleepy, and they can't wait to sleep comfortably in their warm hometown. What's the use of this source of the world? Is it a decoration? Zhang Ming didn't like the sense of security that came without any warning, but the sleepiness from the depths of his soul made him want to hold this thing and take a nap. Is this stone very powerful? A nuclear bomb? Shimama, are you harder or is it harder? Shimama rolled on the ground obscenely, intercepted a paragraph of text and repeated, "You are harder." Zhang Ming understood what Shimama meant. You should say, "I am harder." Stupid or not, Shimama, this idiot can't tell the difference between you and me, and it can't be corrected after a long time. After fiddling with it for a long time, I still can't figure out what this Longan-sized crystal is for. Zhang Ming looked at the little tree that was almost withered. The so-called source of the world should be the fruit produced by the little tree, and only the Yanjiao people can get it from the little tree. The more respected people are, the bigger the crystals they can get is for the source of the world. What is its use? I will study it slowly later. Zhang Ming had already achieved his goal this time. He could not wait to return to the camp and wrote a letter. Brother Wang, hello, I know about your troubles. According to my speculation, this is a special personal talent that enhances one's own abilities according to emotional fluctuations. It has no necessary connection with fate. Please don't worry too much. Live your own life well and don't be dominated by emotions. In the history of the Yanjiao people, There was once an individual with the innate ability of great angry God. Every time he entered a state of extreme anger, his physical fitness would be greatly improved. It is simply a typical example of exploding small universe in novels. Even if the Yanjiao person does not practice Yanjiao breathing, he can reach the bottleneck of human limit. Of course, it is not so easy to break through the bottleneck. Therefore, Great Angry God is identified as a ground-level talent. However, the sequelae of long-term activation of Great Angry God are also very serious. Over time, the character of the Yanjiao person has become more and more extreme, self-centered, and he often scolds his subordinates, beats and scolds his relatives, and even cannot control his emotions and hurts others. In the end, he was deserted by everyone and did not have a good end. By the same token, Zhang Ming's lightning control is also an ability at the emotional level. The stronger the emotions, the stronger the lightning that erupts. Chapter 103. At the age of 28, I have a lifespan of 2,522 years. Zhang Ming carefully wrote a line of words on the letter paper. Therefore, from the historical records of the Yanjiao people, I think, Tian Shiguzing is also an ability at the emotional level. It is usually hidden. When your sadness reaches a certain level, it will be activated and strengthen your personal attributes in all directions, but because it may change your personal character, I suggest that you practice the human breathing technique as the main method. Some things should be left to nature. There is no need to worry too much, let alone pursue deliberate sadness. Experiencing separation and death is also inevitable in life. If misfortune occurs occasionally, it is not necessary to attribute it to Tian Shiguzing. Just like me, I have turned misfortune into luck when I am alone on a deserted island. I can live a peaceful life. Zhang Ming, leave a message. After writing this letter, Zhang Ming folded it into a square and wrote the 4 words Lao Wang Kinki on it. This means that this letter is Lao Wang's private letter. Loot to Yu should not peek. Good friends also have personal privacy. Next, he wrote another public letter. Hello, friends, I have received the seeds you sent. They really helped me a lot. It means I can live a more civilized life. My life has been very busy and fulfilling recently. The island I live on is composed of several parts, such as beaches, coconut forests, mudflats, mangroves, rock walls, and the mysterious valley. I plan to open up a piece of farmland in the mysterious valley. By the way, learn the knowledge left by the Yanjiao people and enrich myself. First, he introduced his current living conditions. He eats seafood, coconuts, farms, digs for relics, does mathematics, etc. every day. His life is fulfilling. He almost wrote happy and happy. Of course, only the good things are mentioned, not the bad ones. It's not easy to communicate with friends once. You can't just keep complaining. Lao Zhang was almost moved to tears. However, what he actually thought was, my wife was washed away by the sea. Can you send me another wife? The more the better, the more beautiful the better. I'm so lonely here. All kinds of distracting thoughts in his mind are like the devil's whispers, crazy and bewitching. He now longs for a girl with big eyes, big breasts, long legs, virtuous, kind and lovely. It doesn't matter if she's from the second dimension or a beautiful girl drawn by AI. Of course, it's best to have a real wife. 2 is fine, and 100 is not too much. Zhang Ming hammered his head hard, and a flash of lightning flashed in his mind, dispelling the crazy illusion. He wrote a serious text with a painful face. If possible, I hope you can collect more plant seeds, common herbs, natural antibacterial drug seeds, seasoning seeds, cotton seeds, all of which are very useful to me. Thank you very much. Why would I make such a serious request? Zhang Ming scratched his hair. He picked up the ice spear and cut it on his head, and the fluttering hair fell down like a crying dandelion. He added a few more lines of text. If you encounter any special difficulties, you can ask for help from a man named Li Xiangfeng. He is the director of the Special Affairs Handling Department. He sends me broadcasts every day. He should have considerable authority. If you have any difficulties, you can find him. He should be willing to help. After writing here, Zhang Ming paused slightly and didn't write more. Wang Fumin and Lu Tuiyu are both ordinary people. It is understandable that they want to keep the little secret of the drift bottle. How to choose is their own business. But from a personal point of view, Zhang Ming still hopes to be able to contact the national team. After all, with the support of the national team, more help can be brought, and the broadcast content can be more accurate. However, he does not want to lose these 2 precious friends, nor does he want to teach them to do things. So give Li Xiangfeng's relevant information and let them choose for themselves. There is no need to say more about the rest. Next, Zhang Ming briefly introduced the existence of human limits in the letter. After practicing human breathing to a certain extent, you will encounter bottlenecks, and it is likely that you will have to combine other superpowers to break through. If measured by numerical values, the upper limit is about 10 times that of ordinary people. Of course, Zhang Ming did not dare to assert this. His own breakthrough relies on attribute conversion, which is not difficult, and the upper limit is 200 points. If you rely on human breathing, the upper limit may be similar, but the difficulty of breakthrough will inevitably increase significantly, otherwise the Yanjiao people will not be so scarce. When I have time, I will practice the human breathing technique and see how difficult it is to break through the bottleneck. Unconsciously, Zhang Ming arranged a new homework for himself. Anyway, even the human breathing technique has not been popularized on Earth, and the problem of human limits is not so urgent. Finally, he wrote a reply to his sister, asking about her college life, asking about her parents' situation, etc. When it comes to relatives, Zhang Ming didn't know what to write, so he just talked about some simple family matters. The older I get, the less time I spend with my parents, and the less common language we have. When I call in video chat, they always ask, "Have you eaten?" But what else can I say? Zhang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Since I don't know where to start, I can only keep it in my heart. I have a good life here. One day I will be able to return to my hometown. The task of taking care of my parents will be handed over to you. The public security environment is not good, so don't go out at night and protect yourself. By the way, it's okay to find a boyfriend during college. Don't listen to their futile remarks. You are not allowed to find one during college, but they immediately urge you to get married and arrange blind dates after graduation. Isn't this split personality? If they object, just say I agree. It's okay for you to show this letter to your parents, but remember to ask them to keep it secret and don't tell anyone. You are the strongest brother in the world. After writing this letter, it's almost time to send the drift bottle out. Wait. Zhang Ming remembered something else. Comrade Lu Tui's ticket money has not been reimbursed yet. That guy must be very anxious. He frowned and thought in his heart, what should I give? Gold? Monster meat that is a little valuable, but not too eye-catching. He did have some gold, which was looted from the ruins of the Yanjiao people, such as a golden toilet that weighed hundreds of kilograms. But to be honest, gold is a bit heavy, and the drift bottle will sink if you bring too much. If it is only 10 grams of gold, it is actually not worth much money. Zhang Ming can't give it away. What if he needs to be reimbursed next time? Should he send it again? After searching for a long time in the house, he found a red gem. Zhang Ming called it coral stone. In the deep sea, some particularly large coral reefs may breed a special coral gem. There are not many, probably only a few hundred. Coral stone is a kind of strange and widely distributed spirit and monster. Guangxizi Jinshik Sujialu introduced that grinding it into powder and taking it has the effect of strengthening the body, promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. It can also be worn as an ornament for a long time, with similar effects. Zhang Ming tried it, and the effect of this coral stone is better than nothing, similar to crab shell. On the contrary, it has a little effect when worn on the neck for a long time, and it seems to increase a little physique in 100 years. But no matter what, it is a real good thing on the earth, much more precious than various gems. This coral stone is given to Lu Tuiyu to reimburse the car fare. The drifting bottle was not big. It was stuffed with a thick stack of letters, a coral stone, and some gold. It was almost full. Zhang Ming threw it gently towards the seashore. The parabola carrying hope crossed the air, as if leading to the endless space and time. The waves rolled gently, and suddenly, the mysterious drifting bottle emitted a faint light and disappeared into the boundless sea. The lonely island has no spring and autumn, no wind, flowers, snow and moon, only the ebb and flow of the tide, and the blooming and falling of flowers. The simple and monotonous days make people forget the passage of time. When they occasionally look up and take a glimpse, they suddenly realize that they have aged 1 year, and another year. In a blink of an eye, Zhang Ming is 28 years old. Counting it all, he has been on this deserted island for a full 4 years. If it weren't for the sudden change of the number in the life column in the attribute panel, he couldn't even remember that today was his birthday. After pulling out the weeds in a field, Zhang Ming, a famous farmer, lumberjack, and shipbuilder, stood up and stretched his body. The sun was shining brightly, and he looked up to see chirping birds flying in the sky. Most of these birds are seabirds, who make a living by fishing. They are not very interested in the rice and vegetables in the fields, so there is no need to make scarecrows to scare them. After not going out for many years, the world has forgotten the title of mushroom monster. With Lao Zhang's personal ability, he can rob anyone he wants. Those seabirds can't resist, so why would he need mushrooms? But he always feels that he is in a wave-particle duality state of aging and non-aging, and now he has little interest in these things. From the perspective of self-cultivation, I may still be in the stage of key refining, but from the perspective of mentality, I am already an old monster in the nascent soul stage. Zhang Ming had no idea what the seclusion and cultivation in the immortal novels was all about. It was not something that a normal person could do, to be alone in a small dark room for hundreds or thousands of years. Even if he had the company of shimama, turtles, and seabirds, and had radio and drifting bottles to obtain information from the outside world, and even had a conversation with the Yanjiao people in history, this life was too lonely. Lifespan 28/2522. Your lifespan is equivalent to 3 pengzus, which is really a miracle among human individuals, another 2,522 years to live. The attribute panel seemed to like the attribute of lifespan to become longer. Once the lifespan becomes longer, it praises it crazily. Once the lifespan becomes shorter, it says the sacrifice is given to the crooked way. What a cowardly old man. From a practical point of view, the continuous extension of lifespan seems to have certain benefits. His current physical condition seems to be solidified. Theoretically, at the age of 28, the body has already started to decline. The first organ to age is the skin. As age passes, wrinkles will always appear, followed by the lungs, hair, etc. These are irreversible processes. But in the past few years, Zhang Ming found that he did not show any signs of aging, and even the scars on his skin were slowly recovering. I don't know if it is the result of increased lifespan or the benefit of greatly enhanced strength. A new month, please vote for me. The book club is in the author's words, you can add it if you want. Chapter 104, My Miserable Life at the Age of 27. What happened in the past few years? Zhang Ming sat on a stone, basking in the sun lazily. Suddenly, he was freed from the monotonous life day after day. For a moment, his brain seemed to be rusty, and he could not remember what he had done. It seems that it is necessary to make a diary in the memory library. It's not that he writes a diary every day, but he is now like a robot without emotions. He is busy with wood, shipbuilding, learning, and exercise every day. The fun of life is too little. In this case, what he did every year must be recorded a little, so that the years will not seem to have never existed. Action is better than action. Close your eyes and use the ability of the memory library. In the bright milky white space, there are cabinets and cabinets of books, all of which are copied from the Yanjiao people. Zhang Ming is busy building ships now and has no time to study these profound knowledge. When he enters the real great voyage stage in the future, he will have enough time to study them. With a flash of thought, a new book appeared in the memory library. Title: My Miserable Life When I Was 27. Very good. This title is very eye-catching and will definitely sell well. Overall evaluation: this year I have been pulling up trees, learning shipbuilding, and copying books of the Yanjiao people. The days are monotonous and boring, and I am miserable. When I was 27 years old, I was on Turtle Island, experimenting with the decay speed of different types of wood in seawater, and selecting the most corrosion-resistant one. This step is very important. God knows how long I will drift in the Demon Sea. It was a monotonous and boring year, but overall it was relatively stable. I also selected excellent materials suitable for sailing, a mutant plant from mangroves, which I call water pine. This wood is hard and dense, with a density of about 0.91 tons cubic meter, and it will not swell after being soaked in water. Its hardness and toughness are also quite amazing. Although it is inconvenient to process, I still chose this kind of water pine. It takes a little longer, and the boat must be built stronger. Zhang Ming paused, recalling the progress of his work, and his mind quickly became active. By the way, this year, I also established a gradient training system for the Zhuangwu clan. I think that all safety hazards around the island should not be eliminated. The little guys must also undergo targeted hunting training. I also dug a cellar for them to store the monster meat that they can't finish eating. The little turtles have monster meat to eat every day, and the potential for growth will be better than the previous generation. Sustainable development is perfect. As for those giant turtles, they have become bigger after several years of training. This car turtle's back height is already 20 meters, which is the height of a 5-story building, and the area of its back is larger than a basketball court. They may really have a slim chance of restoring the glory of their ancestors. Until I was 28, my personal attributes were as follows. Physique. 785, has merged the power burst ability, current control degree 37.22%, perception. 774, has merged the toxin resistance ability, current control degree 38.64%, spirit. 1761, has merged the lightning control ability, current control degree 22.64%, lifespan. 28/2522, total attributes. 5,842, Zhang Ming was quite satisfied with his current combat effectiveness, and he had made great progress in the past few years. Now, even without the help of a Faraday cage, I can kill the golden electric eel. During the battle between the Zuanwu clan and the sea beasts, I also took action several times, all with satisfactory results. Power burst and toxin resistance are both yellow level abilities, with an upper limit of about 2,000. Lightning control may be a ground level ability, with an upper limit of 7,000-8,000. If you find a better one in the future, you can replace it. If you can't find it, it doesn't matter. Just practice them to the maximum value first. In addition to the 3 innate abilities, there are more than 30 acquired abilities that seem to be a little bit useful. Extraordinary vision, flame horn breathing, human breathing, memory library, nuclear blast punch, stomach disinfection, blood activating constitution. More than 30 abilities, spending more than 600 attribute points, may have some significance but not too great. Because his current 4 dimensions are too high, it directly crushes most of the acquired abilities. Unless it is an ability with special functions such as memory library and rotting digestion, it is worth activating. Oh, by the way, I finally found 2 abilities that can help cross the demon sea, woodization and concealment. The ability to become woody can grow a layer of wood on the surface of the skin, making the body larger and floating directly on the water. Well, it is obviously a defensive ability, but it is used for swimming, which is also a miracle. As for the ability to hide oneself, as the name suggests, it can hide one's own breath to reduce the possibility of being discovered by powerful species. This ability is quite useful. Lao Zhang is a strong man who has broken through the 3 levels of human limits, which will trigger the subconscious sense of crisis of some powerful creatures. With this ability, he can effectively avoid becoming the target of public criticism. Zhang Ming continued to write in his diary. On the other hand, my current progress has also encountered a small problem. Most of the marine life near the island, no matter how strong or weak, has been eaten once. Repeated consumption will continuously reduce the attribute points brought. The strongest sea beast currently hunted, after eating for more than half a month, the attribute points increased by 100 points, and then almost lost the effect. Like the golden electric eel, the good days of increasing the attribute of a species by 800 points after eating for several months are no longer there. Unless I can hunt extremely powerful species that surpass my own by several levels, I can make great progress. Just like in the game, when you kill monsters with lower levels than yourself, your experience points will be reduced. Zhang Ming is now facing this dilemma. Although it will not be reduced to 0 in the short term, the speed of accumulating attribute points will definitely slow down in the future. Any yellow level ability has an upper limit of about 2,000 points. And lightning control as a ground level ability, when cultivated to the peak, has an upper limit of 7,779. The amount of attribute points he has accumulated is actually far from enough. After recording a year of growth, Zhang Ming wrote a line in the book to summarize. Since the speed of acquiring attribute points has slowed down, saving money has become an important thing. Yellow level abilities can be acquired through learning, and there is no need to spend money to activate them. Lao Zhang, unless it is a very, very strange type, don't fucking activate it randomly, understand? You make impulse purchases before activation, but after activation, you feel that it is useless and almost throw it away. A few attributes are also money. And you can't return it. I beg you to calm down before activating the ability. Chapter 105, Lu Tuiyu actually dared to flirt with my sister. After Zhang Ming scolded himself in his diary, he rubbed his temples and calmed down from the state of activating a large number of invalid abilities. Then, He summarized the stories that happened on Earth. When I was 27 years old, the living environment on Earth deteriorated rapidly. The melting of glaciers caused the sea level to rise. The food crisis and the survival crisis coexisted, and the international situation became increasingly collapsed. The smoke of war was everywhere in the major war zones. The number of nuclear countries increased rapidly, and the risk of nuclear proliferation increased sharply. If the difficulty of manufacturing a hydrogen bomb is 100, the difficulty of an atomic bomb may be only 1. The manufacturing principle of this thing is so simple that any graduate of physics can calculate the critical value of a nuclear bomb explosion. The rest is to enrich uranium with a centrifuge. Even if it cannot be made, as long as there are raw materials, a dirty bomb with radioactive elements can be made. Therefore, in the 4th year of entering the supernatural era, in an era when the influence of major powers is declining, a small country has already manufactured an atomic bomb. The use of small-scale nuclear weapons on the battlefield has further intensified conflicts and contradictions, as if it has evolved into eternal hatred, but it is only a war between small countries, and its influence on big countries is limited. To me, it is just a fairy tale that exists in a distant world. An atomic bomb is just an atomic bomb. In the past, people actually exaggerated the destructive power of nuclear war. Nuclear war cannot destroy the world, and it cannot destroy mankind as long as the big countries do not intervene, and the emergence of war is just to eliminate the population that cannot be fed. After a few decades, that land can be inhabited again, just like Hiroshima and Nagasaki and Fusang, and like Chernobyl. Plants are still growing silently, and a few decades of time will become another vast ocean, but the piles of bones in the yellow earth will no longer be known to anyone. This is a true portrayal of the world. Zhang Ming paused and wrote, "The eastern region of Daksha was plagued by border wars, and 100 million refugees had nowhere to be resettled, but overall, the political situation is relatively stable. The infrastructure construction in the West, the Surin project, which affects hundreds of millions of people, has progressed by about 30%. More and more people are moving to the West. The terrain there is higher, there are relatively few earthquakes, and it is not affected much by the border war. The merger of the Penghu continent is accelerating. It is expected that in 6 years, the 7 continents will officially merge into the Penghu continent." Zhang Ming thought for a long time and found that there was nothing to add, so he could only sigh slightly. Unconsciously, the times are striding forward, and the future is becoming more and more difficult to predict. He wrote some slightly more cheerful content. The spiritual energy wave swept across the earth. In this year, more humans awakened their innate abilities, accounting for about 8% of the total population. However, the qualifications of humans seem to be similar to those of the Yanjiao people. As many as 95% of their innate abilities are at the level of rotten fish and shrimp. And they can't even reach the yellow-level talent. The remaining half is mostly yellow-level talent, and it will only come in handy when the human breathing technique is cultivated to the limit. It's just a pity that as of now, no one has touched the human limit, and there are very few people with 100 points of physical strength. Even most of these people are originally physical ability users, and they didn't climb to 100 points of physical strength because of the breathing technique. Lao Zhang was in a complicated mood inside. "Earthlings, can you hurry up a little? We have prepared a whole set of gift packages here, waiting for you to touch the bottleneck. The strongest person in this world is sitting on the golden toilet, waiting for your challenge." Of course, a big reason for this is that the current version of the human breathing technique is not efficient. Zhang Ming also has to take some blame for this matter. The first generation of great sages of the Yanjiao people spent their entire lives to study the Yanjiao breathing technique. Later, after generations of continuous improvements, it took hundreds of years to fully fit the physical structure of the Yanjiao people. Although Zhang Ming had a bird's-eye view and stood on the shoulders of giants, he only tinkered with it for a year and a half before hurriedly showing it to the Mirage. Can the efficiency of the human breathing technique be high? It's good enough if it can be used. Anyway, the general result is like this. Old Zhang himself will definitely not admit that this is the pot. It's all because those experts don't work hard and don't care about me, Zhang Ming. Okay, the grand narrative is basically over. Let me record some personal trivia. When he thought of that incident, Zhang Ming's whole face turned red, and his hair couldn't help but stand up one by one, like a terrifying upright ape that was about to burst its size and entered a state of rage. He wrote angrily in his notebook at a very fast speed, "Lu Tu, I was really malicious. He took advantage of my absence to seduce my sister, He said my sister is very cute, and gave my sister the coral stone I gave him to reimburse his ticket. The most powerful person in the human race. I'm trapped in this hellhole, watching a good cabbage being eaten by a pig. I want to send my blessings but I can't. I want to kill him. Even the parents of both sides have met. You didn't give gifts to my brother-in-law. I'm so angry. Old Zhang panted and patted his hot forehead. Of course, this is normal, because it has been 4 years. There are too many blank spaces in the drifting bottle every 14 months. My sister will be a senior soon, and it is normal for her to find a boyfriend. He even suggested it in the letter. It's good to fall in love in college. Youth is about to fall in love. But more importantly, after Lu Tuiyu practiced a human breathing technique, his eyesight was restored, and he suddenly changed from a militiaman to a formal soldier and went to serve in the military. Formal soldiers are not as loose as militiamen. There is no such thing as leave. There are only a few days of vacation throughout the year. Long-distance relationships are so painful. As a brother-in-law, Lao Zhang wanted to slap him and knock out his front teeth. What is your intention to pick up girls and then go to the army? I don't even know what you look like, whether you are tall, short, fat or thin. I asked you to pick up my sister. I will beat you up when I go back, and if you accidentally die of old age, I will beat your son and grandson. But he had to bite the bullet and accept this result. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhang Ming calmed down his fanatical gossip heart and put Lu Tuiyu's mess aside. Let's talk about another good friend, Lao Wang. Wang Fuman said in the letter that his wife was suffering from a very serious disease, glioma, a cancer in the brain, with an average lifespan of about 8 months, so he had to ask Li Xianfang for help. The fact that the mysterious drifting bottle existed was also exposed, but this won't change anything. The bottle has recognized its owner, and its owner is still Wang Fuman himself. With the help of comrade Li Xianfeng, his wife was admitted to the best hospital and received the most advanced treatment. Zhang Ming paused and wrote, I soothed his emotions in the letter in the drifting bottle. Tian Shiguzing must be a superpower at the emotional level, not at the fate level. All this is just an unfortunate coincidence, but in fact, I feel a little uneasy and not too sure. I have consulted a lot of information about the Yanjiao people, and I generally tend to believe that this is indeed just an emotional ability. Misfortune is inevitable in life. Although I have a lot of rare items on hand, there is no cure for cancer. I sense some rare items that can enhance the body, but I don't know if they are effective. Everything depends on them. I hope Wang Fuman's wife is well, and I hope they can get through the difficulties as soon as possible. At this point, Zhang Ming sighed. Of course, he soon let it go. People are born, grow old, get sick and die. The moon waxes and wanes. The extinction of the Yanjiao people, the suicide of the great sage, and the failure of Xuanwu's enlightenment are enough tragedies, right? For the whole world, everything is calm, and the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. In the short life of human beings, there are thousands of mansions, only 6 feet of sleep at night, a huge fortune, but only 3 meals a day, and eventually they dissolve into the heavy soil, without any exception. For the death of individuals, Zhang Ming inexplicably let it go. This is actually a year in which many things happened, but it is also an abstract year. Everything that happened in the outside world, I can only imagine and go through it in my mind, but I can't appreciate the specific details, the love and hatred between people. Anyway, the 28th birthday is really worth celebrating. After Zhang Ming finished writing something worth recording, he opened his eyes and sighed softly. At first, his mind was a little stiff, like a robot. But as he wrote, he really came alive again. The unique emotions of human beings brewed in his chest, making Zhang Ming reveal a subtle smile with a complex mood. Sweet, sour, bitter, spicy and salty, a mixture of 5 flavors, just like drinking water, knowing whether it is hot or cold. The source of the world hanging on his chest seemed to resonate with his spirit and emit a faint light. With steady steps, he came to the basement under the auditorium. A faint aroma of alcohol filled the cellar. Zhang Ming sniffed his nose and was immediately happy. This time it's brewed well, it's finally not vinegar. He carefully picked up a coconut water tank and uncovered a gap on the top that was tightly sealed with palm leaves and mud. And in the coconut water tank, there was about 150 kilograms of white wine. After many attempts, Zhang Ming's knowledge of brewing has reached a new level, and all kinds of processing techniques are at his fingertips. Of course, such trivial matters are not worth recording in a diary. In the cellar, in addition to the liquor brewed from rice, there are also sorghum liquor, glutinous rice liquor, corn liquor, wild fruit liquor, etc., a total of more than 300 jars. The concentration of naturally fermented alcohol is generally not high. With his current physique, it is impossible for him to get drunk. It is just to satisfy his craving for alcohol and miss the disappeared civilized life. If you want to get a high concentration of alcohol, you must use multiple distillations, which is another complicated process. Carrying the water tank out of the auditorium, you will be greeted by fertile farmland with vigorous growth, rapeseed, rice, wheat, sorghum, corn, onions and other crops, as well as spider orchids, purslane, fennel and other natural antibiotics. If it weren't for Zhang Ming's insufficient productivity, he would want to plant more fields. This island has a warm climate, no winter, abundant sunshine and rain, and rice often matures 3 seasons a year, and wheat can also mature 2 seasons. At this moment, the wheat field is blooming with light yellow wheat flowers, which are filled with the strong aroma of wheat. Coupled with the turtles that are looking out and basking in the sun, it forms a beautiful pastoral picture. In front of us is a reservoir of about 1,000 square meters, where many turtles are playing. Who would have thought that in just 4 years, this place has become a paradise? Hey, today is my birthday. Have you caught a gift for me? Zhang Ming held a water tank and shouted loudly to the little white turtle lying on a boulder. I don't know if Xiaobei is sleeping or really practicing the Zhuangwu breathing technique. He was frightened and rolled down from the stone. Ah! The little white turtle looked at the big tank in his hand and jumped on the ground in surprise. This scene is quite weird. A turtle can jump higher than a rabbit and almost jump over Lao Zhang's head. It grabbed Lao Zhang's collar and crawled along his arm to the coconut tank. Even the little white turtle has grown a lot in these few years. Children, don't always think about drinking. Zhang Ming walked to an open area and opened the lid made of palm leaves and mud. A faint aroma of alcohol came towards him, refreshing and refreshing, with a comfortable aroma of cellar mud. Zhang Ming scooped a little with a plastic bottle cap and tasted it. To be honest, it was a little turbid, a little choking, and a little sour. It can't be compared with the ones made in real big factories. Even the Erguo Tao that costs 10 yuan a bottle can't compare. But it is wine after all, and it can be drunk. Don't laugh at the muddy farmer's wine. Hula la. A large group of turtles smelled the wine and crawled over together. Zhang Ming said to a group of greedy turtles who gathered around him in a serious tone, the reason why I teach you to farm and brew wine is not to satisfy your appetite. On the one hand, alcohol is a good disinfectant. Even if you have thick skin and flesh, you still need to disinfect after being injured to reduce the chance of infection. On the one hand, alcohol is the best in the world when you are lonely, and it is paired with cucumbers. Cucumbers are undoubtedly the best in the world. Shimama rolled around obscenely, and her old voice became louder and louder, with a serious meaning. Cucumbers are undoubtedly, after years of teaching, this guy not only repeated, but also learned to tamper with the lines, and his obscene degree increased significantly. Patients with hypertension, cerebral thrombosis, and stroke should not come into contact with Shimama, otherwise there is a risk of sudden death. I'll make you cheap. Zhang Ming bent down, grabbed a black stone, and threw it into a wooden bowl filled with wine. Suddenly, Shimama stopped repeating like a slut and sank lazily. It was addicted to it and couldn't extricate itself. Zhang Ming has never been able to figure out what this thing is. It doesn't need water or food. Could it be a perpetual motion repeater? Chapter 106, Do you want to do business with a rare large shell? Until dusk, a group of giant turtles returned triumphantly from the battle. They caught a new trophy, a strange-looking sea beast, like a walrus, with long tusks more than 10 meters long, and a body 100 times larger than a walrus. Zhang Ming had eaten this sea beast before. The meat on their bodies tasted a bit like pork, with a high fat content, and could produce delicious oil. The lean meat was fried and eaten, which was quite tender and delicious, a rare delicacy. By the way, they also gained the ability of hard tusks. Of course, it was useless and was banished to the cold palace. You couldn't beat this kind of sea beast before, and you needed my help, Zhang Ming said with a smile. Now you can hunt it easily, you have grown up. But don't let them become extinct, otherwise you won't be able to eat such good meat. Awoo, Lao Bai shouted happily. The combat ability of the turtle group is obviously different from the past. Under the careful management of the clan leader Lao Bai and the earnest teachings of Zhang Ming, the strength of the race has steadily improved, one step at a time. They are really a species with a much higher racial value than humans. In addition to the Zhuangwu breathing technique, They basically have several additional innate abilities. Their vitality is strong and their lifespan is long, far exceeding that of humans. Of course, their brains are not very smart, which is a major disadvantage. Their reproductive capacity is not high either. Female turtles often lay white eggs, which is a great disadvantage compared to the mating ability of humans. The population is not large, which is sometimes really troublesome. In the long-term battle, the size of those super large turtles has increased, and dragon-like scales have grown on the edge of their shells. Some battle scars have also appeared on their faces and necks. They are obviously more ferocious and less honest than before. However, the moment they saw Zhang Ming, these super large turtles squinted their eyes at the same time, opened their bloody mouths, and the prey fell to the ground with a thump. Ah! Ah! Scar led ahead and shouted. They didn't care about the prey anymore, and quickened their pace, charging at high speed like a mud truck. At the same time, a flattering sound came from their throats. The ground was shaking. We need to eat delicious food too. We can't be left without food just because we are big. Zhang Ming took a look at the deep-sea monster weighing hundreds of tons that fell to the ground, and laughed and scolded. What are you thinking about? Fill your appetite. I have to cook this thing for a week. I don't have that much time. Bring that monster here. Several super large turtles returned and honestly picked up the ugly monster and dragged it over together. Surrounding the fire on the open space, a large group of turtles were waiting for Zhang Ming's share of the food, with their mouths open, like little birds in a nest crying for food, even though they were so big. Zhang Ming used the ice spear to skillfully cut open the belly of the sea monster and completely cut out the fur of the giant beast. He said to the white turtles next to him, "Look, the large and small intestines are often filled with feces. Even if you want to eat them, you have to wash them clean. Otherwise, eating feces will easily cause diarrhea. Although you have good resistance, you have to be a little careful. However, the large and small intestines can actually be pickled into sausages, a kind of delicious food, and the internal organs, you have to observe whether there are parasites. Like the liver, kidneys, etc. There may be parasites. You have to look carefully at the meat on the body. Don't rush to eat it. The parasites in the sea are usually large, and the eggs are also relatively large, which can be distinguished with the naked eye. As for the preservation of food, there are a total of drying, pickling, smoking and other preservation methods. Today I will teach you the smoking method. In any case, it is always good to store some food. He put a piece of meat on the fire and grilled it. In the past 2 years, Zhang Ming has been teaching these turtles with earnest persuasion. In fact, he is not worried about the problem of the Zhuangwu clan starving. That is the difference between eating better or worse. Even if they eat some water plants and krill, this group of turtles can survive. Even if they don't eat for half a year or a year, they are still alive and kicking. This ability to endure hunger is not just talk. But if the turtles want to form an intelligent civilization, they have a lot of homework to do. The most important thing about civilization is the inheritance of knowledge. Only by passing on the experience and lessons of the ancestors from generation to generation, constantly accumulating and strengthening their own population, can they develop a brilliant culture. Otherwise, they are just a group of smarter beasts. Zhang Ming's current teaching can save them countless years of detours. But most of the turtles are still too stupid. They just want to eat something good and wait there eagerly. Zhang Ming's words are simply not heard. From this level, whether it is a human or a turtle, they are almost the same. Before they suffer, they can't understand human words. Only when they suffer, they remember the words of the old man. There are only a few beautiful and smart white turtles who are listening carefully to what he said. Maybe because of their bloodline, they are obviously smarter and have a higher status in the tribe. Zhang Ming cut the food and sprinkled a jar of chili water on it. The turtles rushed over and dispersed to enjoy the fresh and delicious food. In the end, only a few turtles who had the best relationship with Zhang Ming were left. They gathered around the fire, enjoying his exquisite barbecue and freshly brewed white wine. Xiaobai likes alcoholic drinks very much. Do you want some? The steady patriarch Laobai lowered his head and tasted it. His turtle face was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened, and he made an incredible expression. What the hell is this? It's so hard to drink. You can drink this. It's not as good as coconut water. Laobai looked at Xiaobai angrily, thinking that the little one was playing tricks on him. Wait. It seems a bit interesting. Huh? Wait, it seems okay. Hey, it's not bad. Laobai drank one mouthful after another, and couldn't stop at all. His huge body shook. Zhang Ming couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Lao Bai is also a world-shaking alcoholic, the kind that can't stop. Ahem, use that strange big shell to exchange for a complete set of liquor brewing technology. I have said many times that liquor is not for drinking, but for disinfection and sterilization. With your skill level, it may take tens of thousands of years to recognize the existence of bacteria. The little knowledge I impart can save you tens of thousands of years of detours. Do you want to exchange it? Lao Bai fell silent, as if thinking about something. That big shell is very precious. I am reluctant to part with it. The nuclear proliferation crisis is spreading all over the world. We strongly condemn the nuclear proliferation behavior of the United States that disregards international rules and send a voice of justice to the international community. The radio was still talking about some irrelevant things. Li Xianfeng's voice had long been integrated into the group. Everyone regarded Li Xianfeng as a lively background board. Even Lao Zhang himself just felt funny when he heard the news on Earth, let alone these turtles. Zhang Ming said slowly, I have already selected the wood, designed the blueprints, and prepared all the metal parts. Starting tomorrow, I will officially build the ship, work 20 hours a day, and it should be completed in 2 or 3 years. Then, I will leave here. The old white turtle raised his head, opened his mouth wide, and looked incredible. Zhang Ming said to himself, in fact, it doesn't matter if you don't give me the big shell. I will still teach you these techniques, it's fate. Without you, I would be alone and would have gone crazy a long time ago, so no matter what, I will still teach you so that you can avoid detours. As Zhang Ming said this, he added some firewood to the fire. The red charcoal made a crackling sound, and the surroundings seemed to be quiet all of a sudden, with only the burning of firewood. Zhang Ming excitedly used freshly brewed white wine to stir-fry a pot of monster meat. The highest stage of spirit value every day is to make something delicious for yourself. With such a high perception, he can control the heat to an extremely delicate degree. In addition, he studies how to make himself eat a good meal every day, so his cooking skills have naturally improved. In fact, most monster meat tastes wild, either too woody, too fishy, or poisonous. It is not easy to make it delicious. In other words, with his skills in cooking monster meat, Lao Zhang is more than qualified to apply for a chef position in a 5-star hotel. The unknown creature meat that has been soaked in white wine for an hour looks red and tender, with both fat and lean. It is cut into small pieces of diced meat with a bone knife and soaked in starch. Heat the oil pan and pour the meat slices. Only a crisp crash sound is heard, and the meat slices seem to explode from the pan, forming a thick white mist. If you use supervision, you can see the spirit that flashes like stars in the white mist. The level of this monster meat is a little high. Ordinary people can only eat a small bite at most, and they have to rest and recuperate. If you are greedy, you may be at risk due to the large amount of spiritual gathering. At the least, your capillaries will rupture and you will have a nosebleed. At the worst, your body will explode and you will die. However, for Zhang Ming, it only adds 1 or 2 attributes. When the sound in the oil pan disappears, it means that the water is almost fried dry. Pour the bark, onion, pepper, salt, and a small amount of sugar into the pan and stir evenly. As the meat slices are dyed golden yellow, a stir-fried meat slice with good color, aroma and taste is completed. Pick up a piece with chopsticks, put it in your mouth, and take a light bite. The strength of the muscles and the juice inside bloom, as if every taste bud is cheering for the deliciousness. Zhang Ming couldn't help but make a sound and praised, the meat soaked in white wine is really more delicious, paired with fresh rice, it is absolutely beautiful. Radio. Major countries around the world must organize an effective negotiation mechanism to avoid the birth of a greater humanitarian disaster. But the turtle group was silent, as if they were a little uncomfortable. Because Zhang Ming is leaving. Chapter 107, Old White's Gift. Zhang Ming had said this fact many times in the past. However, it was still a little difficult for the turtles to bear when it was brought up again at this moment, and there was a clear time to leave. Xiaobei suddenly jumped down from the stone and made a narwoo sound, as if he was saying something. Then, Liaobei also roared "Awu" to express his clear refusal. The 2 turtles, one big and one small, quarreled with each other. Zhang Ming didn't know what they were quarreling about, and said to Shimama, "Hey, bitch Shimama, will you go with me?" Shimama lay in a bowl full of white wine, making gurgling bubbles, and tampered with the lines again. "Hey, bitch Zhang Ming, will you go with me?" "Sure, take me flying," Zhang Ming laughed. Shimama happily repeated, And this time she could distinguish between you and I. Sure, I'll take you flying. She mama was really a born bitch. It was incomprehensible that Zhuangwu turned into this thing after death. After the two white turtles quarreled for a while, they calmed down. The air fell into silence again. Zhang Ming almost guessed what they were arguing about, and said seriously, "The vastness of the mysterious area is hard for me to imagine. Since it is called the Sea of Demons, there are naturally dangers everywhere and strong people everywhere. This is destined to be a difficult journey. Even if it fails halfway, I will not regret my current decision. It would be a good thing for me to have another little friend. I will do my best to take good care of my little friend. Of course, I won't force anything. Everything depends on voluntary participation." After hearing his words, the supergiant turtle Scar roared loudly on the side. It said that it volunteered to accompany Lao Zhang to cross the mysterious area. Zhang Ming patted the huge body of the scarred turtle and was a little touched. "You can't do it, you are too big. No matter how big the boat I build is, it can't carry you. If you encounter a big risk, I can't protect you either. It is difficult to find land in the mysterious area, which means you have to swim all the time, which is a huge consumption of physical energy. What's more, once you leave, the combat power of the entire sea turtle group will be reduced too much." This is true. Although Xiaobei's bloodline is precious and has infinite potential, it is just a young turtle after all. There are still a few young turtles with bloodline like it. Even if it leaves the turtle group, it will not affect the overall situation. And the scarred turtle has grown a lot in recent years and is really one of the pillars of the species. After being rejected, the scarred turtle looked at Lao Zhang with tears in his eyes, and even lost his appetite. His long neck fell limply to the ground. It said that it was very angry and protested by going on a hunger strike. It would starve for 3 days and 3 nights until Zhang Ming changed his mind. This guy would not die even if he starved for 3 years. Zhang Ming touched the scar on its neck and said with a smile, "We are not leaving now. It will take several years. My big ship has not even started yet. Why are you in such a hurry?" The scarred turtle regained its strength, raised its neck happily, and ate the tender and juicy monster meat, throwing away the idea of fasting just now. This guy is really a fool. Only Lao Bai and Xiao Bai were still confronting each other sullenly, occasionally talking to each other. And they seemed to be very unfriendly. So, a simple dinner passed. Zhang Ming's requirements for rest are not high now. 2 or 3 hours a day are enough. For more rest time, he chooses to learn various knowledge in the memory library. Or he works and builds ships. This life is really indescribable. After on the next day, Zhang Ming got up to work and suddenly found a big shell at the door that was polished and as smooth as marble. The little white turtle squatted on the big shell, shaking its tail proudly, looking at Lao Zhang with black pearl-like eyes, and cried "Awu-arwu," as if to express that we have convinced the pedantic old man, we will be able to travel soon. "Is it for me, little brother?" Xiaobei wagged his tail happily, his eyes sparkling. "Little brother, follow me. There may be a journey without return. You have to think carefully. You may die." Zhang Ming had to speak earnestly and discuss it with it in advance. Young turtles are sometimes impulsive. Xiaobei was silent for a while, and made a burping gesture with 4 legs up in the air. He nodded solemnly again, and it can be seen that he was serious. He also understood the true meaning of death. Even if he died, he would not regret it. If you have ambitions and can travel 1,000,000,000 miles, you are the real Zhuangwu. Zhang Ming did not hesitate, with a happy smile on his face, and brought the heavy big shell into the iron house. He also caught a glimpse of Old White hiding in the bushes furtively, his head shrinking. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, poor parents in the world. Old White hesitated for a long time before choosing to support Xiaobei to leave. It knows that venturing in the Sea of Demons means real experience and growth. And Lao Zhang is a reliable person. Letting the most promising offspring follow Lao Zhang to venture out is also an extra way out for the entire race. What if he really grows up? But how can it be at ease? How can it be at ease? It's okay, don't worry. Are you still worried about me, Lao Zhang, doing things? Zhang Ming waved in the direction of Lao Bai and moved the big shell into the room. With a strange shell as a storage space, the materials that can be stored will be greatly increased, and the fault tolerance rate will increase 10-fold or 100-fold. Even after he opened the big shell, he was shocked on the spot. So many things. Lao Bai actually sent all the treasures of the Zhuangwu clan for many years. Various unknown seabed minerals were spread all over the ground, and spiritual corals and agates were the most basic materials. The turtles were not stupid. Some corals were too hard for them to bite, but they looked beautiful, so they kept them in private. Over time, they accumulated a large number of them. The oars emitting green and blue light, the unknown dark blue metals, and the fist-sized purple oars were too novel. Many of them had never been seen before. There was also a black crystal emitting colorful light. It was a real good thing at first glance. It might be a wonder of the earth, or even a wonder of the sky. There was also a lot of black, coal-like things. Zhang Ming recognized them. They were a kind of burning wonder recorded in the Gongzizi Jinshik Sungjilu. It is said that only when extremely powerful creatures fall will this coal-like fuel be formed accidentally. It is quite precious. Its function is to be used as a perpetual lamp. Just add a pinch of it to the fuel oil and it can burn for a very long time. Chapter 108. In the blink of an eye, I am 32 years old. These black fuel stones may be naturally born from the corpse of Xuanwu. We can collect more of them and use them for forging in the future. It is inevitable that there will be a lack of fuel on the ship. Zhang Ming was like Liu Laoliao entering the Grand View Garden, touching here and there, his heart pounding. This gift is really too valuable, just like an ordinary person suddenly got Bill Newfit's wealth. It made Zhang richer by 10,000 times. Lao Bai was usually stingy, but suddenly he was so generous, which made Zhang Ming very stressed. As for the various bones, scales, hair, meridians, etc. on the monster, there were also a lot of them, most of which had a subtle supernatural fluctuation. Zhang Ming was shocked for a long time, and finally sighed deeply. It feels so uncomfortable to have a treasure mountain but not be able to explore it. Uncomfortable. Shimama stuck to his butt and couldn't wait to mock. Uncomfortable. Zhang Ming shook his butt happily, saying that he was pretending to be uncomfortable, and his hair stood up. Shimama was embarrassed. Zhang Ming's happiness was its pain. Finally, he couldn't help it and stopped repeating, blurting out, "You have no vision, it's uncomfortable." Old Zhang continued to shake his butt, and his heart was full of joy. Shimama was so uncomfortable. A large part of the content in Gongzizi Jinshik Sujilu explained how to combine and forge supernatural materials, etc., which is a very big subject. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to study it seriously, soon. Zhang Ming patted his head again. His schedule was really too full. Even in the shells, there are a lot of treasures left by the Yanjiao people, including various weapons, armor, decorations, etc. I was wondering where the Yanjiao people's treasures went. It turned out that Lao Bai took them away. Zhang Ming picked up a bone knife and carefully pondered it for a while. This bone knife was forged by a skilled craftsman of the Yanjiao clan with monster fangs and has the characteristics of King Kong. When using this knife, a subtle sense of hostility will appear in the mind, so ordinary people cannot use it for a long time, otherwise there will be a risk of character pollution. However, this sense of hostility is nothing to Zhang Ming. A flash of lightning in his mind immediately dissolves the influx of hostility. It is quite practical to use it as a kitchen knife. It is sharp enough, so I don't have to use a spear to cut vegetables all the time. He still likes his ice spear more. After all, it is a real wonder of heaven, forged by Master Gongzizi. Whether it is attributes or functions, it is very consistent with his current combat power needs. Xiao Bei, I will keep a dozen kitchen knives, armors and the like for research. You can use the rest. I can't use too much. Zhang Ming is not greedy. Those big turtles with telekinesis can control knives better than throwing iron ore. Right, take it back and use it yourself. Xiao Bei didn't object. Zhang Ming sorted it out a little, panting, and packed the unnecessary items. He was ready to accept the ores, materials and the like, and slowly study them during the long journey in the future. It was useless to keep the Xuanwu clan, and it was too strenuous for them to forge items. Lao Bai gave me so much, not just a farewell gift, but also wanted me to stay here longer. Zhang Ming paused for a while and said to Xiao Bai, no matter what, I will definitely teach you everything I know. I will teach you whatever you want to learn. It's okay to stay for a while longer. Well, I have to build a bigger boat and be more prepared, so that's good. Also, you should have discussed some conditions with Lao Bai, right? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai's tail drooped. It's too weak. Before it sets off, it must undergo strict practice and training. Learning various life-saving skills and learning to keep yourself alive are the rules set by Lao Bai in it. Thinking of the dark and day and night practice, Xiao Bai couldn't help but let out a miserable howl of "Arwu" and fell off the stone under his feet. There is no time in the mountains, and the world is like smoke. On a small island, the passage of time seems to be just a moment. On the edge of the coconut grove on the island, a carefully designed sailboat is gradually taking shape. From the keel, anti-scratch keel, to the inner keel, installing the wood and other steps, Zhang Ming is like a Superman, working 20 hours a day. Except for a small amount of physical work that can be done by turtles, most of the content can only be done by himself. 4 years of shipbuilding time have passed again. On this day, Zhang Ming was 32 years old. Counting it up, he has stayed on the deserted island for a full 8 years since he came here at the age of 24. How many 8 years are there in life? Maybe 100, 200, 300, or more? In short, for an ordinary person, Zhang Ming, 8 years is really a very long time. My sister is married. Fortunately, I am still building ships here, and I have finally slowed down. Zhang Ming opened a new book in the memory library. The 4 years of 28, 29, 30, and 31. On my 32nd birthday, my attribute values increased significantly again. Physique. 1707, already merged with a power burst ability. Current control 80.93%. Perception. 1175, already merged with a toxin resistance ability. Current control 58.64%. Spirit. 3317, already merged with a lightning control ability. Current control 42.64%. Lifespan. 32/1542. Total attributes. 7871. Even if you look at the Sea of Demons, it's still okay. The speed of attribute accumulation has obviously slowed down. When he was 28 years old, he had 5,842 total attribute points, plus the consumption of activating various superpowers. He spent 600 to 700 attribute points. In other words, in the first 4 years, the average annual increase was 1,600 points, nearly 5 points a day, an extremely efficient progress rate. But at the age of 32, there were only 7,871 total attributes, and almost no new abilities were activated in these 4 years. In the last 4 years, the average annual increase in attributes was 500 points, a cliff-like decline. In the past year, there were only 200 attributes, less than 1 point a day. He had eaten almost all the food around the island, and even ate hundreds of turtle eggs, but there was no effect. With a sharp increase in total attributes, the demand for ingredients was also increasing. Some small fish and shrimps, even if eaten for the first time, only added 1 or 2 attributes, and there was no effect the second time. He must try more species and challenge more powerful species to make himself stronger. But no matter what, the total attribute of 7,871 is absolutely explosive among humans. Zhang Ming wrote enthusiastically in his diary, "In the past 4 years, I have focused on the targeted research of power burst, combining various abilities at the power level such as nuclear punch and super strength, learning from their strengths and integrating their essence. The progress is quite good, and I have reached 80.93% control. I want to know what will happen after reaching 100% control. In the long history of the Yanjiao clan, there are very few people who can push an innate ability to the limit. There is no one who has cultivated all 3 abilities to the limit. In other words, in the long history of the Yanjiao clan, there is no individual stronger than me. Why is Zhang Ming's progress so fast? Because he cheats. No need to add points. He only needs to find a way to cultivate the combined innate ability of control, and the rest can be completed by adding points. The Yanjiao people are different. If they want to train their physique, in addition to improving their control, they must also practice the Yanjiao breathing technique tirelessly. Even with the nourishment of various medicinal foods and the assistance of strange objects, the speed is very slow. It is even more troublesome to train perception and spirit. These 2 attributes cannot be promoted by strange objects like physique. So the Yanjiao people invented various techniques such as visualization, meditation, dream and so on to temper the spirit. But no matter what, it is impossible to compare with the speed of directly adding attributes. Zhang Ming continued to write, "The practice techniques of the Yanjiao people are still worth learning from. After I finish the work at hand, maybe I can learn a little and send it to the people on Earth. By the way, am I too busy with too many things now?" Zhang Ming paused and wrote again. As for the current situation on Blue Star, it is still the same old story. The continuous wars have dragged down most countries, and even the basic industrial materials have been destroyed. These areas have regressed to the agricultural era. In the marginal areas, new feudal dynasties have emerged. Some people proclaimed themselves kings, but were soon driven out of power. Warlords have been fighting for a long time, starving people everywhere, and the people are living in misery. The important powers in the world still have not personally intervened and have maintained complete industrial capacity. The popularization of human breathing techniques has given citizens equal rights. This is an important cornerstone for the preservation of human modernization systems. When the diary was written to this point, Zhang Ming felt a little proud. Although he was on a deserted island, the people on Earth could not forget this achievement. Even the kings of those feudal dynasties practiced human breathing techniques. Otherwise, how to fight in the era of cold weapons? How to intimidate subordinates without sufficient strength? With the gradual formation of Pangu continent, the east coast of Daksha and the west coast of the United States are only hundreds of kilometers away, and the political situation between the major powers is becoming increasingly tense. Zhang Ming was not only not worried, but also had some inexplicable expectations. In his opinion, the story happening on Earth was a magical story. Daksha and the United States, which still maintained a modern system, were about to meet each other, and many surrounding countries had become agricultural countries, fighting with sticks and machetes. How could this story not be magical? Ahem. Next topic. My sister graduated from graduate school, and she and Lu Tuiyu have achieved their goal and entered the palace of marriage. I gave them the most precious blessings. I sent a magical pearl through a drifting bottle. It is a special kind of weird wonder, exuding a mint-like fragrance that can make people clear-headed, and increase spiritual attributes a little in about 10 years, about 5 or 6 points at most. Things that are useless to me are also good things for ordinary people. It is a crime to possess a treasure, and a common man is innocent. They can't hold on to more precious things. May they be happy in their marriage. If not, I will break Lu Tuiyu's dog legs. In fact, when Lao Zhang was writing his diary, he always had an extremely magical feeling. In his eyes, his sister was always a high school girl, the kind who grabbed the remote control to watch TV, with short hair and a few pimples. But suddenly, she graduated from college. She graduated with a master's degree. She got married. This is indeed very magical realism, but he has to accept it. After all, he is 32 years old, and his sister is 5 years younger than him, 27 years old. It is normal to fall in love and get married. When I go back, if Lu Tuiyu has a son, I will flick my nephew's penis 100 times, and then buy some Ultraman cards to coax him. If I give birth to a daughter, I won't flick it, just buy a doll to coax her. Zhang Ming has been trapped here for 8 years, and inexplicably began to like children. He even showed a kind smile like a grandfather. Then, he wrote in the diary, but the situation over there is not good for Wang Fumin. His wife has been fighting the disease and suffered a lot. She passed away last year. The fate of each person is really completely different. He exited the memory library, opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of foul air in his chest, and turned out the letter delivered by Lao Wang. Hello, Brother Zhang. My wife passed away in March of this year. I hope you don't have to worry about it anymore, and don't help me find strange things to enhance my physical fitness. Perhaps it's the long-term tug of war that has overconsumed my mental strength. Perhaps it's because I'm mentally prepared, and when this moment comes, I'm not as sad as I imagined. Only when I saw her bones turned into a pile of ashes in the crematorium, did I feel a tingling sensation in my heart. I don't know if I have become numb or strong. Some things can't be said or described. I have indeed become powerful. I inexplicably became the first person on Earth to reach the limit of man. Lu Tuiyu envies me very much, but he doesn't know the price I paid for it. In fact, I just want to be an ordinary person and live a simple and stable life. But the times have suddenly pushed me to the forefront, which is really regrettable. After this, I need to learn new abilities to break through the 3 bottlenecks you mentioned: physical strength, perception, and spirit. The whole process is very difficult, and there is nothing to explore on Earth. I have become a hot commodity in the eyes of scientists. These people are drawing my blood every day, but they can't give me any good directions, let alone research anything. I have also become a senior instructor in the army, teaching more soldiers. These are not the lives I want, but I have no choice. According to your advice, I will carefully choose the right superpowers, break through the physique level first, and then consider other things. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 The Day of Departure, Additional Update 1220. It may take many years to overcome the 3 bottlenecks, or even a lifetime. In fact, I don't have such a strong inner motivation. I just go with the flow of the times, so just like that, the busy days passed in a hurry. I seemed to have forgotten the death of my wife, and I didn't think about remarrying. Even though there were more and more beautiful women around me, they didn't know that I was the unlucky star and I might kill them at any time. Occasionally when I see Lu Tuai and your sister's married life, I am also very envious. That day, my daughter suddenly asked me, "Dad, when are we going to the amusement park?" Unknowingly, she is already in junior high school and will take the high school entrance examination next year. She is a big girl. I told her, "Dad is very busy at work, you can go with your classmates." Only then did I realize some psychological changes in myself. Zhang Ming sighed slightly. Wang Fumin continued in the letter, "In the past, I should have said that we would go this weekend or next weekend, and we could bring your classmates. I love my daughter very much, but now I have to focus on work and want to climb a higher position." The ability of Tian Shaiguzing has brought some psychological changes to me. I actually want to live like the past, but I don't dare to. If my daughter also encounters misfortune, then I will lose the motivation to live. I can only focus on work. The past era is gone forever, and the past me will never come back. Your big sailboat should be built soon, right? I'll look forward to meeting you one day. Wang Fumin, leave a message. Zhang Ming sighed, thinking about a lot, and copied the letter to the memory library to keep it forever. Today is the day I set off. Lao Wang, I will definitely treat you to a drink when we meet. Fate is a trick. In 8 years, a lot has indeed changed. Compared with the grand narrative of the entire earth, these personal little things encountered by relatives and friends can actually touch his heartstrings more. He had no feelings about war. No matter how many deaths there were, they were just numbers, no different from those in video games. After sorting out his memories, he spent more than an hour packing his personal luggage. In fact, there was nothing much, just some shipbuilding tools. Most of the important materials were put into the big shells. There were also some tools, such as alcohol distiller, scale, abacus, etc., all left to the turtles. Perhaps in the distant future, they could also use these. He shaved his beard solemnly, trimmed his hair, bathed and changed his clothes. Then, the bottles and jars left here were polished to shine. The sense of ritual is very important. Ah, hurry up, you're so slow. Today is the time to set sail, everyone is waiting for you. The little white turtle roared anxiously outside the room, as if he was more anxious than himself. Here I come. After shaving his beard, Zhang Ming walked out of the house refreshed. From the high slope, he saw a huge wooden ship, a large sailing ship he built with his own hands. A large group of turtles were happily playing around the sailboat. You used your head to push it, and it pushed it back. You could hear arwoo sounds everywhere. After so many years, these big turtles gradually accepted that Zhang Ming was leaving. When this day really came, they were excited. Zhang Ming was also very excited. He rode on the scarred turtle that rushed over, swam to the sailboat, and put all the tools on his body in the warehouse. Dear friends, today is the day to set sail. I have taught you all the knowledge that can be taught. I have also recorded the content that you don't understand on the stone slab. Go and review it when you have time. Don't fall behind in your homework. Arwoo. A group of turtles swam excitedly beside it, as if they wanted to compete with the sailboat in swimming speed. Zhang Ming checked every corner of the sailboat with a surge of emotions. The length of this ship is about 40 meters, the width is about 6 meters, it has 3 large sails, and the deck surface is covered with a layer of aluminum alloy. The supplies in the cabin are packed full, from repair materials to food and water. I have to say that a real sailboat can sail even against the wind. When sailing against the wind, the angle of the hull and the sail is adjusted at the same time, and the wind force against the wind can be decomposed into 2 forces, one pushes to the side of the hull, and the other pushes to the bow. The side force is offset by the resistance of the hull's draft, and the other force pushes the hull forward in the direction of the bow. Every once in a while, the direction of the hull and the sail is changed, so that the boat can move along a zigzag route. In navigation, this method of sailing is called wind-grabbing sailing. It's worth it that I have studied theoretical knowledge for so long. Zhang Ming raised the sail and took a stroll on the sea. He was very satisfied with the sailing effect. Even though he has tried sailing many times, when this day really comes, there is still an indescribable sense of heroism and subtle uneasiness. The two contradictory feelings are mixed together and become reluctant. The material of the wooden boat is made of the most corrosion-resistant and strongest wood on the island, water pine, and its surface is painted with a thick layer of resin to further resist the corrosion of seawater. As for the sails, they are made of fish skin accumulated from years of hunting. The mechanical structure of the hull has been carefully planned and designed, and there are multiple waterproof compartments in the cabin. Even if some of them are flooded, the sailboat will not sink. This is the crystallization of wisdom and sweat. Xiaobei, this is your room, Xiaobei shouted Arwu and jumped onto a balcony excitedly. This balcony is made of the shell of the ancestor tortoise. It is also a supernatural wonder. It is said that it can guide it to better practice the Zhuangwu breathing technique and has a certain protective effect. Xiaobei's room is actually quite simple. In addition to the balcony and the large water tank, there is no furniture, and it even leaks on all sides. As a descendant of Zhuangwu, it is heat-resistant and cold-resistant. An overly comfortable living environment will make it feel comfortable. This is also after the old white turtle personally planned it, so that it can live a miserable life of fear every day. Shimama, this is your room, Zhang Ming pointed with his hand. Shimama's residence is a doghouse. The black stone rolled over reluctantly. Then, it rolled directly to the mast against gravity, pretending to be a radio. Okay, wherever you are, don't live with me. Zhang Ming really didn't want to live with it. This repeater suddenly became obscene, which would make people's blood pressure explode and cause a stroke. As for his own room, it was naturally spacious and bright, with a bed, a table, a bookcase, and some raw materials such as wood and stone. He could entertain himself in his spare time and carve a wood sculpture. Even in Zhang Ming's bedroom, there was a last insurance, a strange big shell. The big shell could float on the water. If the ship really sank, he could only swim back slowly with a big shell on his back. I hope this day will not come. Next to the bedroom, there was a large warehouse, which contained water, food, various raw materials for repairing ships, and various throwing weapons. There were more than 1,000 sharp fishbone spears, which were not good things, but he didn't feel bad even if they were lost. There was also a vegetable garden on the deck, and the vegetables produced could balance nutrition and supplement vitamins. A perfect big ship. Zhang Ming deeply praised the fruits of his labor. In fact, he could build a bigger ship, but it would take too long. His productivity alone was too limited, and those stupid turtles were of little help. He really didn't want to spend decades building a bigger ship. Just like that, after all the inspections were completed, Zhang Ming drove the sailboat back to the island, and finally paid homage to the sickly little tree that was almost withered, that is, the guy consciousness of this world. Thanks to the big guy San and bald head for the reward from the Silver Alliance. The debt has not been paid off yet, and there is a new one cack. The donkey's productivity is not enough and can only be paid slowly. Thank you. Chapter 110 Goodbye, Zhuangwu World. The solemn auditorium is spotless. Once you enter it, you can feel the quiet and majestic atmosphere. Only a small tree stands at the circular altar. It is close to withering, but it stands tall and exudes a sacred maternal luster. Whenever you get close to it, you can feel a sense of security in the mysterious area, just like a wanderer returning to his hometown. Zhang Ming still doesn't know what Zhuangwu did at the last moment, causing this magical tree to seem to merge with Zhuangwu's body. Even the Yanjiao people who fled couldn't take the small tree away. Madam? I'm leaving soon. Thank you for your shelter during this period of time. I hope you can always shelter the Zhuangwu clan and let them grow up. I don't want arrest. I'll take this source of the world left by the great sage. Zhang Ming took out the source of the world hanging on his chest. There was only a dazzling crystal the size of a quail egg. It was a precious legacy left by the great sage of the Yanjiao clan. Zhang Ming had long discovered the true purpose of the source of the world's shelter. When its ability is activated, a secret shelter space can be generated. At this time, most of the life forms in the outside world will not be able to observe and find this sheltered space. This shelter ability is very powerful, equivalent to carrying a world with you. Because of this, the source of the world contains great political significance in the eyes of the Yanjiao people. As long as the source of the world is not exhausted, the fleet will never sink. Of course, the source of the world is not a real world, and the energy contained in it is limited. Zhang Ming doesn't know how long this mysterious crystal can be used. Anyway, it's always right to save as much as possible. I hope you and I can survive in this weathered universe. If one day in the future, I come back again, I hope I can see you again, a healthier you. The small tree close to the withered tree was motionless under his prayer, without any reaction. After all, Gaia in this world has no self-awareness, will not show obvious preferences, and has no emotions. Zhang Ming also knew this, just praying for peace of mind. Instead, Shimama, who was at his feet, rolled up to the altar and hammered the illusory world tree. Suddenly, a branch fell down with a withered leaf above it and floated into Zhang Ming's hand. This leaf was between illusion and reality. One must concentrate to catch it. It felt like a silky golden leaf. Old Zhang was shocked and his eyelids twitched. Hey, you left a little legacy for your descendants. Why did you hurt the world tree? What are you doing? Shimama paused and said something inexplicable. And your achievements are recognized by it. This is the gift it should give you. If you still want to hear the broadcast from the earth and find your way home, you need the guidance of this world leaf. Zhang Ming frowned, and a spiritual language illusion appeared in his mind. The world is equivalent to a bubble floating above the sea of demons. At that time, the moment the earth fell into the mysterious area, the whole world was like a stone skipping stone, throwing away the ships and planes in the marginal areas. Therefore, the plane carrying Zhang Ming would suddenly fly from the earth to the Zuanwu continent. This is a magical coincidence. At that time, the earth plane and the Zuanwu continent passed by each other and had a subtle intersection. The Gaia consciousness of both sides also produced a subtle interaction. After all, both sides presented themselves in the form of world tree, which is actually quite rare. You mean, this leaf is the medium of communication between the two sides? Haha, in fact, I can find my way home by following the drifting bottle, but with this thing, the direction will be more accurate. Zhang Ming readily accepted this gift. Shimama rolled a few times and said some complicated spiritual language, and with this leaf, you can use the power of the world's will to communicate with some special life forms, including the life in your hometown and the life in Zuanwu continent. Of course, the source of the world is required as a price. It's equivalent to being able to make a phone call. Zhang Ming was shocked. Of course, in Shimama's introduction, making a phone call through this leaf is conditional. First, the user must be recognized by Gaia's consciousness and an individual who has made great contributions to the entire world. Otherwise, who the hell are you? If you want the world to help you, will the world help you? However, this is easy for Zhang Ming. Whether it is Zuanwu continent or the Earth world, he has already received quite a high degree of recognition. Second, the communication object must be a special individual. Gaia does not have real self-awareness. It cannot distinguish ordinary individuals among the masses. In other words, people like Zhang Ming's parents are too ordinary. It can't figure out who is who. This is like the cells in the human body. Most of the cells can be regenerated and replaced, such as red blood cells, white blood cells, muscle cells, and liver cells. Humans will not care about the aging and withering of these cells, nor can they tell whether a certain cell is withering. But some cells are special, such as the retina, neurons, and so on. The same is true for Gaia consciousness. It cannot perceive ordinary individuals of the masses. Only special individuals can be recognized by and choose to communicate. Third, Zhang Ming has to pay for all the expenses himself. It is impossible to let the operator pay. This fee is naturally the energy in the source of the world. The conditions are so harsh. Zhang Ming frowned slightly. In this way, he only has a few people to communicate with. On the earth, Wang Fuman should be a special individual, but Lu Tuiyu may not be considered because he is not special enough. Li Xianfeng is not sure. On the Zuanwu continent, Lao Bai, Scar, and some other big turtles are considered special individuals. Now that he could make a phone call, the sadness of parting disappeared. He bowed slightly to the tree. Anyway, thank you very much, I'll take my leave. As the footsteps faded away, only a small tree was left in the solemn auditorium. Just like thousands of years ago, there was no dust left. How do I get the source of the world? Zhang Ming sighed softly and asked Shimama. It should be very precious, right? Shimama didn't want to answer. It only liked to repeat and didn't like to organize its own language. But at this moment, it still reluctantly said, it should be very precious. The source of the world comes from the gift of the world. Those who have made great achievements can generally obtain a small amount of the source of the world in this world, or kill the world. Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment. Kill the world? It's impossible with his current strength. The vitality of the Zhuangwu continent was greatly damaged. Asking for more source of the world is equivalent to overgrabbing. He still couldn't bear to part with it. He just sighed and walked forward. Many turtles were singing in the square, hitting drum-like things with their heads. Dong dong, dong dong dong, it was like a regular symphony. Over the years, Zhang Ming had really taught them many things, including fire making, medicine, writing, language, physics, chemistry, biology, geography. Even the current gongs and drums, and chorus. Dozens of large stone tablets stood beside the auditorium. With the help of Shimama, the words on the stone tablets were all engraved in spiritual language, recording a lot of knowledge. When touching the stone slabs, the scene of Zhang Ming teaching the turtles would be restored in the mind. Next to the stone tablet, there was also a stone statue carved by Lao Zhang himself, which was lifelike and almost proportional. It was not that he was too narcissistic and had to erect his own statue here, but he wanted to give the turtles born later a chance to learn. The current group of turtles all knew Zhang Ming. But the turtles born later were not like that. In their minds, there was no concept of human beings. Spiritual language was not omnipotent. The basis for generating illusions in the mind was to have corresponding concepts. Just like a modern person explaining what OpenAI and chat are to primitive people, if there is no ready-made computer, it may take 100 years to explain. The turtles born later, without seeing Zhang Ming, cannot generate the concept of human beings. But with a statue, they will soon have the corresponding cognition. Oh, this is the transmitter of knowledge, human beings, a kind of creature, and learn the content on the stone tablet. Zhang Ming touched one of the stone tablets, and a mysterious spiritual language illusion emerged in his mind. Hello, friends, my name is Zhang Ming, an ordinary human. I once came to this deserted island and established a deep friendship with the Zhuangwu clan. Now I am imparting all kinds of knowledge. I hope you will take fewer detours in your future development. Today we will learn 1000 common characters. Characters are an important carrier of knowledge inheritance, and they have the function of connecting the past and the future and guiding the future. The characters are naturally Chinese characters. 1000 common Chinese characters can basically complete 96% of daily writing. As for the rest, if necessary, this group of turtles can also create their own. There is no need to stick to the rules. Next slate. Hello, friends. Today we are learning about medicine. First of all, we need to know what cells are and what microorganisms are. How does a turtle hatch from a turtle egg? How to tell whether a turtle egg is white? Why does bacterial infection occur? How to prevent diseases? Zhang Ming couldn't help but smile when he read this knowledge. Next slate, friends, today we are learning mathematics and physics. It must be said that only smart turtles can learn today's content. If you are not smart, don't waste your time here. Of course, wisdom is a kind of power. If you are interested, you can also challenge yourself. Next slate, today we are learning the common characters of the Yanjiao people. After learning these characters, we can read the classic books in the auditorium. But I have to say that the Yanjiao people are a civilization that has not yet given birth to science. Their experience summary is not the absolute truth in the world. We need to look at the content dialectically. Even the knowledge I said is not an absolute truth. It may be overturned in the future. Please don't blindly worship. A total of 27 slates. Zhang Ming really wrote all the knowledge he could impart on the slate. Even the very shrewd and demanding old white turtle couldn't find any faults. There were really enough. Now the old white turtle was obsessed with math problems. It fell madly in love with math. When it saw Lao Zhang coming, it just raised its head and then indulged in its own world. Or maybe it didn't really want to say goodbye. Zhang Ming understood this mentality and didn't say hello to Lao Bai. Shimama, how long can this spiritual language last? It won't be ineffective in a few years, right? Shimama said so many words of her own, it was really annoying. It was just a repeater. After fiddling with it for a long time, it finally came up with an inexplicable word, world. However, Zhang Ming understood that the world would find a way to maintain the operation of the stone tablets. Because the world needs a wise civilization. The world also recognizes the value of these stone tablets. A world without civilization is worthless and will break at the touch. And the Zhuangwu clan is the last civilization in this world. Then I'm relieved. Along the way, the turtles kept beating gongs and drums with their heads to send them off. There were also some elegant female turtles who held eggs in their mouths and gave them to Zhang. They were all white eggs without embryos. The reproductive capacity of the Xuanwu clan has always been low. In a nest of eggs, only 1 or 2 eggs can grow embryos, and there are plenty of white eggs. Zhang Ming has eaten countless white eggs in the past few years, and he has no more attribute points to increase. However, he still happily accepted them, because the shelf life of these eggs is very long, 2 or 3 months. At worst, he can make salted turtle eggs and eat them slowly later. Boarding the sailboat and hoisting the sails, Zhang Ming shouted loudly on the sailboat amid the farewell of all the turtles, "Goodbye. Goodbye. If you have anything, you can contact me through the world tree. Don't rush to fight monsters that are too strong. There is always firewood to burn. Don't forget to farm, especially those herbs. Don't let them become extinct." The old white turtle who was obsessed with mathematics also stood up, hiding among the turtles and secretly looking at the ship, looking at Xiao Bei, Zhang Ming, and Shi Mama. The turtles kept shouting on the shore, and a few of them swam into the water, chasing all the way. Driven by the wind, the boat slowly moved away from the coastline. Everything was quiet, and the day of setting sail had really arrived. The day that he had been thinking about finally arrived. In Zhang Ming's heart, there was a sense of fragmentation that was unreal and slowly approaching reality. This feeling was like glass that shattered with a bang. He took the first step towards the vast and disparate natural chasm. The sky was blue, with a few soft clouds floating, the sea was peaceful, and the wind was not strong. However, with just this first step, he seemed to have lost something. All these years were like an absurd dream, expanding like a memory bubble, occupying his entire mind. He didn't even dare to look back, didn't dare to look back at the familiar turtle island for the last time. Suddenly, Zhang Ming heard the turtles on the shore roaring together, and the deafening sound awakened his absurd dream. The huge scarred turtles hit the drums with their heads, and the turtles actually played a chorus song. Zhang Ming recognized what they were singing. It was the sailor song that he often taught them, and tears could not help but flow out. The bitter sand, the feeling of blowing on the face, like the scolding of my father and the crying of my mother, I will never forget it. Shi Mama heard the chorus of turtles, rolled onto the mast, and played it like a tweeter. The old voice seemed to let the whole world hear it. When I was young, I liked to be alone at the seaside, roll up your pants, barefoot, step on the beach. The little white turtle also jumped onto his own exclusive sun terrace and yelled at the turtles. Zhang Ming wiped his tears, stretched his arms, and jumped to the roof. Yes, today should be happy, not sad. He said that in the wind and rain. This little pain is nothing, dry your tears, don't be afraid, at least we still have dreams. He said that in the wind and rain. This little pain is nothing, dry your tears, don't ask why. The farewell chorus continued until the wooden sailboat turned into a tiny black dot and gradually disappeared on the coastline of the world. In the afterglow of dusk, he finally stepped into a larger, boundless world. When he came, it was a deserted island. When he left, it was another vast ocean. In just 8 years, the primitive tribe became a civilization, the symbol became a poem, and the call became a song. The first chapter, Xuanwu World, the end. Chapter 111. The world hides itself. The waves in the distance echoed in my ears, and the small wooden boat floated on the vast ocean in the breeze. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. The passion and excitement in life are always few, and more often it is filled with trivial matters, such as firewood, rice, oil and salt. When the ambition after setting sail gradually disappeared, what came was a dull and boring day. Fortunately, Zhang Ming had a lot of knowledge to slowly ponder, such as the forging method of strange objects, ability cultivation, and physical training, or the endless advanced mathematics. In addition, there are 2 friends who may live for a long, long time, until the sea dries up and the rocks crumble, so the current loneliness is acceptable. For example, Zhang Ming stared at Shi Mama with disdain and cursed loudly, "Why are you sticking to the mast all day long? You look like a weird in a novel. Do you know, this guy has been sticking to the mast for half a month. Motionless. It really looks like a ghost. Whenever a fish passes by the sailboat, it screams and scares the fish to faint on the sea." Shi Mama repeated happily, "It's like a weirdo." Zhang Ming still can't understand the thinking of this madman. Or rather, it is weird. For example, he can play chess and go with Xiao Bei. In the field of chess, Xiao Bei is quite good and has a whole set of his own chess experience. Zhang Ming racked his brains, but he was only 50-50 with Xiaobei. This feeling of meeting a worthy opponent is quite good. Or, you can fish lazily on the boat for a day, bask in the sun, and enjoy the long-lost leisure feeling of not having to use your brain. The speed of the sailboat is not fast. If it is downwind, the sailing distance in 1 hour is about 15 kilometers. Against the wind, it is much slower, about 5 or 6 kilometers per hour, an average of 80 to 100 kilometers per day. The Xuanwu world is not big. It took almost 12 days to get from the island in the center to the border of the world. The color of the ocean is getting darker and darker, from the original light blue to dark blue, and the amplitude of the waves is getting smaller and smaller. The farther away from the core of Xuanwu continent, the fewer aquatic animals there are. All life forms instinctively fear the demon sea and head towards the island. The ocean is more than 1,000 meters deep, and the sun cannot reach the bottom of the sea. Without light, seaweed and the like cannot survive. The oxygen content is also low, and there are no places to hide such as coral reefs, so there are naturally fewer fish. Since there are fewer fish, a series of food chains have changed, but there are too few aquatic creatures in this place. After sailing for a while, you can see the famous Demon Sea. The real journey has just begun. Zhang Ming was teaching natural science to Xiaobei, and he changed the subject. Okay, let's stop talking about small things here. You should finish today's homework first. This is the promise I made to the old turtle. You must do your homework every day and not be lazy. Xiaobei followed him, and naturally he had to travel 1 billion miles and read 10,000 books and strive to become the most promising turtle. There were a lot of number blocks on the ground. Zhang Ming arranged the blocks, and Xiaobei began to do math problems in a depressed mood. It is playful, greedy, and sleepy by nature. Especially in recent years, its strength has improved. It thinks it is awesome and becomes even more playful. The pair of black pearl-like eyes looked at Zhang Ming flatteringly, and Wu, as if begging him, Lao Zhang, to do fewer problems today. Anyway, they have left their hometown and can't rest for a while. Wu, she mama, who was eavesdropping on the mast, immediately repeated it happily as if she saw dog shit. See, your ancestors told you not to be lazy. If you dare to be lazy, it will nag at you, Zhang Ming said unhappily. Xiaobei made a painful and horrified expression. Thinking of the scene where the black stone stuck to the turtle's back and repeated it enthusiastically and loudly, and couldn't be shaken off, his whole face became even paler. So, it reluctantly calculated the math problems on the ground. While Xiaobei was doing his homework, Zhang Ming climbed up the mast and looked into the distance. In the vast and boundless ocean, there was a lonely wooden boat floating, just like being in a blue desert with no creatures. Waves, birds, journeys, monsters, demons, all human history is human history, and all history needs to be created by humans. A sense of heroism suddenly rose in his heart, and he called out loudly, "Hey, Demon Sea! We are here, hundreds of kilometers away. Right in front of us is the real dividing line between the Xuanwu world and the Demon Sea. The light gray clouds are like a large curtain with only black and white colors, blocking the sky, and heavy rain is pouring down. The huge waves seem to swallow everything in the ocean. The violent power of nature is fully revealed at this moment. On the other side, in the world where Zhang Ming is, the weather is clear, and the sunlight reflected by the golden clouds is like pieces of gold foil sprinkled on the ripples on the water. This strange situation means that there is a heavy rainstorm in the mysterious area. On the other hand, the weather is good in the Xuanwu world. There is a layer of fate space ripples between the two worlds. The world hides itself is not an empty talk. Even the climate on both sides is completely different. As long as he penetrates this layer of ripples, he will no longer be protected by the Xuanwu world and become a real lost homelander. Anyway, there is no hurry. Let's wait until the heavy rain over there disappears, and then try the protection of the Xuanwu world. Zhang Ming exhaled a breath of turbid air from his chest and suppressed the eager mentality. He jumped down from the mast, lowered the canvas, and slowed down the speed of the ship. Shimama has been sticking to the top of the mast, saying nothing. This guy saw the overwhelming dark clouds in the mysterious area, but he didn't mutter, perhaps recalling some past experiences. What is a lost person? The Yanjiao people should have records of what kind of disasters they have encountered. Read it again. Zhang Ming dug the soil in the flower pot. Green vegetables, onions, Chinese cabbage and other plants are growing vigorously. In a few days, there will be a new crop to eat. Shimama did not hesitate and uttered a strange and mysterious syllable. The spiritual language poured into his mind and turned into a vague picture. Several Yanjiao people dressed in rich clothes were whispering at the seaside. The most terrible thing about becoming a lost person, leaving the land under your feet, and losing the protection of the world is that your mind goes crazy. You can't control this kind of mania. No matter how strong a person is, he can't resist a constant erosion of time and loneliness. You can't help but jump into the sea and drown in this deep and dark ocean. If you become a lost person, isn't it a sure death? Another person asked in surprise. What can I do then? Chapter 112. Buddy, who are you? Of course there is a way. The simplest way is to get more compatriots together to alleviate the signs of mental madness. A ship should have at least 1,000 people. If there are less than 1,000 people, the chance of collective madness within a year is very high. If it is a large ship with 10,000 people, it will not go crazy in 10 years. If there are less than 100 people, there is a high probability of madness within a month. If a person enters the Sea of Demons alone, he will go crazy within 3 hours. The Yanjiao man, who was dressed gorgeously and had gray hair and beard, shook his head. Of course, if your will is strong enough, you may be able to hold on longer. How can we resolve the madness? Asked the young man. Find a world, or at least find a land. Yanjiao people are animals that live on land. Only by stepping on land can they feel at ease, or activate the shelter ability of the source of the world, which can also alleviate the signs of madness, but it can only alleviate it, and there is no way to eradicate it. Alice, losing my hometown is so difficult. Seeing this, Zhang Ming's heart sank. The matter of mental madness is indeed worthy of attention, but there is no need to worry too much, because he is currently much stronger than the strongest flame-horned man in history. 165 times the mental power of ordinary humans gives him great courage. Even because of the high emotions, the mental value is unprecedentedly full. Spirit. 3334/3334. What about the lost hometown people? What about the Sea of Demons? Now you can't wait to challenge the Sea of Demons alone and witness the game of hell difficulty. This attribute panel is really second-rate. Lao Zhang couldn't help but complain. After a while, the little white turtle finally finished his math homework and rolled over with the ancestor's shell. It also felt the unpleasantness ahead and shook its head and knocked on the shell. It was divination. The closer to the mysterious area, the more a thrilling sixth sense is brewing in the mind, as if there is a big crisis waiting for him ahead. Xiao Bei is not very old and his combat ability is not high. He has only learned a lot of life-saving skills, and divination is naturally one of them. But its divination skills are better than nothing. Zhang Ming also picked up the leaves of the world tree and the sparkling source of the world to study. These two supernatural objects can resonate mysteriously with people's thoughts. As long as the mind moves, the shelter function of the source of the world can be activated, and a small hidden world can be generated with a ship as the core. The leaves of the world tree are even more mysterious, between illusion and reality. Through the front and back of this nearly withered leaf, it is possible to contact the Gaia consciousness of the Earth and the Gaia consciousness of the Zuanwu continent and sense their direction of existence. The two worlds warmly welcomed Zhang Ming, who made great contributions. After a long time, Zhang Ming slowly woke up from this connection. The Earth is very far away, so far that I can only sense a vague direction. It is really far away. The Turtle Island is not far away, it is right behind me. Zhang Ming was actually quite curious about how the function of making a phone call through Gaia consciousness was realized. He really wanted to see his friends, tell them about his recent experiences, and tell them that he had already set out. But he was reluctant to pay for the energy of the source of the world. After all, he has not left the Zuanwu world yet. It is really irrational to squander energy. In addition, the broadcast signal that Comrade Li Xianfeng sends diligently every day is also transmitted from this leaf. Although the Gaia of the Earth is constantly weakening, there is no problem in doing this little thing. Zhang Ming suddenly asked, Mama, if I plant this leaf in the soil and regard this sailboat as a world, will it have a miraculous effect? Maybe I can grow the source of the world. There is no strict definition of the so-called world, right? Plant it in the soil. Mama was stunned for a moment, and did not seem to object. Zhang Ming found a wooden flower pot, got some soil from the botanical garden, and inserted the leaves of the world into it. This ship is our world, and the creatures on the ship are the sum of this small world. If Gaia consciousness can be formed, please protect our ship and make it never sink. The withered yellow leaves seemed to have no reaction, but it seemed that something had happened. So that Lao Zhang observed it suspiciously for a long time, and even activated his supervision, but he could not observe the results. Alice, even if a small world is really formed, it is too weak. There are only 3 intelligent lives, plus some vegetables and some microorganisms. How can this junk form a Gaia consciousness? Zhang Ming sighed, put the flower pot into the big shell, and then lay in the bedroom, idly listening to Comrade Lally's 8-year-old radio. We strongly condemn the U.S. for deploying a large number of troops on the border. Currently, the U.S. has deployed 1 million troops near the border and more than 100,000 drones. We strongly oppose war alerts that are not conducive to world peace. Zhang was almost immune to the news of war every day. He rolled his eyes and said, "Go ahead and fight. You haven't fought for so long after condemning it. When will you fight? When will you report again? Is that okay?" The heavy rain in the mysterious area came and went quickly. Until the next morning, the enclosed dark clouds disappeared, replaced by a few lazy clouds like cotton wool, which made people think of the cotton candy they ate when they were young. There was really nothing to hesitate about this time. After divination of the weather, Xiaobei thought that it would be sunny and windy in the future, and the wind direction was also quite suitable. Zhang Ming raised the sail with a surge of emotion, and the wooden boat crossed the dividing line little by little. Demon Sea, here I come. Everything seemed to have happened as if nothing had happened, just like a small fish jumping from a lake into the sea. The lake doesn't care. The sea doesn't care. Only the little fish cares, and he's extremely excited. But at this moment, Zhang Ming suddenly felt a sense of sadness for leaving his hometown. Even though Xuanwu continent is not his real hometown, he has lived here for 8 years. A sudden homesickness and strange hallucinations flooded into his mind. Eyes, densely packed eyes. The dark black ocean has infinite depth and breadth. In its deepest part, all kinds of terrifying creatures are buried. The most conspicuous are huge animals including superlife. They are crowded together and spread all over the seabed, endlessly. In the gaps between the giants and under their legs and abdomens, there are mammals, reptiles, and amphibians including intelligent species. Further up, the ocean currents surge with black water, which are countless trilobites, sturgeons, wrinkled cysts, jellyfish, and sponges. In the sky, hundreds of billions of birds formed a dark cloud vortex covering the entire sky, but because of exhaustion, they fell into the seawater one after another. Everything was silent, and countless eyes stared over. The eyes of giant beasts, the eyes of trilobites, the eyes of birds and butterflies, and more. Boom! A flash of lightning flashed in his mind, piercing through this obscure and strange illusion. Zhang Ming suddenly came to his senses, gasping for breath, sweating profusely, and found that his spirit value had dropped by 330 points. Almost 10%. He endured the tingling in his mind, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at the endless blue-black ocean. Exhale, exhale. Exhale, exhale. After half an hour, he calmed down. Li Xianfeng mentioned in the broadcast that ordinary people will have a series of mental symptoms when they first enter the mysterious area, but not many people will go crazy directly. However, the scene just now reduced the mental value by 330 points, which is enough to make ordinary people go crazy more than a dozen times. Is it because my perception is relatively high that the hallucinations are particularly severe? Zhang Ming frowned and analyzed the strange hallucinations just now. Super life like Xuanwu will have some things left even if it dies. The hallucinations just now may also be caused by the death of something. Many powerful species died here. This phenomenon is considered to be a warning given to him by the Sea of Demons. In addition to the psychological shock just now, he may have been affected by the long-term influence of the Sea of Demons. That is, he has a debuff that reduces the mental value for a long-time lost hometown man, which is more fatal. Of course, the mental value can be restored. Eating a good meal, playing interesting games, and researching some useful knowledge can make him feel better. As long as the amount restored every day is equal to the speed of reduction, the problem is not too big. Xiaobei, what's wrong with you? Zhang Ming smiled and pretended to be indifferent, looking at his little friend. Don't be afraid, I'll send you back. It's not too late to regret now. The little white turtle hid in the ancestor's shell and trembled, but soon, it poked its head out and shook its body with high morale. Woo 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 woo. Restore the glory of the ancestors. As for the rotten stone Shimima, there is nothing to worry about. Even if Zhang Ming died for 10,000 years, it might still be alive and kicking and sticking to a creature to repeat. Turning his head again, the Xuanwu world disappeared completely. No matter what method is used, there is no way to observe the existence of the Zhuangwu world. This is also the best evidence that the world hides itself. I'm really leaving this time. I hope we can see each other again one day. Thank you for your shelter. Goodbye. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Zhang Ming waved his hand and said goodbye to the Zhuangwu world with a little reluctance in his heart. From today on, I will live a more turbulent life. I may encounter some horrible monsters, but there is nothing to be afraid of. I am very strong now. Suddenly, he heard the sound of flapping wings, turned his head quickly, held his breath, his pupils dilated, and a hum came out of his throat. Monster. I really encountered a monster from the Sea of Demons. Brother or sister, who are you? Why are you on my ship? Ga. She Mama, who was stuck on the mast, was overjoyed to see a monster appear. He also made a hum sound, and then repeated the ga cry of the uninvited guest. It was a bird. A very big bird. Just standing on the deck, it was almost 3.8 meters high, more than twice the height of Lao Zhang. Standing there, it was majestic and quite amazing. Its mouth was also extremely large, and there was a large throat sac underneath. An enlarged version of a pelican. Gagan, Gagan, the big pelican yelled at Zhang Ming with a fierce look on his face, flapping its two huge wings and stirring up a gust of wind, as if to challenge Zhang Ming's authority as the captain. A bird from the Zhuangwu world has followed me out? Has it forgotten my name is a mushroom monster? Zhang Ming suspiciously picked up the ice spear behind him and walked forward with a murderous look on his face. Today, I will taste the taste of bird meat. The pelican saw the cold light of the ice spear, and its copper bill-like eyes widened. It seemed to sense something and immediately stopped flapping its wings. With a shrinking look, it took 2 consecutive steps and retreated to the edge of the boat. Gaga! Gagan, the pelican yelled. Zhang Ming tried hard to recall the types of seabirds on the deserted island. It seemed that there were probably no pelicans. Otherwise, such a big bird should have an impression. Could it be that this pelican has been living in the mysterious area all the time? Thinking of this, his brows suddenly relaxed, and his desire to eat birds was greatly reduced. Instead, he wanted to find out how this thing survived and whether it had any special skills. When Zhang Ming put down the ice spear, the pelican was arrogant again, cursing loudly and making provocative gestures. Gaga gaga, can it recognize the strength of the ice spear? You don't think that I can't beat you without the ice spear? Zhang Ming thought this stupid bird was interesting, so he tied the ice spear to his back and picked up a fishbone spear. Fishbones don't have supernatural properties, but they are hard enough. There are hundreds of them in the warehouse. As a result, the pelican was not really scared. The gaga gaga shout seemed to want to scare Zhang Ming away. The stone mama stuck to the mast found the new toy and cursed back happily. Gaga gaga. This paragraph has the characteristics of mysterious spiritual language, and Zhang Ming couldn't help but have a vague illusion of the pelican's cursing in his mind. As a result, the big pelican also heard it, and shook his huge head. In his head, he imagined a scene of a pelican spraying it wildly. The big pelican got angry. After finding its competitor, it got even more excited. It raised its head and sprayed Shinma with a loud ga-ga-ga sound, as if it would not stop until it defeated the opponent. The only thing Shinma was afraid of was tongue twisters. When it was sprayed, it would definitely not give in and repeat the same thing exactly. So inexplicably, the first day from the mysterious area was spent in this ga-ga-ga sound. Chapter 113 The First Day in the Sea of Demons. Zhang Ming covered his ears, stunned. He was really stunned. He had made countless preparations, from psychological preparation to superpower training, from the hope of challenging super sea beasts to daily practice of throwing skills. Within 100 meters, the spear was almost always accurate. From acquiring knowledge to putting it into practice. Even if a super life with a body length of several thousand meters came, he could find a way to fight it. As a result, a stupid bird suddenly came and was arguing with She-Mama. Is this the legendary Demon Sea? This nonsensical scene made Lao Zhang somewhat unable to accept it, and his heartbeat almost stopped. Holding the fishbone spear in his hand, he fiercely whipped it in the air a few times. Spirit value +1, Ahem, he seems to like this lively atmosphere, at least, not so lonely. The louder you quarrel, the happier I am. Hurry up, fight. Xiao Bei quietly jumped onto Zhang Ming's shoulder and whispered to Lao Zhang. You mean, this idiot wants to seize this ship? It's just that it's very tired from flying now, so it's deliberately threatening us that it will attack us when it recovers its strength. Zai obeys her. Nodded, signaling Lao Zhang to hurry up and drive this stupid bird away. Zhang Ming's eyes condensed, and his eyes were quite subtle. The demon sea is vast and boundless, but the land is extremely rare. Each world is deliberately hiding itself, just like a dark forest, unwilling to be discovered by outsiders. With extremely few footholds, every place that can be inhabited is a battleground for birds. This pelican is really too tired to fly, and its combat effectiveness has dropped sharply, so it temporarily takes the form of insults to strengthen its courage and want to scare away its competitors. What a good plan. But this guy doesn't seem to be very powerful. Let me see how much you weigh. Zhang Ming walked up step by step towards the fishbone spear. The big pelican was not timid either. Its copper bill-like eyes widened, raised its head, and pecked forward. The speed of this peck was extremely fast. The whistling wind and its huge size made it look like a large dump truck. However, Zhang Ming didn't need to use any abilities at this moment. The difference in attributes between the two sides was too great. He took a step to the right and dodged the attack silently. The fishbone spear hit the silly bird's long beak with a bang. The pelican panicked. It didn't expect that this creature, which didn't look very powerful, was so fierce. It flapped its wings and slapped Zhang Ming's face. As a result, it didn't hit it, and it was hit on the mouth with a stick. The pelican howled, stepped back 1 or 2 steps, and crouched to the edge of the deck. Haha, this is too bad. You are so bad, but you dare to be so confident and want to rob my ship. The Sea of Demon God is nothing more than this. Spirit value +1/+1. Zhang Ming experienced the joy of shooting birds. The little spirit value that had just dropped continued to rise. He deliberately took a few steps forward and made a move as if he wanted to hit it with a stick. The pelican screamed, "Gag-gag-gag-gag," and flapped its wings to fly to the other side of the boat. Then it sprayed "Gag-gag-gag" at the little white turtle, pursed its lips, and asked Zhang Ming to deal with Xiaobei. Xiaobei was confused. Why are you spraying me? What does it have to do with me? Zhang understood the general meaning of this stupid bird. It can't spray Shimima, and it can't beat Zhang Ming, but it can beat this turtle. So it must occupy a piece of territory here, because it is not the weakest creature here. Why should I get off the boat? If I want to get off, I have to let this turtle get off the boat. Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment. There is such a shameless bird in the world? This turtle is my companion. The little white turtle was very angry with this sand sculpture, and was about to cry. However, it has learned a life-saving ability, and its offensiveness is seriously insufficient. The only thing it can rely on is telekinesis. Even this telekinesis is quite rough, in the category of beginners, and it is obviously not enough to defeat this stupid bird. Seeing that Xiaobei was so angry that he stopped talking, the pelican stretched out his neck triumphantly, tidied his feathers, and acquiesced to the fact that he had won. Then, he squatted directly on the deck. Zhang Ming saw that it was quite honest and had subtle wisdom. Seeing the little white turtle's frustrated look, he laughed and said, "Well, I will take this stupid bird in for now. When you can beat it, you have the final say on how to deal with it. I'll put some pressure on you so that you won't slack off as soon as you run out. The world is cruel, Xiaobei." Xiaobei cried miserably to Shimima. Its weird ancestor naturally couldn't help, but just repeated with gloating, "The world is cruel, Xiaobei." With no one to turn to, Xiaobei could only hide in the ancestral tortoise shell and work hard, being despised by a stupid bird. So angry, so angry. Zhang Ming was bored when he was free, so he hid in the house and quietly looked at the big pelican through the crack in the door. The other party looked a little uneasy, combing its feathers with its huge mouth, and looking around with its big eyes. If it found danger, it might take off and run away at any time. This vigilance is really not covered. It is completely different from the domestic turtle. It may have really lived in the demon sea for a long time, which is not easy. Forget it, I won't eat you first. In order to cope with a long journey, Zhang Ming brought a lot of food this time. The flesh and blood of mutant creatures contain a lot of energy. If you eat 1 piece a day, you don't need to eat much. At most, you can eat some vegetables to supplement vitamins. The meat in the big shell can be eaten for dozens or hundreds of years. Therefore, he didn't care much about this bite of bird meat. He was more concerned about the change in spirit value to fight against the lost hometown debuff. After killing a bird, my spirit increased by 10 points. Killing birds every day, it increases every day. What's even more strange is how this pelican survived. Zhang Ming frowned, thinking about the battle just now. The combat strength it currently shows is a fierce battle for humans who have just reached the limit of human beings. A human with 200 points of physical strength may not be able to beat it, but after breaking through 3 bottlenecks, the combat power is too great, so I easily crushed it. Look at it this way, the limit of human beings is almost the lower limit of survival in the mysterious area. Every time a bottleneck is broken, the chance of survival will be greatly increased. But if even the limit of human beings cannot be reached, the probability of human beings being slaughtered is very high. This information is quite important. In order to express his gratitude, Zhang Ming decided to let it stay overnight. In case there is really any disturbance with a silly bird, it can be regarded as an object of early warning. The first day in the mysterious area was relatively peaceful. The new silly bird had been lying on the deck to rest. Seeing that Zhang Ming had not left the cabin, he closed his eyes and rested. But it did not fall asleep, and was always alert to the movements around it. The vigilance of wild animals is not comparable to that of domestic animals. At 6:30 in the evening, the radio that he had been thinking about was broadcast on time. Listeners, good evening, everyone. I am the broadcaster Li Xianfeng. Today I will broadcast an important news. After 7 years of research, we have optimized and improved a version based on human breathing techniques. Now through this broadcast, we will describe the specific optimization process. If listeners have special insights, you can write to tell us. Because this news is more important, we will broadcast it for half a month, and today is the first day. Oh? Something new. Zhang Ming sat on the chair and listened carefully. The timely appearance of this broadcast also made him breathe a sigh of relief. During this stage, breathing is done in a proper way, so that the spirit in the body can be smooth, true, and then the spirit is deliberately relaxed and placed on the Yaqin point on the sole of the foot, and it will repeat over and over again, and the cycle will be endless. The front is in charge and the back is in charge, and the spirit is rolling. The new version has a subtle difference in route from the old version. Zhang Ming tried to run it, and the efficiency increased by about 30%, which is indeed a significant improvement. As for some new principles, different from the explanation of the Yanjiao people, they were also discovered. Zhang Ming believes that with a continuous improvement of optimization efficiency, breathing skills can become the true foundation of the human race. Sure enough, the Earthlings are not short of geniuses, and it is the right choice to let them improve themselves. Old Zhang readily accepted this big gift package. Breathing skills are passive ability, and he naturally wants the attribute points that can be obtained for free. Broadcast. Now, let's describe another ability worth promoting: blood coagulation regeneration constitution. Its basic spiritual operation route is. Zhang Ming's ears moved and he listened carefully. We are studying the feasibility of using this ability to break through the upper limit of human beings. If you have a better choice before the broadcast, you can write to tell us. Blood coagulation regeneration constitution, as the name suggests, can greatly increase the coagulation speed of wound blood and obtain a certain degree of regeneration at the same time. A physical ability. Compared with Power Burst, its attack performance is not so good, but its defense ability has been greatly enhanced. The recovery speed of minor injuries is very fast, and the mobility of serious injuries is not reduced. The mortality rate will also be greatly reduced. Of course, its learning cost is not low. The power of breathing technique lies in that it will automatically operate with breathing the moment it is activated. And the learning cost is low. However, blood coagulation regeneration constitution requires mental will to control the flow of spirit, which is a kind of control at the subjective level, so it has higher requirements for qualifications and perception. For Earthlings, those who can actively learn superpowers are rare. But for Zhang Ming, it is not difficult. When it comes to the use of spirit, he is much better than any other Earthling. After the broadcast, Zhang Ming spent a whole night practicing blood coagulation regeneration constitution and came to a basic conclusion. Blood coagulation regeneration constitution is probably a yellow level talent, a medium level one. It is an ability extracted from a certain human being. It has good compatibility and does not need to be specially improved to adapt to the human body. After using this ability to break through the bottleneck of physique, the final theoretical upper limit will be around 1900. Chapter 114. It turns out to be the Pelican Sister. After studying these, Zhang Ming muttered to himself, Earthlings do not lack offensive means. If this ability is used to break through the bottleneck of human limits, it is not so. Li Xianfeng did not broadcast these broadcasts without purpose. He must have encountered some difficulties, so he asked what to do next. The current strongest person on Earth, Comrade Wang Fumin, has learned the blood coagulation regeneration constitution, but he still has no idea how to combine it with a breathing technique to break through the bottleneck. He can only ask Lao Zhang, who is far away overseas and is not sure whether he is dead or alive. To be honest, the delivery of the drifting bottle is too slow. Once every 14 months is enough to change the world. What Lao Zhang did in this year, whether he died or not, that is really unknown. Li Xianfeng can only select some important content to broadcast. Blood coagulation regeneration constitution, almost learned, and practiced for another week to be proficient in using it, but it doesn't mean much to me. High physique already has subtle regeneration ability, it's better than nothing. Lao Zhang, who had studied all night, stood up and stretched unconsciously. With his current physical condition, it would be enough to take a nap for an hour a day, so he chose to take a short break at noon. This year's drift bottle is coming soon. I wonder what it will contain. When the sun rises, the sea of clouds in the sky surges and rushes wantonly. The pure white clouds are covered with a faint golden color, and the colors keep changing with the height of the sunrise, as if it is a fairyland on earth. This is the second day from the mysterious area. Facing the magnificent sky, Zhang Ming admires, it's so beautiful. Spirit +2, looking again, the big pelican is still squatting on the edge of the deck, with a vigilant look on his face. He walked over with a smile and wanted to say hello. As a result, the big pelican called quack quack again, flapping its wings, as if to express, you have such a big territory, why come to grab my territory? Please, this is my boat, okay, I can go wherever I want, what's your business? Zhang Ming hit the sand sculpture's beak with a stick, which was not heavy, and the happiness value immediately rose. Spirit +1 as a result. After being hit, the big pelican seemed to be brewing something. There was a light pop sound under its buttocks, and its body trembled violently, and an expression of relief was brewing on its face. Gagan, Zhang Ming felt a little puzzled. After discovering the final truth, even his hair stood up. Because the bird laid an egg. An egg. Pop, Shimama happily repeated the sound of the eggs falling on the deck. Zhang Ming had an idea in his mind. The pelican was flying in the air and suddenly wanted to lay eggs. This physiological problem is not controlled by its mind. Even if there is no mating, it will lay eggs when it is time, just like a hen. However, facing the vast sea, it has no place to lay eggs, so the first time it saw the sailboat, it rushed to occupy the territory. What a strong and precious mother. I wronged you. Let me see your eggs. Zhang Ming bent down and touched the eggs. The big pelican subconsciously wanted to protect the eggs, and cursed anxiously again. But the gap between the two sides was too big. Their strength and agility were not at the same level. In less than a second, the egg that had been laid with great difficulty was taken away by Zhang Ming. Gagan, the pelican's eyes were red, and it was furious. It launched the most violent attack on Lao Zhang with its beak. It's not fertilized yet. It's just a white egg. Why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Ming took the fishbone spear and easily dodged its attack. He also took the egg to the sun for a while. Look, there's not even a blastoderm. It's just an egg. It can't hatch a bird. What are you in a hurry for? If you want it, I'll give it back to you. The pelican didn't know whether it was stunned or because it saw that the egg under the sun did not cast a shadow. It was actually stunned for a while. It stopped attacking. Zhang Ming was a little embarrassed. He always respected animal mothers. Adhering to the principle of sustainable development, he would not easily kill some small animals or pregnant animals when he met them. This was the case on Turtle Island and the Demon Sea. Everyone's life is not easy, so it's okay to take care of each other. Don't want it anymore. The pelican was combing its feathers leisurely, looking nonchalant. Really? Zhang Ming took the bird egg and handed it over. The pelican ignored the white egg. It seemed that it really didn't want it anymore. The pelican was quiet, as if it was afraid of the attack just now. How dare it just now? Then I eat it. So, Lao Zhang took the new food with great interest and fried a big poached egg in the iron pan. With a continuous increase in strength, he now doesn't even need fire. He directly releases lightning and uses the electromagnetic effect to make the pan boiling. Pour a little more oil, wait for the oil to emit white smoke, and crack a huge pelican egg like a grapefruit. With a light sizzle, the transparent egg white was immediately fried into golden color after being heated, emitting a crisp light sound. When one side was cooked, Zhang Ming shook his arm and skillfully flipped the pan. The back of the poached egg was also roasted, making a crisp sizzle sound. When both sides were roasted, sprinkle some chives and salt on it, and a delicious breakfast was ready. The pelican saw him roasting eggs, and smacked his lips a few times, his eyes wide open, and he didn't know what he was thinking. "Xiaobei, it's time to have breakfast." Zhang Ming took a bite and felt that his cooking skills were comparable to those of a top chef. Xiaobei ran out of the ancestral tortoise shell happily to enjoy the delicious food. The magical poached egg gave Zhang Ming a long-lost feeling of fullness of soul, and he couldn't eat half of it. One egg actually added a full 5 points to the attribute. "What kind of bird is this?" "Phoenix." Zhang Ming was shocked. According to previous experience, the effect of the first consumption was so good, and it would increase by at least a few hundred points in the future. It's a lot. So he decided to raise this big pelican and let it lay eggs slowly. Look at the pelican's expression again. The bird's face is looking at the two foodies eating its eggs in great surprise. Those were the eggs it had worked so hard to lay for a whole night. Then it roared quack quack and poked its head out to express its anger. It wants to have a bite too, because those are its own eggs. "You must give me a bite. I'm tired and hungry now. I'm very hungry." Zhang Ming, the little white turtle, looked at it in shock. Even Shimama was shocked and forgot to repeat for a while. How can there be such a weird creature in the world? What kind of mother are you? Don't eat your own eggs. I'll give you a fish. Zhang Ming took out a dried fish from the storage room with sweat all over his head and threw it over. He always felt that he was not perverted enough and was out of place. Chapter 115 Another drifting bottle. So, after getting the consent of the owner of the sailboat, this proud and arrogant pelican got a small living space on the boat. It's not much, just 5 square meters on the edge of the deck. It is not allowed to urinate or defecate anywhere, and it is not allowed to cause any damage. Zhang Ming originally wanted to give it a funny name, Bird Mama. As a result, the pelican roared loudly ga-ga-ga when he heard the name Bird Mama, with an arrogant and unreasonable look, so he had to give up. Just call it a pelican. The relationship between the pelican and all the crew members is not good. It bullies the weak and fears the strong, and it lacks a serious sense of security and cannot trust others. It's like having mania. As soon as there is a slight disturbance, it flaps its wings and wants to escape. This is normal. Animals living in the Demon Sea would have been destroyed long ago if they were not vigilant enough. It didn't dare to provoke Zhang Ming, and the stone mama on the mast was something so weird that it was incomprehensible. The only thing it could provoke was the little white turtle. The pelican also knew that it couldn't eat the little white turtle, but it could use its long beak to provoke it, just like playing with a ball. As a result, the hatred between the two sides gradually deepened, and they fought wits and courage every day. Xiaobei couldn't beat the pelican, but he was very scheming. Once he even smeared pepper water on himself, risking his life, and deliberately seduced the pelican to eat him. The final result was that the big pelican roared quack quack, and was really spicy, and rushed into the sea like crazy. Zhang Ming was silly and happy every day, just like watching a large-scale palace fighting drama, and clapped his hands happily. "Smart, Xiaobei, you know you can't beat it, but you can use tricks." The pelican's swimming ability is naturally quite excellent. Its feathers are fluffy and soft, and it can float on the water like a duck. Before you met us, you always rested like this when you were tired of flying. It's not impossible to float on the water, but there is no chance of error when you encounter danger. The pelican quack quack insulted, and then twisted its long neck, and rushed into the sea with its huge mouth. This action is not to mention the ecstasy. It proudly said that its life has not been good recently, and it was unwilling to get on the boat. Zhang Ming spread his hands and shook his head indifferently. "As the only landing point in an unknown number of kilometers, you arrogant pelican should just keep swimming in the water if you don't get on the boat." "Gah!" the arrogant pelican called fiercely and really swam away. Of course, at night, it will come back shamelessly. Suddenly, Zhang Ming sensed something and looked in another direction. "Your letter, here it is. This year's gift." He was delighted and jumped into the water with a plop and picked up the drifting bottle floating on the sea. The exchange meeting once every 14 months is not easy, and he is looking forward to it. The drifting bottle is full of letters. The first letter was written by Lu Tuiyu and his sister, from the strongest brother-in-law in the human race. "Please accept this year's dog food. Damn it, you are so proud of me, right? Sooner or later, I will go back and beat your dog head." Lao Zhang cursed, but his face was filled with a happy smile, and he couldn't wait to open the letter. Lu Tuiyu described his happy life after marriage. As an ordinary soldier, My wife and I are more separated than reunited, but the ordinary and simple life makes me satisfied. In this era, everyone's life is generally not good. Like now, being able to marry and have children and be happy, there's nothing to complain about. By the way, brother-in-law, I have good news for you. You are officially promoted to uncle. Uncle? Your sister gave birth to a 6-pound baby girl. Both mother and daughter are safe. Niece? What a tiny human cub. Her head is only as big as my fist, and her skin is as pink and tender as a roast suckling pig. She can do nothing except eating, sleeping, drinking, defecating and urinating after she is born. In the past, I would never understand why giving birth to offspring is a kind of spiritual practice in life. Now I understand, because she is a microcosm of my childhood. My life has been frozen and has not changed much. Her life has just begun. She has a future that may be full of hope or quite ordinary. I need to take on the responsibility of a father. The whole process is difficult but full of a sense of accomplishment. She is such a funny little person. When I was writing a letter, she was crying loudly, wanting milk, or she was sleepy. Why is there such a weak creature in the world? Why does she always cry? Lu Tuiyu began to describe in the letter how he played with his daughter and how he loved his wife. Seeing this, Lao Zhang burst into tears and felt disgusted and envious. It feels really strange to suddenly become an uncle. Anything can happen in the blank period of 14 months. In the blink of an eye, there is a relative. Damn it, you gave birth to a daughter, how could I have the heart to hit her? Why don't you give birth to a son? Zhang Ming cursed. Lu Tuiyu wrote in the letter, I have to say that the overall fertility rate of the whole society is very low now. Young people today have enjoyed the prosperity of the old times. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Compared with the current poverty, raising offspring will bring a greater consumption downgrade. Diapers and milk powder are too expensive. Now we have to use diapers again, so many people simply don't have children. The marriage rate is okay, but the fertility rate is too low. I can't criticize their choice. After all, whether to have children or not is a personal freedom. But I think in this era is not a good choice. Life is still okay now, but it will only get worse in the future, worse year by year. However, the next generation grew up in poverty. They have not experienced the prosperity of the old times, and the fertility rate may recover a little. It is impossible for human beings to perish because of not having children. The waves of the times are coming one after another, and everything in the past will be swept away. My wife asked me to say hello to you. She said she was too lazy to write to you, there was nothing to say, and you wouldn't die anyway, like a cockroach, wishing my brother-in-law good health. Lu Tuiyu left a message. On the back of the letter was a color family photo, including Zhang Ming's parents, sister, Lu Tuiyu, and a newborn baby girl, who was facing the camera and crying loudly. There was another person who was photoshopped in, that was Zhang Ming himself, and the photo used was from college. A young man who looked quite immature. Zhang Ming stared at the photo for a few minutes, and suddenly he couldn't catch his breath and coughed heavily twice. There's sand in my eyes. He wiped his eyes and copied the letter and photo into the memory library to treasure them forever. These are his precious memories. It's great that some relatives are still paying attention to him. It's great to have one more child in the family. What gift should I give to my little niece? After this idea came up, Zhang Ming kept thinking. There are a lot of good things stored in his big shell, from decorations to minerals, to some precious and strange objects. However, it is not appropriate to give supernatural items to newborn babies. There are still many unknown principles of various supernatural factors on the growth and development of the human body. Most experts believe that before they are underage, children should not be overly exposed to supernatural phenomena. In case of deformation, it will be more trouble than gain. It's better to give some gold. Although it's cheap, the gift is light but the sentiment is heavy. Zhang Ming planned to make a gold pendant himself and send it back. When he thought of the child wearing the necklace he made himself, he couldn't help but smile like a kind grandfather. Make a pendant in the shape of a small turtle, just right for children. The next letter was written by Lao Wang, with a series of densely packed small characters. Brother Zhang, hello, I'm very happy to receive your letter. Has your sailboat been completed recently? Has it set off? The recent breakthrough in the supernatural has been sent through the radio. I wonder if you have received the new generation of human breathing techniques? Do you have different opinions? You can tell me these through letters, Since the broadcast is relayed by guide consciousness, we are not sure how long it can be forwarded for you. If there is no broadcast in the future, our communication will undoubtedly be more troublesome. The recent work has been very hard and troublesome. Looking around the world, I am the only one who has reached the dual limits of physical and perception. There are already 23 people who have reached the physical limit, but no one has ever broken through any of them. I have to admit that the innate gap between individuals still exists, and it is even more difficult to break through the limits of human beings. But Brother Zhang, don't worry. Society is still running stably. It is already very good to give a method for everyone to practice. There will always be more talents. But relying solely on human breathing techniques, the progress is still a little slow, especially in the spiritual realm. I always feel like a snail crawling, and the combat effectiveness of a single soldier can never be improved. It is very difficult to investigate abnormal phenomena. Recently, the whole world is not peaceful. The gradual formation of Pangu continent has led to more frequent wars. And in some marginal areas, there are even living dead. These living dead are like zombies, confused, but they are imitating human behavior and movements, and there are even signs of large-scale transmission. We sent some candidates to investigate what these strange disasters are, but all the investigators we sent disappeared. In addition, in the same marginal area, there are highly contagious infectious diseases with long incubation periods and extremely high mortality rates. I have accepted the task and went to the area to investigate whether there are special sources of infection. You may not know the seriousness of this matter. My superiors once revealed to me that if the disease spreads recklessly, we will not rule out the use of strategic nuclear weapons to wipe out everything in this area. Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment. It was indeed difficult for him to imagine these supernatural accidents. Wang Fuman said, over the years, I have also carried out many tasks. Sometimes I am really exhausted physically and mentally. I fly to the east and then to the west. Disasters often occur in remote areas, and these disasters will spread. If no one solves them, it will sooner or later affect us. Unless we use hydrogen bombs to bomb all the surrounding areas into uninhabited areas, we don't have to care about them. Obviously, this approach is unrealistic. I have always had an idea. Since there are no 7 continents and 4 oceans after the formation of Pangu continent, why don't we find a way to unify them? If there's only one human government in the world, and all the power is concentrated at one point, how great it would be. Concentrated power can accomplish so many great things, and there is no need to argue endlessly like now. Of course, my idea may be just a castle in the air, even a little naive. The outside world is too poor. Even if we want to help, we can't afford it. Moreover, the forces are divided and each has its own butts. If we want those people to give up the power in their hands, the only way is war and death. At present, we do not have enough determination and will to launch a war of unification, so we are caught on the current dilemma. Wherever there is a fire, we have to put it out everywhere. If we can't put it out, we will die in front of you. If we die, it will cause the disaster to spread in a strange state. Zhang Ming sighed. He could understand the troubles encountered by the Earthlings, and he also understood Lao Wang's troubles. There are more than one big country in the world. Daksha can't even take care of its own territory, so how can it save others? What's more, if you want to truly unify Pangu continent, several big countries must reach a political consensus and solve it through peaceful unification. Otherwise, the pile of hydrogen bombs aimed at each other will not be vegetarian. This matter is obviously too difficult. Lao Zhang has no way, unless he cultivates to the level of Zuanwu and destroys the world at will. There will be a slight possibility. Lao Wang wrote in the letter at the end, after so many complaints, let me tell you something interesting. Youth is back. RNG finally won the championship. A total of 8 teams participated in the competition. RNG won the championship in a crushing manner. I witnessed their victory. After fulfilling the fans' wishes, RNG announced its disbandment on the spot. Alice, youth returned for a moment, and then passed away quietly again. I am already an old man, and Lu Tuiyu has given birth to a child. I really want to go back to the internet cafe to play games all day long. I just want to be an ordinary person. Lao Zhang, do you understand me? Zhang Ming laughed. Hehe. Lu Tuiyu was a big troll and an angry young man at the beginning, but ended up living an ordinary and peaceful life. It's pretty good. Lao Zhang, envied and hated them for showing their love and eating dog food. Lao Wang originally just wanted to be an ordinary person, But as fate would have it, he became the current strongest person in the world, working hard for the whole world. It's only been 8 short years. And it seems like a lot has happened. Destiny is really unpredictable. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Friends, I'm on my way. The next letters were all from Comrade Li Xianfeng, who sent all kinds of supernatural information, with fonts as small as the text in the drug instructions. Li Xianfeng was always very serious, and basically did not talk about personal topics. He focused on supernatural information, and mixed in various things he had seen and heard about the Earth and mysterious areas. He stuffed so much information not for no reason, but because he had some questions to ask. For example, the details of the breakthrough of the limit of man, the combination principles of various strange objects, the training methods of various superpowers, etc. Zhang Ming had too much advanced knowledge. If the drift bottle was not too small, Lao Li would have wanted to stuff a computer in and let Lao Zhang type everything in his head into it. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I wonder if you have been out to sea. Our exploration activities in the mysterious area are mainly mechanized. Humans who have not reached the limits of human beings are prone to mental hysteria, and there is currently no good way to deal with it. The current mechanical exploration has investigated the sea area within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. In addition to various mutated life forms, we have also discovered some strange physical phenomena. Scientists call it space turbulence. Space turbulence often appears in thick white fog. Its classic feature is the appearance of a huge vortex in the ocean with a diameter of tens or hundreds of kilometers, accompanied by huge black clouds and lightning, like a violent storm, lasting from 1 day to 1 month. After entering the vortex, the detection equipment may be directly destroyed, but occasionally it will be preserved and appear in extremely remote areas, as if it has crossed an unimaginable distance in the blink of an eye. The formation principle of this space phenomenon is not clear yet, and the direction of transmission is also unpredictable. Li Xianfeng wrote in the letter, if you want to cross the mysterious area and find this huge vortex, please be sure to avoid it to reduce the possibility of the sailboat being destroyed. Of course, if you are sure, you can also use the space turbulence phenomenon for ultra-long-distance transmission. This is based on the certainty. It is usually better not to take risks. Our Special Affairs Processing Department has been upgraded to the Abnormal Affairs Processing Department. With the increasing number of supernatural phenomena around the world, the responsibilities we bear are also increasing. We look forward to the day when we meet again. What are you doing? Don't expect me to go back and work for you, Zhang Ming complained in his heart. This guy is really too serious, so it is not so easy to get along with him. However, Zhang Ming is actually very grateful to him. Without the broadcasts broadcast by Li Xianfeng year after year, he would live a lonely life even if he could survive. Listening to Li Xianfeng's voice and taking a nap every day can be regarded as a deep friendship. As for what Li Xianfeng wants, Zhang Ming has too much knowledge in his mind. Even if there is a USB flash drive, it will take forever to type them one by one, and Zhang Ming has to translate them himself. This amount of work is crazy. Therefore, Zhang Ming can only select some important contents that he has studied personally and elaborate on them carefully. Comrade Li Xianfeng, hello. After my test, the blood coagulation regeneration physique, measured by numerical value, has an upper limit of 1,800-1,900 points of physique, which is 90 times that of ordinary people, and there may be a 10% fluctuation. According to the classification of the Yanjiao people, the life-saving ability of this ability in the middle yellow level is quite good. Even if more than half of the blood is lost and the heart is damaged, it will not die immediately. But after merging this ability through the human breathing technique, if you regret and choose a new innate ability, it will be extremely difficult, so please be careful. Zhang Ming couldn't help but smile awkwardly when he wrote here. It was already extremely difficult to break through, so there was no way to regret it. Of course, it is always good to make it clear. According to the theory of the Yanjiao people, the skill of combining abilities lies in the 3 dansins, upper, middle and lower. The lower danshin is most closely related to the life activities of the human body, so it is best to combine the abilities of physical strength. The upper danshin is in the head, which is the meeting point of all yang. When the key is weak and sinks, it is best to combine the abilities of spiritual strength. The middle dantian is located in Tanzhong, which is from the 12th floor under Changjiang to Huangting. It is best to combine the abilities of perception, system. It should be pointed out here that there is a certain mortality rate in breaking through the bottleneck by combining abilities. The spiritual bottleneck is the most difficult, followed by perception, and the physical strength is the easiest. Therefore, the first level is to focus on breaking through the physical strength, which is the right choice, although there are great differences between human breathing techniques and Yanjiao breathing techniques. They are both modified from the Zhuangwu breathing technique and the difficulties encountered will be similar. Below is a large pile of information, all copied from the Yanjiao people. These materials alone took up many pages. Every word was like a mung bean, which made him feel exhausted. He pressed them very thickly and then barely stuffed them into the drift bottle. Zhang Ming changed another piece of paper and wrote on it, "As for the method of enhancing mental strength, there is a trick called Zhuangwu visualization method in the training system of the Yanjiao people, which is to completely depict the innate mysterious pattern behind the Zhuangwu beast in the mind. Since this innate pattern has been lost, I will send you a part of my archaeological restoration. Actually it is the spiritual language of Shimama. This pattern has the power of the beast and can break a lot of illusions. You can try to visualize it." This complex innate pattern took up a part of the space. There was even something more annoying. The pen in his hand was running out of ink. If paper can be replaced by leaves, it is really impossible to create one with bare hands after the ballpoint pen is used up. If you write with charcoal, the font will appear large, and the amount of information on a piece of paper will be reduced a lot. Old Zhang scratched his head and touched his ears, feeling anxious. "Gagan, Gagan," a noisy cry came from my ear. The proud pelican really flew back to the boat with a thick face and fought with Xiao Bai. Zhang Ming quietly lurked over and plucked a bird feather in the pelican's horrified eyes. "Gagan," the pelican turned around and cursed, and held Zhang Ming in its huge mouth and pinched him a few times, as if it wanted to eat him. "It's just a bird feather, don't be stingy, make a feather pen. You guys continue to hit me, don't worry about me." Zhang Ming broke free from the pelican's mouth like a loach, and wrote back to his old friends with great interest. This time of writing letters was particularly happy for him. "Hello, friends, I'm on my way." Wait. Not auspicious, cross it out and write it again. "Friends, relatives, hello, I have set sail. Old Zhang, will be back soon. Ho ha, but don't expect too much. I have a feeling it will be a long time." Then he reported what he had seen and heard recently. In fact, there was nothing much to say except for the newly added sand sculpture pelican. After all, this was only the second day he came to the Sea of Demons, and he had not encountered any danger. He also pinched a small golden turtle pendant with his bare hands, which could be tied with a red rope and tied to the wide and tender neck of his little niece. Old Zhang looked at the small turtle the size of a peanut and smiled foolishly. The little turtle was vivid and was painted according to Xiao Bei's model. It was delicate and cute. Finally, he carefully carved 2 words on the turtle's back, inking. "The pendant is for my little niece. May she grow up happily. I wish my sister good health and my parents a long life. Zhang Ming, leave a message." After completing these steps, it was already evening. The peanut-sized gold was too heavy, and the drifting bottle was almost overloaded. It could not hold more items. The sunset light was faintly sprinkled on his face. The bottomless sea was calm. There was only a small wooden boat in sight, and there were only 4 creatures on it. 2 were arguing, and 1 was repeating enthusiastically. Zhang Ming was not only not lonely, but also felt a faint happiness. Not bad, the outsider at the edge of the universe was being pulled back to human civilization little by a small thin line, even though there were countless mountains and rivers in between, and even though the power of the thin line only worked once every 14 months. But for Lao Zhang, it was very heavy, more than any strange object. With a gentle throw, the drifting bottle flashed a little light, and his eyes blurred, and the bottle disappeared from his sight. Extraordinary vision, Zhang Ming looked down at the sea, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Under the effect of extraordinary vision, he saw a faint light and shadow, and the drifting bottle seemed to jump in space and headed in a certain direction. The stars flashed and flashed, quickly passing by and disappeared in the distant sky. I was thinking about seeing which direction it was drifting to, and swimming along. I didn't expect it to be as fast as a bullet. It was too fast. Wait, Zhang Ming was shocked and stood on the deck, Thinking of a terrible possibility, if the speed of the drift bottle is actually very fast, does it mean his head began to heat up, and sweat on his forehead could not help but flow down? It means that I am really far away from the Earth. I have to drift in the Demon Sea for who knows how many years before I can return to the Earth. The emergence of this idea was so terrible that Zhang Ming could not help but be shocked and burst into crackling lightning all over his body. The terrifying fact made his muscles tense. Although he had expected it in his heart, he still couldn't accept it when there was clear evidence. However, this anger did not last too long, because the sharp cry of quack quack brought him back to reality. The big pelican showed an extremely terrified expression in a certain direction, and called quack quack very loudly. Then it called out to Lao Zhang, perhaps meaning is there any danger. The pelican flapped its wings and flew away without looking back. This time it really flew away, unlike in the past when it flew far away and then came back shamelessly. Chapter 117 The Unruly Life of a Fierce Uncle. Bird Mama, you are so disloyal. Looking at the pelican fleeing in panic, Zhang Ming shouted on the boat. Gah! The pelican called from a distance, indicating that it had done its best to warn of danger. Besides, we are not called Bird Mama. Then, the little white turtle hugged its ancestral tortoise shell and issued a warning with ah woo ah woo. It seemed to have divined something not so wonderful, which roughly meant, something can threaten us, and it is gradually approaching. Isn't it just a monster? I'm going to kill one today to taste it. Old Zhang was excited. He climbed up the mast with his ice spear on his back and looked into the distance. If you don't kill monsters, where will the attribute points come from? Especially, today I have been upgraded to an uncle, and I must kill a monster to celebrate my unrestrained life. The orange-red sun slowly descended below the sea level, and the calm sea was still calm. As the sun disappeared, the air gradually became cold and gloomy. He saw a dark black spot appear on the horizon. Zhang Ming's heart beat faster and faster, and he had a subtle sixth sense in his heart. That black spot seemed difficult to deal with. He touched the source of the world hanging on his chest, ready to activate the shelter ability at any time. I'm going to kill one today to try it out. Mama, who had been clinging to the mast for who knows how many days, seemed to be teasing him, Emperor Zhang, saying that he would not be able to cross the Sea of Demons if he activated the source of the world for such a trivial matter. I'll throw you over to attract firepower when I see a monster. Zhang Ming cursed with a smile. You can't die anyway. Throw me over to the monster when you see it. Mama tampered with the lines in a very obscene way, and rolled onto Zhang Ming's shoulder. Come on, if you take a step back, I lose. Let's see how brave I am. Zhang Ming couldn't help but be amused by it. Okay, you are very brave. Grandpa has been upgraded to uncle now. Very awesome. I don't want to die. Uncle is very difficult. Mama was eager to hear gossip, and it was as hot as magma. Uncle? Yes, now there's a kid who calls me uncle. How about it, uncle? Mama repeated anxiously, almost getting anxious. Lao Zhang was dancing happily, letting Mama on his butt tremble, squinting his eyes and using his supervision. Xiaobei, you better hide. That pelican dared to escape. I must peel off a layer of its skin when it comes back next time. Xiaobei hid in the tortoise shell of his ancestor. The black spot on the horizon slowly approached in the afterglow of the setting sun. He seemed to have seen a steel ship. It was 10 times, or even more than 100 times bigger than his small wooden boat. The 3 English words MSC were written on the hull. Zhang Ming blinked his eyes to confirm that he had not seen it wrong. It was indeed the English letters MSC. He was slightly surprised and racked his brains to think. How could there be a ship from Earth here? Mama, please help me be alert. I have something to do and need to be distracted for a few minutes. Mama did not repeat it, which seemed to mean that she agreed. This bitch is usually unreliable, but at the critical moment, she is still quite reliable. In addition, the distance between the two sides is still safe. Zhang Ming divided a part of his mind and looked up the known information in the memory library. He really found it. There is an English abbreviation called Mediterranean Shipping Company, which is MSC, which is quite famous in the industry. Since the company Zhang Ming used to work for was related to foreign trade, he knew the English abbreviation of this company. When the supernatural disaster just broke out on Earth, 16 mirages were born. One of them was a large cargo ship of Mediterranean Shipping Company. Thinking of this, he became suspicious. According to the broadcast sent by Li Xianfeng one day, the mirage disappeared overnight for unknown reasons. It is suspected that the crew died, causing Gaia's consciousness to be unable to track it. I can't rule out that alien civilizations also have similar English language systems, but there is a higher probability that this ship is the one of China's shipping company. Why did it come here and be met by me? Is the Earth very close to here? Zhang Ming's heart beat wildly. The drifting bottle said that the Earth is far away from you. Don't think about it, just drift slowly. The appearance of this big ship means that the Earth is very close and you will be able to go home soon. These two speculations are very different and determine his future. Zhang Ming's temples were buzzing, and he didn't know which one to believe. He really wanted to return to Earth as soon as possible and be his uncle. But soon, the remaining reason told him that it was not appropriate to be impulsive at this moment. It was not wise to approach rashly in the middle of the night. Zhang Ming covered his hot forehead, suppressed his curiosity like a flood, and chose to talk about it at dawn. Hold on, this is the Sea of Demons, not Earth. Ordinary people can't survive 8 years on a ship. Even if they survive, a few hours won't matter. So, in the anxious waiting, time passed by, and the big pelican never flew back. This guy might have some instincts to turn danger into safety, and really felt a potential crisis. Zhang Ming has been gathering strength and activating the hidden self ability. Xiao Bei, if my ice spear falls into the sea during the battle, I'll have to trouble you to use your telekinesis to retrieve it. There are no other requirements, just protect yourself. Xiao Bei howled softly, as if he agreed. The high full moon hung in the west of the sky. There was no wind in the huge ocean, as if it was completely dead. The two ships, one large and one small, faced each other from a distance, separated by dozens of kilometers. A thin layer of white mist rose from the ocean. Zhang Ming lit an oil lamp. The flame was very dim, but it was also the only light source in the room. He still closed his eyes and rested, using his powerful sixth sense to pay attention to the movement of the ship. It seems to be drifting with the current, without any power. It looks worse than my sailboat. Shimama suddenly gloated over the misfortune and said a spiritual word, K and $. Are you panicking without your compatriots? Speaking of panic, of course I am a little panicked, but since I came to this damn place, I am naturally prepared to die suddenly. If a strong enemy attacks, I am even a little excited. Zhang Ming smiled. But you, Comrade Shimama, if I die? The story of the beautiful math teacher is not over yet. What will you do if you can't hear the final ending? Don't you want to hear your uncle's story? Shimama rolled over and screamed loudly. The story of the beautiful math teacher is not over yet? Uncle. Chapter 118 Strange Monster. Shut up, keep your voice down. Zhang Ming raised his index finger between his lips and said unhappily. Shimama started to speak inexplicably again. Xiao Bai and I have no fighting power. It's okay, you two just cheer on the side. You won't die. Now I'm an uncle. Do you know how awesome uncles are? Thinking of his cute little niece, Lao Zhang laughed happily. The tough uncle wants to skin the Dragon King. Xiao Bai was shaking with fear even though he had shrunk his shell. In his eyes, these two guys were both perverts. They knew the risk was coming, but they kept making trouble. It couldn't understand the thinking of these two mentally ill people. At 2 o'clock in the morning, a faint white mist rose around. Due to the large temperature difference between day and night, gusts of sea breeze finally appeared, and the chill came in through the gaps in the wooden boards, making it chilly. Suddenly, Zhang Ming's ears moved. Something climbed onto the boat. He opened his eyes, and his body began to heat up slightly, which was a sign of crisis in his subconscious mind. The silver-white lightning on the ice spear flickered on the tip of the spear, splashing white light. Licking his dry lips, Lao Zhang cursed. I want to see what attribute points I have. I am falling into a trap. However, at this moment, he heard a woman's voice, which seemed to be speaking English or some foreign language. Is anyone there? That was probably what she meant. But it didn't seem to be made by a human voice, as if some monster was pinching its throat to imitate. Zhang Ming stood up with his spear, and the lightning was restrained. Suddenly, a cold wind blew, and the flame of the oil lamp kept shaking, and even the shadow behind him began to sway constantly. Zhang Ming did not walk out of the room rashly, but sneered and said, "There is someone in the room, come in, let me see who you are." The thing outside did not reply. It was just that the cold wind gradually grew stronger, and with a puff, the oil lamp, which was not very stable to begin with, went out. I don't remember that my ship has such a leak on all sides. Zhang Ming walked over and tried to trigger lightning to light the oil lamp. But for some reason, the oil lamp could not be lit. Forget it if it can't be lit. Zhang Ming picked up a glowing stone and put it on the table. The light of this stone was not strong, but it was a supernatural object that could glow, and it was not so easy to extinguish. Is there anyone? The other party stumbled, and his voice was extremely stiff. If there's someone, just come in. After a while, the woman's crying came faintly in my ears, one after another. Just like the scream of a baby, it kept causing irritation in people's hearts. Zhang Ming possessed the ability to break through obstacles with a lightning control. In addition, he had been alone for a long time, so he was very patient. He scolded in a bad mood, "Hey, I just asked you if you want to come in. If you don't come in, I'll go out." "Why are you crying?" Shimama simply repeated the woman's cry happily. After the sound was repeated by it, it was like a stray dog holding back its laughter, but it became festive. Under Shimama's confusion, the subtle feeling of irritability gradually disappeared. Suddenly, there was a creaking sound from the door again, as if a cat's claws were scratching. Zhang Ming pulled the rope from a distance, and the door opened directly. "If you don't come in, I'll take action." There was nothing outside the door, but a black shadow flashed by in a vague way. Zhang Ming sneered, took out a metal flying knife, held it in the palm of his hand, and a trace of electric current bloomed at the tip of the knife. He took off his clothes casually, wrapped a chair, and threw it out. With a loud rip, the thrown chair was torn into pieces by the shadow. Almost at the same time, the flying knife with strong lightning flashed a huge sonic boom and soared out of the door. Zhang Ming has practiced for so many years, and his throwing skills have reached perfection. Within 100 meters, he can hit almost every shot. With a puff, the lightning flying knife hit the shadow, and a gulp sounded on the deck. Zhang Ming was not in a hurry, and threw another chair out of the door. With a pop, the chair fell to the ground, but it was not attacked. He no longer hesitated and rushed out of the door with the ice spear. "Are you a human?" The creature lying on the deck was indeed a humanoid life form. Zhang Ming's attack was more fierce than a bullet of the sniper rifle, and it did hit the other party. The smell of blood on the deck became stronger and stronger, and the other party was bleeding after being injured. But for some reason, he felt that the other party seemed to be laughing. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, he could feel that the other party was laughing strangely. "Why are you on that cargo ship? How did you get here? Earthlings? Europeans?" Zhang Ming's eyes flashed with lightning. "Can you speak human language? If you don't get treatment, you will die. If you are also from Earth, don't be afraid. I won't kill you. You need to receive treatment, as long as the other party is an intelligent life and wants to communicate." Zhang Ming doesn't mind communicating. Even if both parties are lost people from different civilizations, they are just like floating duckweed in the mysterious area. In theory, there is still an opportunity for communication. There is no need to really evolve into a dark forest, where they will be destroyed immediately after being discovered. But the other party did not reply, but just hid in the shadows and gave a weird smile, not caring about his bleeding body at all, and there was no wailing. Zhang Ming's heart was getting heavier and heavier. The other party's behavior was not like a normal creature. He frowned and said in English, "Are you okay?" Suddenly, the black shadow pounced on him. Old Zhang didn't tolerate the other party. The spear in his hand flashed, and the whistling lightning quickly grew. In an instant, countless silver-white electric currents illuminated the small area as if it were daytime. Zhang Ming's eyes widened. He saw the other party. It was actually a person. It seemed to be a man, but his eyes were extremely dull. He was wearing a crew uniform, and the dirt on his face seemed to have not taken a bath for decades. In a flash, the whistling spear easily pierced the other party's body, just like cutting a piece of tofu. The whole process went smoothly and was somewhat beyond Zhang Ming's expectations. But something even more unexpected happened. A white shadow suddenly jumped out of the man's body and flashed towards Zhang Ming very quickly. His forehead was hot, and the white shadow almost teleported to Zhang Ming's face. His eyes blurred and fell into thick darkness. He could no longer hear any sound. And even his sense of touch was deprived. This feeling was like falling into a black hole where time and space were frozen. Everything was empty, and he didn't even know whether he was holding an ice spear in his hand. Zhang Ming had experienced this strange feeling of nothingness before. When fighting against the evil corpse of Xuanwu, he was also deprived of his 5 senses. "But now I am not the same person as before, I am your uncle now." Under the intense rage, the huge electric light turned from silver-white to purple at this moment. An overwhelming electric ring was formed around Zhang Ming. The illusion of nothingness was shattered by the lightning, and Zhang Ming immediately regained control of his body. Zhang Ming's whole body was boiling with murderous intent, and the surge of adrenaline made his body hot. He had to pinch his nose and shrink the huge electric ring because he smelled the smell of burnt wood. The boat that he had spent several years to build could not be smashed in a few hits. The white shadow that wanted to possess was beaten by the purple electric net and screamed "Wow!", escaped from Zhang Ming's head, and rushed towards the direction of the cabin. "Can this guy possess and take over? We must kill it," Zhang Ming roared, holding the spear and chasing. He took out the flying knife and burst into a deafening tiger roar again. But the speed of the white shadow was also very fast. It flashed and rushed into the cabin. It saw the little white turtle and flew over at the fastest speed. Zhang Ming's heart tightened. Be careful. But he found that Xiaobei was very clever and turned into a piece of white jadestone, rolling into the ancestral turtle shell. Buzz! The ancestral turtle shell burst into light. The white shadow failed to possess, and let out a wailing sound, and bounced directly from Xiaobei, as if it had suffered some kind of injury. Possess. I want to possess. Rolling on the ground, the slut mama who was repeating madly wanted to be possessed. But the white shadow ignored its existence. Since there was nothing to possess, the white shadow once again rushed towards Zhang Ming. Die for me. In the confrontation directly opposite, Zhang Ming was furious, roared, and forced the white shadow to possess himself. The cold and dead feeling instantly spread throughout the body, and then a lightning net suddenly enveloped the whole body. The lightning triggered by lightning control is essentially a kind of spiritual fire. The more intense the emotion, the more powerful it is. Zula, after being covered by the lightning net, the white shadow screamed and rushed out of Zhang Ming's body again. But this time, Zhang Ming would not simply let it go. The lightning net kept shrinking and getting smaller. The screaming white shadow kept wailing and gradually turned into a handful of ashes like salt grains. Zhang Ming was panting heavily. The battle just now looked thrilling, but in fact, it was like a flash of lightning. The duel was decided in less than a minute. "See, little niece, this is the strength of your uncle." Old Zhang, who was in a highly excited state, bent his arms and showed his biceps. He squatted down to study the handful of salt-like ashes, which was colorless and tasteless, as if it was ashes, but it didn't seem to be. Zhang Ming subconsciously felt that it seemed to increase attribute points, so he picked up a small bottle and collected all the particles. He patrolled his sailboat twice and did not find any other enemies. How should I describe this battle? It looks dangerous, but it is actually under control. The lightning consumed 1/5 of his mental strength, but the physical strength consumption was quite average. The more Zhang Ming used the ability of lightning control, the more powerful and mysterious it was. The purple heart fire lightning can be said to be the nemesis of these ghostly creatures. This guy knew to ambush me outside, which means that it has a certain degree of intelligence. But it is not too high, otherwise I would not have ambushed it back. Its possession ability is very strong. Ordinary people have no chance of survival if they encounter this thing, and the attacker just now may really be the person trapped in the mirage, which means that he has been possessed for 8 years. If there are more such weird things, even if I have heart fire lightning, I may be outnumbered and consumed to death. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming immediately raised the sail and headed away from the freighter. The sea breeze was very strong at night, and the speed of sailing downwind was about 15 kilometers per hour. The opponent's ship had no power. As the distance gradually moved away, the sense of uneasiness in his heart decreased slightly. After the little white turtle recovered from its white stone state, it crawled over quickly, crying "Arwoo, Arwoo." "You mean, there are a lot of similar things on that ship?" "Well, I get it. I won't take risks. They are more afraid of light?" "I think so too, otherwise why would it blow out the oil lamp?" "Xiaobei, you have made great progress. You know how to analyze the specific situation. You are worthy of being your uncle's friend." Xiaobei looked at him with great disdain. Emperor Zhang was really crazy, calling him uncle all day long. But when we encounter such incomprehensible things, we can just ask your ancestor Shimama. "Hey, Shimama, don't play dead. Even if you can't fight, you should know what this is." Zhang Ming put Xiaobei on his head, and suddenly remembered that there was a turtle on his head, commonly known as Turtle Man, so he had to put Xiaobei back on his shoulder. Shimama was silent, as if recalling the vast memories of the past. After being in a daze for a long time, it reluctantly said, and percent, there are many types of monsters of this type, and it is impossible to distinguish them. Even the remnants of some powerful beings after death can possess and take over the body, so this person is really dead, the kind that cannot be saved, right? Shimmer rolled gurgled to express his agreement. The soul has been replaced, so he must be dead, no doubt. The sky was showing a fish belly white, and Zhang Ming walked forward and checked the corpse on the deck. Although the other party was in the shape of a human, there were a lot of mutations in both muscles and internal organs, and the surface of the skin had grown black scales. No wonder it looked black. Zhang Ming did not think that this corpse could increase a lot of attribute points, or that eating it could gain very powerful abilities, etc. He did not want to eat human flesh, so he could only bite the bullet and cut open its stomach and intestines for a check. There were some fresh, undigested fish. It was fishing in the water and happened to find our ship, so it swam up. I wonder if the loss of one monster will trigger a full-scale attack from the other side. Zhang Ming thought for a moment, threw it directly into the sea, and washed the bloodstains on the deck with a large amount of seawater. Dust to dust, earth to earth, rest in peace, he sighed softly. Chapter 119 Mysterious Loot. Humans are so fragile. Zhang Ming couldn't imagine how humans could survive such an attack. So there was a high probability that there were no living humans on that cargo ship. What a pity, fellow countrymen. Then, Zhang Ming studied the small piece of shiny crystal powder, which was a mysterious supernatural wonder. He first asked Xiao Bei to identify it. Xiao Bei's pair of shiny eyes seemed a little confused. It felt that this thing was a little weird. It seemed to be non-toxic, but also a little dangerous. So it kept wondering there, and even doubted its own spiritual perception. After a long time, it cried "Awu Awu," which roughly meant, this little powder is indeed a dead thing, and the benefits and disadvantages it brings vary from person to person. Anyway, Xiao Bei is not lucky enough to enjoy it. Even a divine beast like you can do it? But I, Zhang, have an extraordinary talent. No matter what it is, I can turn it into an attribute point. Just watch, Uncle is invincible. Xiao Bei had a turtle face and was very rude. This guy has been talking about it all day long since he became his uncle. Is he so excited? Xiao Bei couldn't understand. Zhang Ming used a sharp needle to dip a small amount of crystal powder, and gently fanned it in front of his nose, inhaling an extremely small amount. This is a method recorded in the books of the Yanjiao people to distinguish whether supernatural items are harmful to the human body. Of course, Shannon tasting hundreds of things requires extremely high physique and perception, otherwise it would be a suicidal act. Zhang Ming is also a skilled and daring person. He wants to strengthen himself as soon as possible, so he is willing to do this. Under highly concentrated attention, the powerful perception system makes him have a kind of introspective effect. The internal organs, blood vessels, blood flow, and even the nervous system have no reaction to this extremely small amount of crystal powder. Is it useless for any organ? Toxin resistance is not triggered and cannot even be absorbed by the human body. What is the use of this thing? Suddenly, a sharp pain surged into his heart, and Zhang Ming couldn't help but roar "Ah!" This pain came so suddenly, as if it came from the depths of his soul, and every cell in his body exploded. His soul was out of his body. The feeling of the soul being out of his body is like a lucid dream. He can clearly sense everything around him, but he can't control his body. The separation of the body and the soul brings a trance of wandering outside the world. The whole sky becomes magnificent and dreamy. The splendor of rose red and the tranquility of sapphire blue complement each other. Even the calm sea of demons has turned into a bright purple with ripples. Freed from the constraints of the body, Zhang Ming felt an inexplicable sense of freedom. This is the real joy. Real freedom. He can float to a faraway place with just one thought. If he is in the state of soul, he can teleport back to Earth in a few hours. But it is obvious that under the blowing of the cold wind, the illusory soul body is also constantly weakening. In the current state of the soul body, it will be weak and dead within a few hours. Then, Zhang Ming found several subtle black spots near the soul. These black spots were attached to the surface of the soul, and the soul out of the body was caused by them. Zhang Ming's mind turned, and he subconsciously used the heart fire lightning. A strange electric light suddenly burst out from the depths of the soul. With a light squeak, these black spots were swept away by the lightning. As the black spots disappeared, Zhang Ming only felt that this strange lucid dream was like a bubble that popped and shattered, and the soul returned to the body. Zhang Ming, who was sweating profusely, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his face was not very good. Lifespan -1. Not only did it not increase the attribute, but it was also deducted. This powder can actually help people's souls out of the body. Is it specially used for taking over the body? There are such strange items in the world. If you say it is useful, of course it is useful. If you say it is not useful, at least it is not very useful at this stage. Zhang Ming really doesn't understand what it is. I stopped my soul from leaving my body in time, but I also lost a year of my life. Otherwise, under the blowing of the cold wind, wouldn't I have lost more than 10 years of my life? He released a toothpick like lightning with his fingertips. Fortunately, I have lightning control. Old Zhang's pupils dilated. He suddenly found that this lightning had a subtle purple color. He tried several more times. The original silver-white lightning was mixed with extremely weak purple currents, which was not his illusion. In the past, he could only burst out purple lightning when he was in extreme emotions. The purple current was 3-5 times stronger than the silver-white current. A surprising possibility appeared in Zhang Ming's mind. That small handful of strange powder, after being swallowed by lightning, enhanced the power of the soul? Is it true? After thinking about it, there was only this possibility. The various attributes in the attribute panel, except for the lifespan being reduced by 1 point, the rest did not change much. The soul strength or the strength of the soul fire may be a hidden number that is not reflected in the panel. How about trying again? Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva and called Shimama to the mast to stand guard. Shimama, did you know that my soul was out of my body just now? Shimama hesitated for a moment and did not speak. It seems that you didn't realize that you are quite honest. Zhang Ming laughed, closed his eyes, and inhaled a trace of powder again. The intense stinging sensation came again, and his soul was out of his body again. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. The lightning flashed at a very fast speed, swallowing up the black spots attached to the surface of the soul. Then the soul quickly returned to the body. Zhang Ming opened his eyes with sweat dripping, and looked at the attribute panel. It did not show the lifespan reduction. In fact, it should still be reduced. The stinging sensation just now made people feel scared. No matter how short the time of the soul being out of the body is, there will still be some backlash. It may be a few weeks or months. Because it is less than a whole year, there is no display on the attribute panel. Release the current again, and the purple light increases a tiny bit again. It really works. Zhang Ming was overjoyed. Just a little powder smaller than a needle tip has a good effect. If you swallow it all, can you turn the silver current into purple? Zhang Ming was very shocked. Something that can enhance the strength of the soul was not completely slaughtered. Does the intelligent civilization in the Sea of Demons pay so much attention to sustainable development? On Earth, if there is something that can enhance virility, it will immediately become endangered and its value will soar tenfold. If there is something that can prolong life, it will immediately become extinct. But soon, he smiled bitterly. The cost of swallowing this strange powder is too high. It requires spiritual abilities and it will deduct life at any time. Only a wealthy and powerful player like him can afford it. Zhang Ming's eyes shined. Let me, Zhang, do a good deed and kill all these ghosts. Let my compatriots get real rest. As the sun gradually rose, a new day came again. Shimama stuck to the mast as always, pretending to be a radio. However, Xiaobei seemed to be scared. The experience of being almost possessed by a ghost last night scared it so much that it hid in its tortoise shell. Hey, that guy is not invincible. You have so many life-saving abilities, how can it be so easy to possess him? If you have spiritual attack abilities, you might be able to kill him back. You are afraid of nothing? Well, if the pelican was here yesterday, it must have been possessed. Zhang Ming looked at the blue sky. That guy really ran fast. He is worthy of being a survival expert who has survived to this day. Xiaobei looked at Lao Zhang affectionately and begged in a low voice. I didn't sleep well yesterday. Can I be exempted from today's homework? You wish. Monsters need to be fought and homework should be done. Xiaobei cried miserably, and Shimama, who was stuck to the mast, made a strange laugh, rolled onto Xiaobei's back with great interest, and kept nagging it to do its homework. Zhang Ming was too lazy to care about the two old and young life treasures. He gathered all his strength, squatted slightly, and jumped high on the deck with a hey. This jump was hundreds of meters high. Looking from a high place, he found a steel freighter dozens of kilometers away. This ship really had no power and could only go with the flow. Let's keep a safe distance first. After I swallow these powders and evolve the lightning ability, I will fight the monsters. Zhang Ming actually had some guesses in his mind. He was far away from the Earth, which was an objective fact. So, what happened to the sudden appearance of this freighter? The first reason was that this ship, like his big plane, landed in almost the same position on the first day of the spiritual energy revival, but did not enter the Zhuangwu world. The second reason was that this ship was near the Earth and was transmitted through the space turbulence phenomenon. The day before entering the Demon Sea from the Zhuangwu world, he saw overcast weather and huge winds and waves. He also waited for a few days near the borderline, waiting for the wind and waves to disappear. That should be the space turbulence phenomenon that Li Xianfeng mentioned. Alice, I don't know if the so-called teleportation vortex is one-way or two-way. If I rushed into the storm vortex at that time, maybe I would be teleported to the vicinity of the Earth. However, the lost opportunity could not be returned, and Zhang Ming had no need to regret anything. His small boat was not as solid as the steel ship, and it might be completely overturned by a gust of wind and waves. He had a strange idea. If this kind of ghost-like strange creature appeared near the Earth, once the Earth was discovered, humans would be in trouble. I have to think of a way to investigate that freighter. Thinking of this, he concentrated his mind, assigned homework to Xiaobei, and hid in the cabin to devour the strange powder with lightning. Chapter 120I, Emperor Zhang Ming, must prepare to escape first. The process of pain is short, but the joy of becoming stronger is long-lasting. It took a full 10 days until all the crystal powder was consumed, and almost 15 years of life were lost. About a quarter of the current turned into bright purple. Even in Zhang Ming's perception, the current he released produced a subtle spirituality. This spirituality is very unique. In the past, the lightning he released was indiscriminate, and in addition to not electrocuting himself, it was easy to burn the wooden boat. Or it electrocuted Xiaobei and Shimima. He needs to deliberately control the intensity of the current to avoid these disasters. But now, this inexplicable spirituality seems to be able to distinguish what things cannot be attacked according to Zhang Ming's subconscious mind. This is very subtle. It will only kill the enemy and not the friendly forces. Of course, the strength of this spirituality is not enough, and occasionally the current will still rush out and hurt other things. Zhang Ming was overjoyed and stood up from his chair excitedly. As long as the lifespan is 60 years, the electric current can gain powerful spirituality. There is such a good treasure in the world. It's time to launch a wave of war to obtain more crystal powder. No, it's time to bury my compatriots. He raised the sail with high morale and let the sailboat sail towards the direction of the large freighter. The wind today is not small, and the sailboat moves at a satisfactory speed. The breeze blows on the face, the sun is scorching, and the Dead Sea appears full of waves under the breeze. Xiaobei, you watch carefully. How do we hunt opponents who are much stronger than ourselves? This knowledge will benefit you for life, Zhang Ming confidently encouraged himself. Xiaobei shrank his head and looked at Lao Zhang in pain. It is impossible for me to challenge an opponent who is stronger than myself. What's the use of this knowledge? When the ship was only 10 kilometers away, Zhang Ming turned about to facilitate evacuation at any time. See, Zhang, have always been prepared to retreat even if I am sure of success. Zhang Ming became more and more proud, and Xiaobei became more and more speechless. Shimama shouted enthusiastically, Emperor Zhang Ming, will prepare to escape first. Okay, let's get down to business. He didn't want to rush into the enemy's base camp rashly. Although his lightning ability could restrain those monsters, it was still too risky to rush in and fight directly. He just wanted to slowly fish the monsters entrenched on it and kill them one by one. Hey! Is there anyone? Is there anyone? Zhang Ming shouted at a distance of 10 kilometers. Come here. Your compatriots are here. The voice spread far and far. It was just a pity that after shouting for a long time, there was no response on the ship. Zhang Ming seriously suspected that under the midday sun, those monsters would not come out at all. There was no other way, so he could only take a rope and tie up Shimama, who was stuck to the mast. The black stone was shaking crazily. Why did you tie me up? I'll throw you over and let you be a tweeter in front of the monster. The louder the better, Zhang Ming said excitedly. I just want to ask if you want to. Shimama shook even more crazily, and agreed with his plan very much, and said tremblingly, yes, in fact, it is also possible without tying a rope. Shimama can float on the water like a ball and roll back quickly. I tied a rope just in case, and I can also use you as a weapon. I just want to ask if you want to use your body to hammer the monster, you non-aggressive guy? Shimama shook like a vibrator, and continued to repeat tremblingly, Yes, then don't talk nonsense. 3, 2, 1, go. Lao Zhang tied the rope, swung his arm, and Shimama was launched like a rocket. Once thrown high into the sky, you can hear its howling getting louder and louder. Hey, 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 hey. Is there anyone? Is there anyone? Is there anyone? Emperor Zhang Ming, prepare to retreat first. The bitch's cry became louder and louder, just like singing rap with an inexplicable rhythm. Will you die if you don't say the last sentence? Zhang Ming covered his ears and cursed. The cry was so loud that it seemed as if a huge rocket rose next to it, and even the ears were deafened. The waves in the entire area trembled slightly under this vast and boundless sound, forming a water wave ripple that was concave with a sound source as the center. The little white turtle was doing his homework while watching the performance of the two crazy people. He was stunned and trembling. It suddenly realized that on this ship, only the stupid bird that ran away was normal. The other two were real crazy people, the kind who were not afraid of monsters and became more and more excited. As a normal turtle, it should have followed a big pelican to escape. Stupid bird, don't leave me here alone. Xiaobei heard Zhang Ming's happy cry. The babies are rushing out, haha. It squinted its eyes and watched a bunch of humanoid creatures running out of the freighter, jumping into the sea and heading towards the wooden boat. Zhang Ming quickly shook the roller and quickly retracted the rope tied to Shimama. Some strange creatures also rushed out of the cabin, even birds. The movements of these birds were inexplicably stiff, and they flapped their wings several times before they stumbled and flew up. Why are there still birds? It's okay, just shoot them down from the air with a javelin. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva, raised the sail again, and drove the sailboat away. It's okay, Xiaobei, watch carefully. Today I will let you learn combat knowledge. The fastest one in the air was a six-eyed bird demon, with a snake's body and bird's wings, and it flew like a black light. A distance of 10 kilometers may only take 1 or 2 minutes. When it made a cry, Xiaobei felt that his mind was in a trance. But soon, the scream was covered by Shimama's crazy repetition. The babies are rushing out, haha. Xiaobei couldn't help but stick his head out curiously, wanting to watch the fight. More and more birds rose up, and soon the number reached dozens. Even though their flight was a little stiff and crooked, it was still many times faster than swimming, and they could soon fly to the boat. There are a lot of them. What's going on? Are you a professional bird breeder? Lao Zhang looked at the increasing number and was a little confused. He comforted Xiaobei stubbornly. It doesn't matter. The road to the rise of the emperor will always have twists and turns. There is still a chance if you fight hard. More birds rose up, and now there may be 100 of them. Chapter 121 The Sheltering Power of the Origin of the World. Xiaobei looked at Lao Zhang with a pair of round eyes. With so many enemies, it was like poking a hornet's nest. Could they really defeat them? It could only roll into the ancestral tortoise shell and hide, quietly looking at the face of Emperor Zhang. It's a bit beyond my expectations. I may not be able to defeat so many. But hunting monsters can't be smooth sailing. There are always some accidents. Zhang Ming maintained his image as a master earnestly. The number of birds is still increasing. 200 is almost 300. Zhang Ming was stunned. After several seconds, he sighed suddenly. Young potential seed, Emperor Zhang, is he going to die today? Xiaobei, you have to collect my body. Xiaobei was stunned. Did he give up so quickly? I saw Lao Zhang fled to the cabin, picked up a fishbone spear, and made a standard throwing action. Then he warmed up a few times and put the spear down again. Lao Zhang's face became serious. This time he was not joking. Xiaobei, watch carefully. There are too many enemies, but they are not invincible. The fastest flying and strange-looking birds are most likely the strongest. I must kill them first, so I hid in the cabin to avoid being hit by their abilities. I'm not a coward, you know. Xiaobei nodded quickly. I know. As for those who fly slowly, they are only at the level of pelicans. I can kill one with one shot. Those monsters that swim over will take at least half an hour. Don't worry about them for now. I choose to fight at noon because those possessed monsters may not like light. Even if we can weaken them by 5% or 10%, it will be good. What's more, even if we can't beat them, we still have the last backup, the source of the world. So, don't worry. Zhang Ming quietly waited for the arrival of the six-eyed bird demon. When the distance between the two sides was only 100 meters, Xiaobei saw that the blood vessels on Lao Zhang's forehead burst, as if brewing a terrifying power. I don't care what its ability is. Now I'm hiding in the cabin, and it's hard for it to hit me. As long as you strike first, Within 100 meters, it will be its death. Wow! The six-eyed bird demon let out a strong hissing sound and was about to land on the deck. Almost at the same time, Zhang Ming swung the rope in his hand fiercely. Die for me, the stone mama, which surpassed the sonic boom, roared over. With a loud snap, the stone instantly hit the body of the six-eyed bird demon, and a pile of blood plasma burst out. The blood-stained stone mama repeated madly, the babies are rushing over, haha. Then, a white shadow suddenly jumped out from the corpse of the six-eyed bird and rushed towards Zhang Ming. This mysterious ghost-like creature does not cherish its own body because it can constantly change its body. If it was the original six-eyed bird, it would probably not be so easy to kill. Facing the galloping white shadow, Zhang Ming still hid in the cabin, and Xiaobei quickly turned into stone. Compared to the nights before, the speed of the white shadow has slowed down. The sunlight has indeed caused damage to it. This is good news. At the moment when the white shadow was about to possess him, a strong current with purple and white covered his body, forming a thick electric net. The white shadow was bound in the electric net. As the electric net continued to shrink, it wailed and turned into a handful of small, shiny particles. The first one. The enemy general who came out of the gun has been killed by me. Xiaobei, help me collect these crystals. Today is a time for a big harvest. Xiaobei reluctantly recovered from the stone state and watched Zhang Ming run to the cabin to kill people. How could a turtle collect a handful of crystals on the ground? He could only think of a way to use the feather of the pelican as a broom and slowly sweep the particles into a ball. Finally, he used telekinesis to control the spoon and put them into the bottle, which was also considered to have achieved the goal. At this moment, Lao Zhang was waving the stone mama in the air, and blood poured down like rain, dyeing the deck red. Shimima also cooperated very well and made ghostly howling sounds. However, the rope he woven with plant fibers was not very strong. After less than half a minute of swinging, Shimima flew into the sea with a howl. Facing more and more bird enemies, Zhang Ming picked up the fishbone spear on the ground and began to throw it continuously. Each spear throw made a whistling sound that exceeded the speed of sound. To be honest, except for the first few strange-looking birds, the rest of the birds were actually at the same level as the fleeing pelicans, or even worse. Their flying ability was obviously old-fashioned and sluggish. Facing high-speed throws, they did not dodge much, and the final result was 7 or 8 out of 10. But the white shadows that emerged after the death of this group of birds were extremely difficult to deal with. There were too many of them. Even under the scorching sun, the speed of the white shadows was affected, and there was still a risk of ants biting the elephant to death. 28-29 While Zhang Ming was throwing the spear, he had to distract himself and guard against the white shadow's possession attacks. Powerful electric currents with purple and white burst out one after another, covering the whistling white shadow and turning it into ashes. After killing 50 monsters in a row, Zhang Ming's spirit value has been consumed by more than half. He estimated that he could not kill all the birds. At most, he could kill 70 or 80 birds, and then his spirit would be exhausted. There is no need to fight to the limit. Xiaobei, the last trick, use the final trump card. While there is still some spare energy, Zhang Ming activated the protection function of Source of the World during the free period. He tried to activate Source of the World in the past, and he was not too unfamiliar with this function. No matter how good something is, you always have to try it first to know the effect. But facing so many confused enemies, Zhang Ming couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. What if it suddenly stopped working? At this moment, the Source of the World hanging on his chest exuded a warm luster. A layer of light water ripples enveloped the ship, like a soap bubble, wrapping everything inside. This is the great power from the world. With Zhang Ming as the center, a micro-world with a radius of about 20 meters is formed. He is the master of this micro-world. This mysterious sheltering ability is not just a simple invisibility, but also a unique spatial phenomenon. As long as Zhang Ming does not want the enemies from the outside world to come in, even if these birds accidentally touch the soap bubble, their flight trajectory will be distorted and they will fly directly out from the symmetrical end of the bubble. And the parties involved have no way of knowing the whole process. In the eyes of countless monsters, the ship seemed to disappear in an instant. They wandered in the air anxiously, looking around, howling loudly, wow, wow, but they couldn't find it anyway. A strong sense of security came over him. Under the protection of the small world, Zhang Ming seemed to have returned to the harbor of his heart, his warm hometown. The mental value that had consumed most of it actually began to rise slowly. Only the she-mama was still in the sea, calling out loudly, "The babies are rushing over, haha, oh no, how could I forget it?" Zhang Ming's eyes twitched a few times, but she-mama was far away and he couldn't protect it. One of the birds with a big belly picked up the screaming she-mama and swallowed it directly into its stomach with a gulp. The bird did not resist and let itself be swallowed. Soon, the bird flew away with she-mama in its stomach. Along the way, the bird's stomach was still making a huge sound. On that afternoon when the sun was setting, I asked her if she could bury her head in her yellow sweater. She liked her yellow sweater very much. She said no shyly. Zhang Ming's face turned black and he was shaking like a sieve. She-mama was threatening him, Zhang. If he didn't save it, it would only expose Zhang the Great's personal privacy. Damn it, why are you in such a hurry? It's not like I'm going to throw you away. Zhang Ming wiped his sweat and observed the outside world through the faint ripples of the water. The sheltering ability of the source of the world is too strong. There are still about 200 birds flying in the sky. There were about 300 or 400 strange creatures swimming in the water, including humans, reptiles, mammals, and some alien-like monsters, all of which were also searching tirelessly. These monsters searched for more than 4 hours, but they couldn't find it, so they had no choice but to swim back. The sea returned to calm, with only a pool of blood that continued to dissipate under the dilution of the sea water. Zhang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the freighter was almost invisible and the monsters had all returned to their base camp, he cancelled the protection ability of the source of the world. The faint ripples of the water disappeared, and the lost homelander debit from the demon sea was renewed. Zhang had just felt the warmth of home, but suddenly became a lost homelander again, which made him a little bored. It took almost 5 hours, and the energy of the source of the world has hardly changed. Playing with a small bead on his chest, with his current perception ability, he really didn't notice much difference. I think this source of the world can be used for a long time. Zhang Ming felt full of security in his heart, and he seized every opportunity to give himself a psychological massage. It's normal. The source of the world stolen by the Yanjiao people is much worse than the one I have, but it can protect a fleet. This kind of protection cannot last only a few hours, otherwise it will be meaningless, and my source of the world, as long as it protects this small boat, it should be able to protect for a longer time. However, Zhang Ming still saved the energy in it, because he didn't know how long the journey home would last, so he had to save it. In addition, he also wanted to save some energy for the consciousness connection function of Gaia consciousness, that is, making phone calls. After the protection function dissipated, the sailboat gradually moved away, and the two sides were separated by a distance of about 40 kilometers, basically out of the range of the monster's perception. Zhang Ming cleaned up the battlefield. Some spoils were blown away by the wind, and some bird corpses fell into the sea. More than 50 white shadows, the crystal powder added up to fill a mineral water bottle. The amount is quite large. The appearance of the crystal powder is also quite beautiful. Each one is about the size of a salt grain, square, and emits a light blue light. Zhang Ming's face was filled with a smile, and he smelled a breath called wealth. But you have to know that this thing has a certain degree of soul toxicity, which can make people's souls leave their bodies. Ordinary people really can't enjoy it. In addition, there are 6 bird corpses on the deck, a 6-eyed monster bird, and 5 ordinary-looking birds. Zhang Ming didn't know whether these things could be eaten. Anyway, even if they couldn't be eaten, they could be used as firewood, right? At that moment, he began to pluck bird feathers and dissect bird meat. Xiaobei, your ancestor was captured by someone, so he should be able to hold on for a while. Come here and tell if this bird can be eaten. If not, just draw it and use it as firewood. The energy contained in monster meat is usually not small, and it can burn for a long time. Zhang Ming rubbed his sore arms. The sky gradually darkened. In order to reduce unknown risks, he kept scooping seawater and cleaning the blood on the deck. The deck was paved with a layer of aluminum alloy, which was beaten into pits. Fortunately, metal plates are easier to clean than wood. It took an hour to clean it up. The only normal little white turtle is sensing the properties of food. After a while, its eyes lit up and it shouted happily. The identification result was a tonic. Ah, eatable. Can it be eaten after being possessed? We will rescue your crazy ancestor sooner or later. Don't worry, let's eat first. Lao Zhang took a bone knife, activated its King Kong function, and plucked the bird's feathers and removed its internal organs. He felt a lot of emotion in his heart. Hunting is the fastest way to get rich. This strange bird looks very strong, and the next attribute points are settled. He carefully dissected the 6 eyes on its head. Each one is the size of a ping-pong ball and hard, like a glass marble. The dark purple light surged, and these 6 eyeballs exuded a cold supernatural fluctuation, which gave people an uncomfortable feeling. Zhang Ming estimated that the superpowers of this 6-eyed strange bird might have a lot to do with the eyeballs. However, after being possessed by the white shadow, it became a stupid bird that could fight hand-to-hand, and its combat power was greatly reduced. What a waste of talent, he shook his head. Of course, some applications of superpowers are related to the soul. When possessed by the white shadow, the original soul is completely annihilated, so it is natural that the ability cannot be used. In order to adapt to flying, the bones of birds are mostly hollow and not very hard. The meat on the body is mainly muscle. This strange bird looks so big, but it is actually only about 200 pounds, of which the weight of the bird's feathers accounts for half. A thigh is only about 20 pounds of meat, and look at the hard muscle, there is not much oil. This stuff must taste very dry. There is a kind of meat on earth called turkey meat. It is said that there are top chefs who want to challenge the difficulty of making turkey meat delicious. However, they all failed. The unpalatability of turkey exceeds the scope of normal food. Chapter 122, Lightning Control Alienation. This guy should be even worse than this. Normal cooking will only burn a piece of wood. Zhang Ming slowly checked each piece of bird meat and checked for parasites. Soak it in white wine and marinate it. Then add a special seasoning, a shrub leaf from the mangroves on Turtle Island. Zhang Ming accidentally discovered that this shrub can prey on insects, and its sap contains special proteases that can make the hard monster meat tender and delicious. So, even on the ship where the land is precious, he transplanted this shrub and collected a lot of seeds. After marinating for half a month, this monster meat will become tender and juicy. As for the preservation of the 6 gem-like eyeballs, it is more complicated. Zhang Ming thought about it and poured some blood of the strange bird into the container for soaking. After all, the wonders of the spirits and monsters are not as good as the wonders of the sky. If they are not carefully preserved, their supernatural fluctuations will slowly disappear, resulting in a waste of materials. As for what the eyeballs are used for, we will study them later. Since he was idle anyway, he asked Xiaobei to help keep watch. Zhang Ming returned to the big shell and carefully used the light blue crystal powder to feed his own lightning. This practice lasted for half a month. Zhang Ming practiced without sleep and forgetting to eat. He just ate a few bites when he ate, and Xiaobei never came to disturb him. In fact, he was still worried about Shimima. It was not that Shimima would die directly, but he was worried that the bird that ate Shimima would die in a corner and he would not be able to find it at that time. It was not until noon on the 16th day that Zhang Ming exhaled a long breath and opened his eyes again. Another 40 years of life were lost. The lightning had completely transformed into purple under the continuous feeding, and the crystal powder of a mineral water bottle was consumed by almost 80%. At this time, feeding it again would have no effect. It would just make your soul leave your body and consume your life. The description in the attribute panel has also changed. Lightning control, alienation, allows you to release the heart-fire lightning. Although the introduction is similar to the past, the value of the word alienation is not to be underestimated. Its spiritual limit and control degree have been greatly improved. Originally, even if it was cultivated to the full level, it was only 7,779 spiritual points, which belonged to the category of Earth-level ability, but now it has been forcibly climbed to 12,300 points. This is already the upper limit of the sky-level ability in the records of Yanjiao people. The control degree has soared from 42.99% to 68.51%. In other words, his current spiritual value can be increased to an unprecedented 8,426 points. Lao Zhang looked at the spirit. 3,344, lifespan. 32/1542, on the attribute panel, with a stern face, feeling extremely excited, but also extremely troubled. His attributes are not enough. Even if the lifespan is squeezed to the limit, there is less than 5,000 spiritual points, which is a long way from 8,426. He could not help but get excited, and he shouted to the sky, "Life is lonely and invincible. The era of insufficient attribute points has come again. In the sea of demon gods, as expected, doughty strongmen are everywhere, and Dao Sheng is worse than a dog." After thinking about it, he directly lowered the lifespan by 1,300 years and allocated it to the spirit. Spirit column was adjusted to 4,744, which was still a long way from the 8,426 that could be allocated. As for the other two attributes, physique and perception, Zhang Ming did not intend to adjust them randomly. The attribute panel at this moment is as follows: physique 1,708, perception 1,176, spirit 4,744. Note, the upper limit of this option is 8,426 points. Lifespan 32/242. Total attributes 7,770. Lifespan complains silently. Why can you only live for more than 200 years? Go and die now, short-lived ghost. Even if you become stronger, you are still a short-lived ghost who can only live for more than 200 years. Zhang Ming stood up contentedly, patted his numb buttocks, and played with the purple lightning again. Walked to the cabin. Xiaobei was gnawing bird meat there, and by the way, it had cleaned the kitchen. What a smart and capable turtle. Did you add the firewood? Xiaobei shook his tail proudly, and was shocked when he saw the purple lightning hanging on Zhang Ming's shoulder. What the hell is this? It's been marinated for 15 days, so it should be delicious, right? Zhang Ming pretended that nothing had happened, and deliberately moved the purple electric snake a few times. He picked up a piece of fermented bean curd with chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth, frowning immediately. How can I describe the taste? Even with this special seasoning, it was still very dry. The fat content of bird meat was too low, and it tasted like a bunch of weeds when chewed. If you really want to make it delicious, you have to use 18 martial arts, including adding starch to marinate, hammering and massaging the meat, and then soaking it in special seasoning for several months. Now Zhang Ming has no time to do these, so he can only do it hastily. However, the spiritual power contained in it is quite high. After a meal of bird meat, attribute +3. Gain a new ability, fixing soul, allows you to fix the enemy's soul with your eyes, which can cause mental confusion at the least and direct loss of ability to move at the worst. Requires 38 points of attribute activation. This may be a mysterious level ability, or even a ground level ability. What a pity, it's a spiritual ability. I can't give up the heavenly lightning control and learn to fix the soul. Zhang Ming suppressed the desire to activate the ability because he had been deceived too many times. Offensive acquired abilities are really useless in the ever-changing battles. On the contrary, the acquired abilities in the auxiliary aspect are still useful. However, those 6 eyeballs should also have the function of fixing the soul. I can think of a way to create an offensive wonder. Zhang Ming immediately allocated the 3 attributes he just got to the spirit. Lifespan. After doing this, he began to study the alienated lightning control. His fingers lightly touched the air, releasing purple electric currents. In Xiaobei's surprised eyes, it was like a purple spirit snake dancing in the air, spinning around Zhang Ming's body in circles. The spirituality of the electric current has indeed greatly increased. These lightnings can make more complex movements, and the power output is more stable, and will not explode abruptly. In Zhang Ming's mind, he even had a magical idea that this purple electricity can be used to charge electronic products. In the past, he had also tried to charge his mobile phone and laptop. If it worked, he could play stand-alone games to relieve his boredom. The final result was that the battery exploded directly. Boom, he almost blew himself up. The reason was that the voltage of the lightning he released was too high and did not meet the charging requirements. Now we can try again. Zhang Ming's mind turned, and one of the purple currents turned into an Ultraman-like model, and the other turned into a Godzilla model, and the 2 lightnings fought against each other. This kind of high computation fabrication of villains was impossible in the past, but now it is possible. Moreover, the release of purple lightning consumes only about half of the mental value in the past. Cool. Lao Zhang stood up with great joy, but found that Xiaobei was staring at his Ultraman model furtively, and couldn't help but smile and said, "Last night, the loyal patriot my daddy taught me a trick in my dream, called Lightning 5 Whips. Do you want to see it?" Xiaobei looked sad, knowing that Lao Zhang had gone crazy again. Zhang Ming twisted his hands randomly, performing a ghostly Yanko dance move, and a purple electric whip appeared in his hand, crackling and swinging around, making strange noises. Xiaobei shrank back into his tortoise shell in horror and turned into a piece of white jadestone. Lao Zhang's high-voltage electricity can kill people if it hits them. Even a tortoise shell can't completely block the attack of high-voltage electricity. It can only turn into stone. But this time it was very strange. The lightning whip that was swinging everywhere didn't feel anything when it hit me, and the surrounding wood didn't smell burnt after being hit. Zhang Ming was very satisfied with the spiritual characteristics of the purple current. It will not actively harm the things that I need to protect in my subconscious mind. Naturally, I have fewer concerns when fighting, and it can also save energy. However, even if my strength has increased a lot, it is still not a wise choice to rush into the enemy's base camp rashly. Let's fight a war of attrition. First, consume all the flying birds, and then slowly hunt the others. Zhang Ming patted his head and said to himself, "Mama, you shouldn't be so anxious. You won't die, Mama, you shouldn't be so anxious. You won't die." An old voice sounded in his ears. With a hint of inexplicable resentment and anger, the tone was specially prolonged. Huh? Zhang Ming turned around and saw that the stone was already stuck to the mast. He felt a little embarrassed. Even if he was thick-skinned, he would still be embarrassed if he was caught on the spot. Then he thought of something and shouted, "Master Shima is really an invincible hero. He escaped by himself." Xiaobei also cheered on the side. Shima shook a few times with pride and became happy. "Hero. He escaped by himself." As a result, Lao Zhang changed the subject. "You must have experienced a deep, dark, smelly and narrow place to be here. I have a big question. Did you wash yourself clean? You don't have that stinky smell, do you?" "No." "What is that yellow thing on your body?" Shima was stunned for a long time before he understood what this sentence meant. It rolled down from the mast again and jumped into the sea. "I just washed the boat." Zhang Ming took the lightning whip and threw it into the sea with 5 consecutive lightning whips. Xiaobei was also stunned. Since entering the Sea of Demons, these two guys have become crazier day by day. So much so that a normal turtle, always feels out of place because it is not perverted enough. Pelican, come back soon. Pelican, I can't control these two guys. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Master is still worried about disasters on Earth? From that day on, Zhang Ming launched a long war of attrition against a freighter. First, he used the Shima brand loudspeaker to scare the guys inside out. He was not greedy either. While controlling the sailboat to escape, he threw spears from a distance to fight a war of attrition. After killing the monster's body, the white shadow inside always attacked him, and then was consumed to death by Zhang Ming's lightning ability. At the beginning, there were too many monsters. In order to avoid being besieged, he used the shelter function of the source of the world several times. Later, after all the birds died, only a group of swimming ones were left. Even the source of the world was useless. He just adopted the kite-flying tactic of fighting and retreating. It was precisely because the freighter had no maneuverability and the swimming speed of the monsters was not as fast as flying that made his plans succeed. Finally, at noon on this day, after the Shima loudspeaker finished playing, no more monsters appeared from the freighter. Is it because they saw through my plan, or is there really no monster? Zhang Ming climbed on the mast and looked at the empty freighter. After floating on the sea for so long, time still left traces on this well-equipped freighter. The side of the ship seemed to have been destroyed by some acidic liquid, covered with moss and algae, and some places were painted black, pieces fell off, and mottled. In a few decades, even if this ship does not sink, it will be like a ghost ship. Do you want to go up and take a look? Zhang Ming was a little hesitant. He felt an unknown risk on this ship. There may be a powerful source for so many possessed white shadows, or a small leader. And Zhang Ming already has 2.5 bottles of light blue crystal powder. When the evolution of lightning is saturated, it seems unnecessary to continue collecting. But in the more than half a month of the war of attrition, Zhang Ming remembered another thing. Zhuangbing, Wang Fuman once described in a letter that some supernatural disasters occurred on the Earth, among which a certain island far away from the Pangu continent appeared similar to the existence of the zombies. At first, Zhang Ming did not care too much about this matter. At that time, he thought that the Earth was so big. Could it be that there would be a large number of zombies like in the movies? Movies like Resident Evil have many illogical places. Could it be that the human race would be wiped out? He thought it was impossible and there was nothing to worry about. But now, he was really worried. Disaster of the living dead. Zhang Ming frowned and looked into the distance. If this ship is really teleported from near the Earth, The situation is really not very good. After the creatures on the ship are possessed, they will automatically forage for food and follow a certain degree of instinct. But they are not as intelligent as they were when they were alive, and they are no different from the living dead. If the creatures on the ship are from the same source as the disaster on the Earth, then it is really difficult for the people on Earth to deal with this kind of life. Zhang Ming didn't know whether the electric current, electromagnetic waves and other things on the Earth could kill the White Shadow. The electric current he released was essentially the fire of the soul, a kind of spiritual ability. Even if the conventional electric current could really kill the White Shadow, their super fast speed and possession ability would not be so easy to deal with. A life that is almost impossible to kill is too strong for the people on Earth. Let's go up and take a look. Maybe we can get something, even if it means doing something good for Earth. Thinking of this, Lao Zhang no longer hesitated, turned around, and threw a pearl that controlled a large shell to the little white turtle. I'm going to set off. Some things have to be faced calmly even if you know the risks, just like when I killed a golden electric eel that was 10 or 100 times stronger than me. I'm going to hunt that thing. And I also want to get the resources on this ship. If I die, you go get a leaf of the world tree and find a way to swim back to the Zuanwu world. Thinking of this, he moved a small wooden boat that could only accommodate one person from the cabin. He carried a backpack full of supplies, took the ice spear, and jumped onto the small wooden boat. Instead, Shimama stuck to Lao Zhang's butt and couldn't get rid of it. This guy usually won't affect his combat power, so Zhang Ming just let it go. He turned around and paddled away. Bye, I might die this time, but the life and death fight is really exciting and I can't help myself. Xiaobei picked up the pearl and screamed "Arwu," and found that something was wrong. The main supporter, Emperor Zhang, went to attack the monster aggressively. The crazy ancestor also followed to make trouble. It is a director of the logistics department. How can it guard such a big ship in the Sea of Demons? Xiaobei was timid in his heart, but after hesitating again and again, he still didn't choose to hide in the big shell. If there was an enemy coming, hiding in the shell would be a turtle in a jar. It had to find a way to detect. Xiaobei chose to stick to the mast like his ancestor. In essence, this is a flexible use of telekinesis. The objects that telekinesis can control are first metal and secondly its own tortoise shell. Covering the tortoise shell with telekinesis can make the body lighter. Standing high and seeing far, the trembling Xiaobei faced the vast and boundless demon sea, which was as vast as the deep space, alone for the first time. Perhaps, for the fledgling little turtle, this magical feeling of loneliness is also a special practice. On the other side, Zhang Ming, who was rowing, was thinking enthusiastically about the relevant matters of conquering the enemy. Hunting monsters stronger than himself always makes him enter a state of horrible upright ape ecstasy. Of course, this enthusiasm did not make him lose his mind. A true hunter must keep a cool head, deeply know his own weight, and make enough backup plans, including psychological preparation after defeat. If there is really an infectious source in the ship, its ability is likely to produce white shadows, just like the queen ant, producing those ghost-like creatures. This possession ability is restrained by my purple lightning, so there is no need to worry too much. It should have a certain amount of wisdom, but not much, at least not as smart as humans. I have to be wary of it having other abilities. How can I know its abilities? Do I risk my life? Or throw Shinma over? Not long after, the small wooden boat slid near the large freighter, which was about 180 meters long and 30 meters wide. Compared with the small wooden boat that can only carry one person, this freighter is like a Titan ship. I don't know what cargo this ship is carrying, and where the containers on the deck are. Zhang Ming took out a strange thing from his bag, called empty shell. This thing is a kind of conch shell, which can generate great suction when activated, just like a suction cup. Zhang Ming sucked the empty shell on the side of the freighter and tied a rope to prevent his small wooden boat from being washed away by the sea. Then, with the ice spear on his back, he jumped onto the freighter in a few moves. There was a salty smell on the deck, with all kinds of fish scales and bird feathers scattered all over the floor, mixed with long dry blood. Old Zhang frowned slightly, mobilizing his whole body's perception to perceive the movements in all directions. He found nothing. It seemed that he was the only one on the deck, but the vague sense of crisis reminded Zhang Ming that there was a powerful enemy waiting for him here. This guy is really unhygienic and not afraid of getting sick. Suddenly, his pupils dilated and he saw a corpse. A human corpse. With his back to the body, he couldn't see the specific appearance. But the clothes on his body seemed to be exactly the same as his own, with a pair of hiking shoes, ordinary sweatpants and t-shirts on his feet. Confused, Zhang Ming couldn't help but frown, hiding behind a building, carefully looking at the corpse. These possessed creatures obviously need food to survive. How could a human corpse be preserved until now? What do you mean, a trap? He grabbed the stone mama that was stuck to his buttocks. You go and turn the corpse over, okay? If something jumps out, I will throw a lightning spear immediately. The fearless stone mama immediately agreed, rolled over, pushed the corpse and turned it over. When Zhang Ming saw the appearance of the corpse, even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Because the corpse looked exactly like himself. From the clothes, to the dress, to the facial expression, to the body shape, it was exactly the same. He subconsciously wanted to throw the ice spear, but a very strong sixth sense summoned from Zhang Ming's eyebrows, as if he would die immediately if he threw the ice spear. Are you going to scare people by making a dead me? Zhang Ming frowned and gave up the action of throwing. A purple electric current was released from his fingertips, and he slowly crawled towards the direction of the corpse. The purple electric current was like a small snake, darting fast, about to hit the corpse's forehead and burn through its brain. However, at this moment, the chilling cold feeling of death came from Zhang Ming's forehead again. The sixth sense warned him frantically, and Zhang Ming quickly stopped the attack of the purple electric current, and the chilling feeling disappeared abruptly. What do you mean? Is this corpse me? Zhang Ming's mind turned rapidly, and a layer of fine sweat seeped out from his forehead. Suddenly, he controlled the electric current to rush straight towards the corpse's arm. Squeak! The right arm of the corpse was pierced by electricity. Then, almost at the same time, a strong electric current that appeared from nowhere rushed straight towards Zhang Ming's arm. He couldn't dodge and was hit by the electric current. Under the severe pain, Zhang Ming sweated profusely in an instant, grimacing in pain, and subconsciously used the blood coagulation regeneration technique. Although this is an acquired ability, it is quite useful at this moment. The part that was hit is exactly the same as that on the corpse. This thing will counterattack my own attack, or is this an illusion? If it only affects me, it shouldn't affect Shimama. Shimama, where are you? What are you doing? He called out a few times, and was horrified to find that Shimama was stuck to the buttocks of the flesh, motionless. Zhang Ming called out several times in a row, but Shimama remained motionless, as if she didn't hear his voice. A thought suddenly appeared. Could it be that that flesh is me? My soul has left my body. I am now in the state of soul. Attacking my own flesh will hurt my soul. I must return to my flesh quickly, otherwise I will die once the monster appears. His heart beat wildly, uncontrollably. Even though the powerful lightning dispelled the crazy thoughts one by one, some thoughts still grew uncontrollably, endlessly. The sun was fierce, and Zhang Ming found that he was getting weaker. After losing his body, he was just a soul and could not survive in this world for a long time. Do I need to return to my body? Zhang Ming hesitated. He was worried that his soul had really left his body. He also suspected that it was a terrifying trap. While thinking, he once again gathered the electric light and chopped it fiercely towards the fingers of the corpse. The little finger of the flesh was cut off, emitting a strong smell of burnt. Then, even though he was extremely vigilant, a flash of electric light suddenly appeared and also cut off Zhang Ming's little finger. He still couldn't avoid it. In the severe pain, Zhang Ming took a breath of cold air. I'll go somewhere else first and ignore this body. Zhang Ming turned around and left, but the moment he turned his head, he heard a strange voice coming from the corpse behind him. There was an invisible thing gnawing at his flesh. A deep wound appeared on his arm in an instant, which looked like a tooth mark. One of the pieces of flesh was bitten off. He himself was also injured. Severe pain came from the tooth mark. Acquired ability, only one can be used at a time. Zhang Ming could only temporarily give up his blood coagulation regeneration constitution and use his supervision. It was a pity that he saw nothing. Then, another tooth mark appeared on his shoulder. If this continues, I will be bitten to death by that invisible thing. Interesting. The scorching sun, the bone-chilling sea breeze, the solemn battlefield, the silent corpses, and the invisible monsters made up this difficult moment. Zhang Ming couldn't help but sneer. Ha ha ha, a life and death battle, a thrilling journey, and surging adrenaline. This is the real sea of demons. This was the first time he encountered such a strange life form. Its power level was not as high as that of the black tortoise evil corpse, but it could suppress him. However, in fact, was it really suppressing him? Not necessarily. That corpse was undoubtedly the core of the current battle. The opponent did not hide it and directly used his strongest killer move. Chapter 124 turns out to be a damn donkey? Now, I have three choices. First, that thing is my real body. I was attacked in some way, causing my soul to leave my body. If I don't return, my soul will die. Second, that monster is tempting me, making me mistakenly believe that it is my body. If the queen ant really exists, its strongest ability is definitely to possess me. As long as I get close, even if there is purple lightning, it may not be able to save my life. Of course, there are other possibilities. That body can really respond to my attacks. If the body dies, I will die too, or I was hit by some kind of illusion that is so strong that even lightning cannot break it. This is a game. If you choose the wrong direction, you will die. Zhang Ming was very hesitant. He even thought about what would happen after his death. In fact, nothing would happen. No one on Earth would know that he was dead, which means he failed Xiaobei's expectations. He died immediately after arriving at the Sea of Demons. Fortunately, the distance was not too far, and Xiaobei still had the possibility of swimming back. While thinking about it, the invisible monster once again bit the chest of the body. In severe pain, Zhang Ming found that his chest was torn open, exposing his expanding and contracting lungs. At the same time, he was also hit hard. However, there was not a drop of sweat on his forehead. He seemed not to sweat in the state of soul. But he could feel his heartbeat and tingling, which might be because the connection with the flesh was still there. The thought in the dark told him, if I don't return to the flesh, I will really die here. Really, however, Lao Zhang grinned again. He made up his mind and taunted, if you want to kill me, why bother? Isn't it easier to bite off my throat? Come on, I'll give you some firepower. He released an electric current and cut off the left arm of the flesh with a light stroke. The horrible tingling made his whole body tremble, and his arm could not move. The subconscious frantically alarmed that if this continued, his life would return to the final nothingness. The invisible creature bit viciously and bit off the right arm of the flesh. Zhang Ming's hands were now unable to move, but lightning control, as a spiritual ability, did not necessarily require fingers to release. He still had the ability to fight. With a flash of thought, purple lightning streaked across the sky, blinding the left eye of the body. A bloody hole suddenly appeared on his face, and bright red blood flowed out. The backlash came immediately, and Zhang Ming's left eye also lost its sight. Come on, man, bite off the right eye again? Don't waste time, hurry up. The invisible creature bit the right eye of the body viciously. Old Zhang completely lost his sight and laughed, you are really cruel. Even if I fall into your hands and my skills are not as good as others, I will admit it, but this bet is not over yet. A strong electric current streaked across the sky again, and according to the image in memory, it cut off the right leg of the body. Please, not long after, the left leg of the body was also bitten off by the invisible creature. Under the strong backlash, Zhang Ming lay on the ground like a human pig, unable to move. There was darkness in front of him, and the sea breeze was getting more and more penetrating. It was as if there was a pair of cold, invisible eyes, laughing at his wrong choice in the distance. The stories that happened in the past were like a revolving lantern in his mind, vivid and clear. This was the most dangerous moment in Lao Zhang's history, and the cold fear of death echoed in his heart for a long time. He once thought that he had made a wrong bet. That was really his own body. He killed himself. Once the body dies, the soul will die with it. As long as the soul returns to the body, it can be regenerated by blood coagulation. There is still a chance, but another voice echoed in his mind, the only way, continue to gamble. That was not his own body, but a trap to lure you over. Then just put all the chips on it. I killed myself, there's nothing to say. Lao Zhang laughed and triggered the purple lightning again. This time, the strong current went straight to the heart. At the same time, he mobilized all the senses of his body to beware of the surrounding environment. Even though he was blind, his limbs were broken, and he couldn't move like a pig, his perception and physique were still extremely high. Even through his ears and sixth sense, he could still vaguely sense the surrounding environment. With a light sizzle sound, the electric current hit the heart of the flesh. Boom, boom. An indescribable burning sensation descended on Zhang Ming's body, making him unable to help but let out a wail of awe. But soon, accompanied by a crisp sound like glass breaking, Zhang Ming found that he saw it again. Fake, all fake. It was really just an illusion. The next moment, every hair on Zhang Ming's body stood up, and the oncoming pressure almost suffocated him. The creepy blue light had already hit his forehead. As long as the blue light pounced on him, he would die. Zhang Ming grinned. Since he chose to gamble, how could he be defenseless? The powerful purple current suddenly covered the blue light and wrapped it around. The purple current became more and more dense. No matter which direction the blue light broke through, it was blocked back by the spiritual current. A sharp wailing sound came from the dense electric grid. Zhang Ming looked at the overall situation and breathed a sigh of relief. You almost won. In fact, I also doubted whether it was my own body. Am I committing suicide? If I lose the bet, I will die, but you acted too strangely. If you want to kill me, you should not torture my body, but kill me instantly. Bite my throat and cut my heart. This is the best choice. This makes me doubt that you are just constantly luring me over, and it also gives me the courage to gamble. In the end, I won. Winners take it all. Disappear. The lightning net continued to shrink and condense. After about 2 minutes, the figure in the blue light condensed into a dark blue crystal the size of a peanut. It exudes a strong supernatural fluctuation. Even if you glance at it with your peripheral vision, you will feel like your soul is leaving your body. Zhang Ming continued to wrap it with lightning for half a quarter of an hour with some suspicion. He used the ice spear to smash the dark blue crystal into pieces. It wasn't that hard, just like chalk, it broke into pieces with one hit. Nothing happened. This strange creature was indeed dead. It's not easy, so Zhang Ming called this trophy the Soul Crystal. Chapter 125, The Spoils on the Ship. This piece of deep blue soul crystal is several times heavier than gold. But it is actually the same thing as the crystal powder obtained before, the only difference is the energy density. Zhang Ming naturally did not dare to eat it carelessly, in case his soul suddenly left his body. Under the sunlight, his lifespan would be directly reduced by 10,086, and he would be in big trouble. He just took a small bottle and carefully collected the crystal powder intact, without any left. Turning his head again, the corpse was not a human at all. It was a strange creature with a donkey's head. The donkey's long tongue drooped out, and it had limbs like humans, and it was not wearing clothes or pants at all. However, all its limbs were cut off, its eyes were blind, and there were wounds on its chest from being electrocuted. These were all traces left by the battle just now. Shimama stuck behind the donkey's ass, and no one knew what it was doing. Old Zhang couldn't help but yelled, "Hey, idiot! What's wrong with you? You can also be in the illusion? You are so useless. I knew I shouldn't have too high expectations of you." After being yelled at by Zhang Ming, Shimama woke up from a dream and rolled out from behind the donkey's butt. It seemed to feel very embarrassed. After buzzing and trembling for a while, it actually jumped up like a ball and trampled on the donkey's head viciously. It even repeated the angry pelican and roared, "Gah! What are you doing? That's my trophy. The donkey head meat is also delicious. Don't ruin it," Zhang Ming said unhappily. "Please make way for me, I will bleed it." Huh? Due to the different observation angles, this magical donkey skin actually emitted colorful magical light. Can it change color? Or some kind of supernatural phenomenon? Zhang Ming cut a monster's artery with a spear, and the bright red blood gushed out like a fountain. Most monster meat needs to be bled before it tastes good, otherwise the strong fishy smell is really unbearable. This is also the lesson Zhang Ming has learned from years of cooking practice. While the corpse is still hot, hurry up and bleed it. Of course, the blood of these monsters cannot be wasted, and there may be other uses. Zhang Ming took out 2 mineral water bottles from behind, poured out the water inside, and collected about a liter of blood. While doing these chores, Shimama was very quiet, and seemed very dissatisfied with her performance just now. Zhang Ming sighed in his heart. After all, Shimama was not a real Zuanwu, but she was also hit. This is normal. Even the Zuanwu in the past was not invincible in the Sea of Demons, let alone the things left after Zuanwu died. The scene just now may not be a complete illusion. Perhaps it also includes hypnosis, psychological suggestion, real light and shadow and other things, making it half true and half false. Because there were large patches of traces of being burned by electricity on the surface of his own skin, his muscles were in pain, and even his eyes were stinging with tears. These physical injuries cannot be caused by simple hallucinations. After draining the monster's blood, Zhang Ming leaned against the wall, took a short rest, and smiled at Shimama. It is said that there was such a physiological experiment in the past. The prisoner's eyes were covered, cold water was dripped on his skin, and then the prisoner was told that it was hot water. At this time, inexplicable signs of burns would appear on the skin surface, If you cut the prisoner's skin with a knife, and then play the sound of dripping water, telling the prisoner that it has been bleeding. Even if the wound has already solidified, some prisoners will really become anemic or even die in despair under constant psychological suggestion. This principle is not an illusion, but a psychological suggestion. Human self-awareness is really a very magical thing, Shimama said, a magical thing. Fortunately, the battle scars left on the skin surface were not obvious. After about half an hour, they had recovered by more than half. Zhang Ming picked up the spear again and fiddled with the donkey-headed man's body for a few times. He confirmed several times that the blood of this guy had been drained, and then he was slightly relieved. Shimama, let's go into the cabin. But I guess there's no big danger. Please help me be alert. Zhang Ming didn't say anything to comfort him. Trust is the greatest comfort. Shimama rolled up again and stuck to Zhang Ming's butt. This time, it was really on full alert. Zhang Ming dragged the body of the donkey-headed monster to the dark place, along the corridor, and entered each room. He checked the rooms on the deck one by one. The bedrooms clearly showed signs of use, and even some food residues on the tableware. Fish scales, and some bones. After being possessed by the monster, humans actually imitated human activities and moved around on this ship. This made Zhang Ming feel quite disgusted. All kinds of quilts and tableware were dirty. The monsters obviously didn't care much and didn't clean them after use. In the original cold storage, there were some nearly rotten foods, including birds, fish, and some unknown sea beasts. The stinking stench could be smelled from a long distance. Zhang Ming searched these smelly places and felt that his spirit value was constantly decreasing. He could only activate the rotten lever, which he had basically never used. Suddenly, the stench turned into fragrance. The lumps of stinky meat were like beef and hamburgers, exuding an attractive fragrance. This skill is really perverted. Old Zhang rolled his eyes. These stinky meats should be stored here by the monsters. It's just that the freighter has run out of power a long time ago, and the large cold storage has no ability to preserve freshness, but they still keep all the food here according to their previous habits. It's just floating on the surface. Fortunately, it's just imitation without imitating the essence. Wait. Zhang Ming stopped and took a deep breath. How did the monster imitate humans? Once these humans were possessed, they would definitely die. Can it read part of the memory? Imitation is the most basic learning. Human babies learn language and characters by imitating. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming was a little uneasy. A species that can read memories and learn from humans is creepy to think about. What is this place? The bathroom. Zhang Ming pinched his nose and looked around. The feces in this small room were piled up like a mountain. After these monsters had their shit, they didn't flush it with water, let alone clean it up manually. They only knew that this was a bathroom. Over the years, there might have been dozens of tons of feces piled up. Not finding anything unusual, they left with their heads held high. But his expression became serious. Things were getting weirder and weirder. This scene was very similar to the living dead described by Wang Fumin. The possessed monster actually has some human living habits, maybe because there are not many people possessed, so the knowledge it has learned is quite limited to imitation. If the monitoring can be restarted, maybe we can know more of the truth. Zhang Ming fumbled for a long time and found several spare large diesel generators under an open platform similar to a gas station. Next to the generator, there were several sealed diesel barrels. It is said that gasoline and diesel will also deteriorate. I hope they can still be used. Zhang Ming rubbed his hands. He was a little inexplicably nervous about using the relics of human civilization and modern power technology. He was used to the life of a savage, and was really far away from the civilized world. Even this large freighter has already left the civilized society. He poured diesel into it and pressed the button a few times, but found that there was no response. It should be because the battery of the generator was exhausted. Finally, he found a Z-shaped iron rod in the toolbox next to it, inserted it into the hole, and turned it manually for a few circles, just like turning an old tractor, to guide the power generation. Suddenly, a booming sound was heard. The light bulbs in many rooms lit up, and there was really electricity. He couldn't help but speed up the pace of searching. Such a big ship, except for himself and the flies in the cesspool, there seemed to be no other creatures. When he walked to the cargo hold in the belly of the ship, he took a few deep breaths, and his heart beat with surprise. He saw rows of neat electric cars, all of which were, feel the powerful power of electric cars, choose Neusila. After careful counting, there were a total of 5,000 Neusila cars. In addition, There were piles of charging piles, all packed in cardboard. A lot of auto parts, including batteries, baffles and the like. There are also car maintenance items such as roller skating oil, engine oil, and paint. The monster is not very interested in these things. For so many years, they have just been piled up and not disassembled for careful study. One car is converted into 200,000 yuan, 5,000 cars, worth 1 billion. 10 small goals have been achieved just like that. Unfortunately, it is of no use to me. Zhang Ming was excited and touched a white car with emotion. The smooth and cold metal feel made him love it. He was originally just a worker, but he still took the driver's license test. If he followed the original historical trajectory, he could still afford an electric car after working for a few years. However, now ordinary people can't afford it. Lithium ore is already a scarce resource and is used to make hydrogen bombs. The price of electric cars has also risen to a level that ordinary people can't afford. Let's go, let's go. After groping for a while, Zhang Ming finally found the monitoring room, which was filled with quite a number of computer screens and several computer hosts. Zhang Ming held his throat and tried to open one of the computers. The long-lost memories flashed through his mind like gray and white photos. Once upon a time, he spent 16 hours of his 24 hours a day with electronic products, except for the 8 hours he spent sleeping. But now, after pressing it a few times, it won't turn on. It must be broken. Zhang Ming really can't fix this electronic product that's broken. He can only open the case and remove the hard drive first. He turned on another one and was delighted when the screen lit up. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.